So I definitely wanted to go live to talk about Candace Owens. And to be honest, I will be talking about her more often because I find her very interesting, to say the least. Especially since her whole lawsuit of being sued by, Bridget Macron and Emmanuel Macron for pretty much saying that Bridget Macron was born. I mean that Bridget Macron's brother is living his life as his sister Bridget Macron, and she has actually convinced a lot of people that that is true, despite the fact that the brother and sister are seen at the same event. A few times they were seen at the same event. So how can the brother be the sister when the brother and the sister are the same event at the same time? Make it make sense, Candace. But for some reason, some people are still buying it, and they even spin off these conspiracies. And there's like literally, she has a lot of people like eating a lot of her content up. So I just find it very interesting, and it's kind of like with I hate to bring this person's name up, but with Jaguar, right? It's something similar to where it's like the lies are so in your face, blatant lies, and people are still just gobbling it up, gobble, gobble, gobble. Like it's not Thanksgiving, people. Calm down. So we're definitely going to talk about Candace. Good morning, Smokey. Make sure everyone subscribe to Smokey. Subscribe to her channel. Yeah, something else. Aloha, girl. How are you doing out there? And let's see. Pumpkin is in the building. Hey, Pumpkin. And who else is in the building on this Sunday morning? I have my coffee because I definitely want to talk about Candace for at least an hour. Okay. Yeah. So it's very stupid. But I mean, she has millions of followers, she gets millions of views, and she's lying. But to be honest, as time goes on, I'm starting to realize that when things are sensationalized, salacious, juicy, and there's a conspiracy, like, oh my gosh, who done it? Then it definitely gets more views than the typical, like, matter of fact, this is what happened, and that's it. There's nothing like really extra juicy besides the story itself. People like Candace, they like to twist and spin things into something is not, and then they profit off of it. Okay. I can't make this up. But I will say, to be honest, as I said in my previous live and other lives about Candace, I will say she is quite entertaining, and I think that's the draw to her, is that she's actually entertaining. Like, you cannot make this up. Like, she literally put a white woman, not just any white woman, of Bridget Macron, French royalty, on her shirt, and she put man of the year. She put man of the year. She has her hair pulled back and it's like sleek ponytail, and she says man of the year, Bridget Macron, and she's literally like going on. And then she's like, I will ask the question, if I were at, she said, if I were at this event, if I would have showed up, I would have asked the question that everyone was wondering. Does she pee when she stands up? And she says things that are crazy. Now, do I believe that Candace believes in her own stories? No. I believe that just like Jag, but Candace is smarter than Jag, and I believe that Candace uses her intelligence in a negative way to where she can fool gullible people all across the world. And there are some people that actually believe in their conspiracies, and there are others who make it up just for profit and for content or for attention. Candace needs content. And ladies and gentlemen, you might say, well, she already had content. If you actually go look at Candace's channel, guess what? Her content was becoming Bridget. She was making videos on Bridget Macron, Emmanuel Macron, and she made a lot of money off of it. She made this t-shirt, and she pretty much sold out the t-shirt. She's making buku money off the whole Bridget Macron. But wait a minute. Recently, she filed a motion to dismiss in the Delaware lawsuit case, and she was claiming that she had ceased speaking on certain topics that were defamatory or that were under this allegedly defamatory under this lawsuit since the last of her becoming Bridget. But I'm like, nah, that's not even true. So she's on murky waters and shaky ground if she continues on with the same behavior in an active lawsuit. Is not a good look. So I'm not. It's just the thing that happened that on September 10th, that Charlie Kirk, who just so happens to be a friend of Candace, he is unalive and at this Utah university, and he is unalive. And then Candace, in my opinion, gets an idea. Oh my gosh, I don't think it was an initial idea. I think that at the very beginning, she wanted to just post a video just showing her photos and videos with Charlie. But then once she got a lot of attention, that adrenaline and that dopamine and everything, like, oh my gosh, this actually got a lot of attention and millions of views by me showing Charlie Kirk. And I'm a person that has knowledge of certain things about Charlie Kirk that others don't have because he's my friend. Oh my gosh, cha-ching, ching, ching, dollar signs, dollar signs. It's all about the Benjamins, baby. So then guess what Candace does? Oh, my Bridget McCrone content is very, shaky and I could get in trouble. So why not shift to Charlie Kirk? So now she barely talks about Bridget McCrone, Emmanuel McCrone, and she talks about Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk. So now he has become her new content. If you are on YouTube and you know how content goes. You switch topics and you switch to different content for different reasons. So I believe that she's covering Charlie Kirk. And then, by the way, just covering Charlie Kirk the regular way is not going to get a lot of attention. Just covering it, unless you're like one of the top people or you're someone, and some sort of expert or something, you're not going to get a lot of, attention just by covering Charlie Kirk the regular way with just the facts and reporting on what the police said and what the FBI has said and what the university has said and family statements. You're not going to get a lot of attention, not as much as she was getting with Bridget McCrone. And she realized she needs to tell a story, that there has to be something that was told to everyone else. And her goal is to take that story that was told to everyone else and twist it, spin it into some sort of conspiracy. And now, bingo, she draws in anybody that doesn't want to believe that Tyler Robinson is the actual shooter. Candace now will pull those people in and say, guess what, people? You're right. The government is hiding things. Tyler Robinson isn't the shooter. And we're going to get to the bottom of it. We're going to investigate. This is our new content and new series of who actually unalived Charlie Kirk, because it's not Tyler Robinson. Despite all the evidence linking to Tyler Robinson and even his confession to his family and his family identifying him in a surveillance video, it's not Charlie Kirk. Then who is it? And then she says, oh, it's Charlie Kirk's. Not Charlie Kirk. It's Tyler Robinson's gun, but, he didn't do the shooting. But wait a minute. There's actually stuff on. Candace Owens does not believe Tyler Robertson shot Charlie Kirk. Girl, who did it? Who done it? She said, yeah, it was his gun, but he didn't do it. The government is lying, and his family didn't really turn him in. Yeah, I think that could be proven that the family did, and then they had, someone drop him off that, retired from the police department. So Candace, come on, he did it. The charging documents say it. His parents ID'd him and helped him surrender. Like, his parents actually saw their son on that surveillance photos. They actually, and the mother and father, they know their son. I mean, he's 22 years old. They've been around their son for 22 years. They know their child. Okay. And they also helped him to surrender after his confession to them. And then there's also the weapon that even they were saying is unique, and they know it's unique. And the father is asking, Tyler to send a picture of the gun. He doesn't want to, because he knows it's a unique gun from his grandfather. There are also texts, a handwritten confession. There was also the roommate that actually saw the handwritten confession and certain things like that. There is DNA evidence on the gun. There's DNA evidence. You say, oh, so she knows that people are going to say there's DNA evidence on the gun. So she's going to say, oh yeah, that is his gun, but he didn't do it. So someone stole his gun and then unalive Charlie Kirk. There's gunpowder residue and video surveillance. There's a bunch of evidence. I'm sure there's more that they have not actually revealed. So why is Candy bending Why is she bending herself into a fucking pretzel? Okay, why is she trying to play twist around here? Let me put my arm over here, my leg over here, and my head over here. Okay, like, girl, stop twisting things. Simple. She cannot rely on the Macrons anymore. She cannot talk about, well, she can talk about it, but she's afraid to talk about it because it could be used against her in the court of law. She cannot talk about, oh, does Bridget Macron pee when she stands up? Why are her hands bigger than her husband's hands? You know, oh my gosh. Y'all listen. My bad. Listen, this girl is crazy. Okay. So yeah, she goes on and on and on, and it's like I can see the draw and why people are like watching the content because she's going on and on about this lady being a man. Like it's crazy. Okay. And even her, her bestie, Donald Trump was telling her, Candace, stop. I saw Bridget Macron in person. She's all woman. She's a woman. I saw her like close up. She's a woman. Stop, Candace. And, Candace is like, oh, Donald Trump, I have bills to pay. I got a mortgage. I have car expenses. I have a lifestyle I want to keep. So I don't think you're going to be giving me any money. So I'm going to keep up with my Bridget Macron content because it's bringing me millions of views and it's lining my pockets. And plus I have this Man of the Year t-shirts. And I need to sell more of these t-shirts. I need the money. So she's following the dollars. Okay. So this girl is crazy. Okay. Well, like I said, throughout time, it's usually Black women that are masculinized. And people say are masculine, and they say, oh, like a man, like even Michelle Obama, Sierra. People do this to these high-profile Black women are usually the ones they do that to. So I will say it's an interesting turn of events that now have a Black woman put a white woman on a shirt. And let me make this clear. I think it's very much so wrong. It's like one thing to make a joke, like, oh, you look like a man, to actually make a whole series of videos and just making up a whole conspiracy and saying that she's literally a man by saying that she was born like as her brother, and then the brother is now living as his sister Bridget Macron. I went over in my first video, so make sure you watch my first video if you need to know the story behind this lawsuit. And I also recently reported on the latest update as far as her motion to dismiss. And by the way, the motion to dismiss is not about the merits or whether someone is right or wrong. A motion to dismiss is all about jurisdiction, whether the court has jurisdiction to hear the case. And she pretty much was saying, hey, I'm not even in Delaware. Like, why did the Macrons file a lawsuit in Delaware? Well, because you saw a registration, or not registration, but a registrar's address, or my registered agent's address there, so you automatically assume I operate my business there, when no, I operate my business in Nashville, Tennessee, or in Tennessee. So she's out of Tennessee, and she says in the basement, like she's a girl. She's down in the basement, conspiracizing and liar-sizing. Okay, I don't really call people like her conspiracists. I call them liars, because they're knowingly putting out lies. Now, there are some people that actually are conspiracists, and these people actually believe in their conspiracies. Like, they believe on the first day of the month, this happened. And guess what? On the first day of the month, that happened. So now A plus B equals C. 1 plus 1 equals 2. Now this is what it means. I'm like, there are other confounding factors or other possibilities or other factors or possibilities it could be. But they actually believe in that, and they believe in what they're saying. And there are some people that actually have a mental illness, and they believe in certain things because of their delusions and hallucinations. They're like, conspiracies are up a lot of those people's alleys. Now, for the other people, some people are gullible, some people are just actually believing it. Now, as far as some of these people, like creators that are reporting on some of these stories, they actually just do it for content, and it's all about entertainment and clickbait and just making it salacious. Because sadly, it is true a lot of times when you're just factual, when you stick to the truth and the facts, black and white, tangible evidence, it can be kind of boring to some people. So spicing it up and making up this extra juicy, spicy stuff to it makes it more interesting. So what I will say is, she filed a motion to dismiss, pretending she had stopped talking about it, but now she's pivoted, of course, using her connection to Charlie to milk conspiracies for content. And Charlie Kirk's pastor has spoke out against her. Others are speaking out against her, and we're going to talk about another video how she's actually even making content about Turning Point USA. You know, that's something that Charlie Kirk helped to. You know, he co-founded that. So she's. This is my opinion, and as I said in my previous video, mark my words. That's going to rub Erika Kirk the wrong way. I believe that Erika Kirk is probably wanting to say something to her, but she's in a grieving process, mourning process, and things like that. But I don't think Erika is going to pretty much be liking the content that Candace is making. I think that she probably wants closure, and Candace wants clout and dollar bill, y'all. Okay. So that's a collision, and boom, they're gonna collide. That's waiting to happen. I'm telling you, it's going to happen. And if Candace keeps dragging this whole thing and go on and on for profit to have this content, she could find herself sued again or something else. Sued again by somebody. But let's go ahead and get into some photos. For example, this one right here. And she took to her, IG stories, and she says, I want to break this news immediately because it feels important. And I think if I don't break it immediately, something bad might happen. You see what I'm saying? With these conspiracy people, they always make it seem like we have to do something now. This is weird. Strange things are happening. If we don't do something about it, they're going to hide, they're going to cover up. It's gone. We have to, it's like some sort of immediacy. And then it says, I hope I have earned the trust enough of the people to believe me when I say that I have verified this information, but cannot reveal the source. Oh my gosh. When I tell you, I hate when people do that. Oh, I have some information, and oh my gosh, it's juicy, it's delicious, it's very interesting, but I can't tell you the source. We all know how Jack moves. She always has all this information. My. I'm not going to give you any receipts or tell you who the source is, but I know, and I have witnesses, and firsthand witness knowledge experience. So Jack goes on and on with that same thing, these invisible sources. I don't really trust people with invisible sources unless that person is well connected within some sort of, with law enforcement or something. I don't know. I don't trust. Like, I could easily go lie right now and say, I have information that's going to break this whole case wide open, and I'm going to reveal it. But I cannot tell you who told me this because that could put their life in danger. And to protect that person, I can't tell you my source. So then in the next live, I can just make something up. I can just pull something out of thin air, a complete lie, just to keep it going. I was told by this insider source that I can't reveal their name to protect their identity, that this is the person that unalived Charlie. Or this is what happened with Charlie Kirk, or this is what happened with Tyler Robertson. He's not the killer. So she can say, well, it didn't come from me. It came from my source. You know what I'm saying? So that's how people can actually spin this. So then now that was the first one. So let's go to the second one. Again, from our IG story, she says, Tyler Robertson is not suicidal. The entire narrative that was placed in the media about him being suicidal is completely fictional, as are many other aspects of what we have been told. So then she gets like, listen, he is not suicidal. So now she's actually playing into the whole Epstein thing, to where people, what happened to Epstein. So she's like, he is not suicidal. The government is just saying that he's suicidal because they plan to try to unalive him and then blame it on suicide. They're trying to do a cover up. So this is what she's trying to implant in people's mind, like, plant these seeds, like, oh, he's not suicidal. They're just trying to unalive him so they can cover up the real killer. The real killer is still out there. It's not this white guy, 22 from Utah. It's not him. It's someone else. It's probably someone connected to, you know, billionaires or a foreigner, you know, Israel, you know, PB, Benjamin Netanyahu. You know, I wish I have a doll. Oh wait, if I had a dollar for every time she said Benjamin Netanyahu, if I had a dollar for every time, I'd probably be a millionaire. Okay. So yeah, so that's what Candace does. So now let's actually go to the next slot. So let's go to, so there's like 3. So I mean there's like 5 images. So bear with me. So we're now on number 3. So the next one actually says his father having turned him in. After a confession is also complete fiction. So they made up this whole story that his father is the one that led to him being turned in after he gave a confession. So now you're saying the father is lying, the family is lying. So how did he actually be brought to the police department? And then she says, to the contrary, Tyler Robinson maintains his innocence and has never been to the UVU campus. There are absolutely 0 photos or video that the campus can produce to the contrary. Okay. Meanwhile, if you actually look at the actual suspect, Tyler Robinson has the same shoes. He literally wore, like, you know, you literally wore the same shoes that you have in a bunch of your photos to unalive someone. You use a unique rifle to do it, and your fingerprints are on it, and everything is just pointing to Tyler Robinson, right? But of course, Candace has to have content. She has to spin this. She has to keep this going. She has to keep people interested. And what you have to understand is that every time something like this happens, there's an audience of people that are going to be in opposition that don't want to believe the mainstream media or don't trust the police and don't trust the authorities. So she's going to pull in that audience of people that don't trust the information being put out. So she's going to say, yeah, you shouldn't trust it, and here's why. So that's her core audience. Okay. So, okay, so let's go to slide 4, or photo 4, should I say. So in this one right here, she says, which is why they have produced nothing other than a blurry image, which Tyler's family knows is not him. Tyler has never once expressed a suicidal thought. I want to make that clear. The federal government is lying about. Okay, so with that being said, hold on. Absolutely everything other than the fact that it is his gun. So she's saying the government is lying about everything besides it's his gun. His DNA, his gun, matching shoes, family identify him, unique, you know, it's just a lot of evidence that's pointing to him, okay? Hold on. So let's go to the number 4. Okay, that one is a little bit cut off. So let me see if I can re-upload that one. So I'll come back to number 4. Let me put 5 up real quick. So So here is number 5. Okay, just a second, because this is bigger than I thought. Okay, wait 1 second. So yeah, that was a full thing besides the last part, which was the actual gun. So, okay, right here, let me read this again, make it a little bigger. She says, which is why they have produced nothing other than a blurry image, which Tyler's family knows is not him. So she said Tyler Robertson's family knows it's not him. It's a blurry image. Says Tyler has never once expressed a suicidal thought. I want to make that clear. The federal government is lying about absolutely everything other than the fact that it is his. So in this way, in order for you to say that he never had an S-thought ever, you would have to say that you spoke to Tyler Robertson to actually know his history and things like that. So she's trying to pretend like she has some sort of insider information or insider knowledge, saying that he never, he never had a suicidal thought. Okay, so that's what she's trying to proclaim. And let's go to the last one, which is number 5. Not that we needed further substantiation, but Tyler Robertson did not author those Discord messages. So if he didn't author the Discord messages under his screen name, then someone, got into his account and wrote under his screen name, how would you explain the Discord messages? I would like to again stress that he has never been to UVU campus, but, and I need to confirm this later, I believe he was around the campus on that day. So it's his gun. He was around the campus on that day. It's his shoes. It's his DNA. It's his image on the actual surveillance that they see and capture. It's his confession to his family, and everything is matching up to be Tyler Robertson, but it's not Tyler Robertson, and you don't have any proof. Oh, I forgot. You have an invisible source that's telling you information. She says, I will have more on this later, but I wanted to immediately publish that Tyler Robinson's suicide narrative, plus the dad did the right thing after realizing his son was guilty, is a federal concoction. So she's trying to plant it in people's mind that, y'all, listen, the government is covering up everything. The government is lying to you. And the government is trying to unalive Tyler Robinson to cover up their crimes. And they're trying to, and then once they unalive Tyler Robinson, they're going to say it was suicide and that he was suicidal. So let me tell you ahead of time, he's not suicidal. He's not suicidal. He's not. The government is saying that so they can do something nefarious to him. So that's what she's doing. And that's what conspiracy people do. So again, do I believe that she's actually believing this stuff? No. I believe that her content on the Macrons dried up because they're suing her for saying Bridget is a man and she's not a man. And she needs new content. So let's go ahead and get into her actual video.
Kirk, man, that she really is just the moment. The speech that she gave, everybody was just wowed by her. I felt my energy personally, like last night going into that, I was effectively like soaring in the air above the convention center, like a dragon above, waiting for Erika to just be like, fire. And I was just gonna come down and swoop in out of nowhere, all the politicians, all the fake people, everyone was just going to be in that moment toast. But she didn't call for war. Erika did not call for war. In fact, she did the exact opposite, which is what was so stunning. It was unbelievable.
My thing is, Candace, you don't even sound like, I wonder what their relationship is like. Like, are they friends? Or I know she was friends with Charlie, but what is going on with Erika and, Candace? Because, I mean, her tone right here, Candace is not giving that she likes Erika in the way that, you would probably suspect or expect. And I hate to be this person, but I will be this person. She's friends with Charlie, and I know they both have their own relationship, but I will say is I don't know about a lot of those photos and videos, okay? So I don't know how her whole thing is with Erika. But I don't think that Erika approves of what Candace is doing. I think Erika is probably trusting the authorities and the police, and that she's just not going along with it, that she believes that Tyler Robinson is the actual suspect, and she doesn't believe it's anyone else. Now, could she be believing that, I don't know, but I don't think she really likes it. And even if Charlie Kirk's pastor is coming out saying, I don't like this, so I believe that the same probably is being spoken about with, Erika, okay? But you can hear it in Candace's tone that she does not really like Erika, okay? And she's also like, I think that she was expecting like her to be like savage and and really not to be the forgiving side, like, I forgive you and things like that. And that's a whole nother story and a whole nother topic I won't get fully into today. But I don't think that Candace really truly liked Erika's response, and I really don't think that she really cares for her that much. And I hate to be this person, but I will be this person. I think that if she really liked Erika and were cool with her and was cool with her, then she would have ran this stuff by her, and kind of like ran these ideas by her and kind of got her approval, or some sort of conversation would have been had on this situation and topic before she proceeded to make it into content. Also, in another video, Candace started talking about Turning Point USA, which is now going to be ran by Erika Kirk herself. So now going out to the Turning Point, I just believe that these two are going to collide, and that Candace, you were already sued by the Macrons. If you keep stuff up, you could be sued by even, if you're not accurate in your reporting, you could be sued by none other than Erika herself. Okay? A mess.
The forgiveness that she granted, the strength that it took for her to call for that forgiveness, it's just unmatched, and it really made a difference. And I was being serious when I tweeted that I think it was the most consequential speech in American history, a message that everyone needed to hear, including myself, a message of complete submission to Christ. And by the way, later on, we're also going to discuss another kind of submission to Christ, which is submitting yourself to truth. Kash Patel has now come out and issued a statement fully capitulating to the public insistence that they're lying to us. They are so clearly lying to us about what happened on the day that Charlie Kirk lost his life. Nothing they've told us thus far makes any sense, and somehow it's only getting worse. So welcome back. Let's jump right into this.
So yes, I do believe that it's all just about having content, and that's pretty much it.
I have to say, any woman that can get on stage and meaningfully say that they forgive the person who killed their husband that quickly, you are truly a better person than me, because I've just been so angry, and yet she was able to, through tears, and obviously you could tell how difficult that moment was for her, but she arrived at forgiveness, and she did it in front of the entire world. And I think that every single person should watch that speech. Truly, they should watch that speech. They should watch Tucker Carlson's speech. I don't think even showing you clips of it, I'm going to show you one, could do it justice. You should watch it in its entirety, the emotion, the message of it, and you can obviously see why Charlie fell in love with her. Right? I remember meeting Erika. Charlie and I were in New York for something, one or another, and he was falling for her hard, but he wanted to play it cool. So he's like, come meet her at Del Frisco's in New York City. And
So do you believe that she truly likes Erika, or do you believe that she's just putting on? And if she liked Erika, do you think that she will be making the video she's making now on Charlie Kirk?
Came there and she was just lovely. She was genuinely such a nice person. And I was like, Charlie, just go for it. Just go for it. And he did go for it. And last night, I really do think that the entire world needed to hear her message. What you took from it, how you could apply it to your life, is up to you. But specifically, the part that she shared that provided me with so much peace, and I needed to hear it truly, was when she explained that Charlie did not suffer, because that, thinking about that is, I really shed so many tears over it. Just thinking that he suffered even for a moment. It was my favorite part of her speech, so I'm going to play that right now.
One moment, Charlie was doing what he loved, arguing and debating on campus, fighting for the gospel and truth.
In my opinion, I believe it's all just for Candace. In my opinion, is completely, and she's just milking this whole thing for profit and content, and that's all it is to her. It's just content. Yeah, that's what I believe. Jane says Candace does not like her at all. She does not trust her either. Tracy says, Candace, you been to the house, lovey or not? Let's see. The Black Eye Podcast React says she accepts Erika. And then Nitty says she believes it's about money.
In front of a big crowd, and then he blinked. He blinked and saw his Savior in paradise. And all the heavenly mysteries were revealed to him.
I mean, it's just beautiful, and to really think about that, that he just blinked and then he was with the Lord. And it is just a fact that, and Charlie just loved the Lord. It was constantly, like I told you, going through the conversations and how much he would just say, I need to pray about it, I need to pray about it, I need to pray about it, wanting to marry Erika. First thing he said, which I think I showed you guys last week. And Erika's correct. It is important to remember that message of forgiveness that we have within ourselves, and it sometimes feels very hard to do that, but we are called upon to forgive people, to forgive our enemies, even in moments that it seems impossible or extraordinary to do so. But it is also important, it's not really a but I want to assert that it is also important to remember that what Christ is, as I said at the top of this show, is truth, right? Christ is truth, and we are not getting the truth right now.
And one thing about Candace is she's the type of person that will pretend that she's on your side and she's rooting for you and she's like a teammate, but underhandedly and sneakily, she will be attacking you. And that's the type of person she is. So you have to be careful with someone like Candace, okay? Like they'll be like, just, be graceful or gracious towards this person. And then they'll be trying to sneak and investigate your company at the same time. So yeah, so you have to be careful with someone like Candace.
Now, of what happened to Charlie Kirk on 9/10. And to be very clear, I am going to need it. I demand it. In fact, I'm now currently working on a minute-by-minute timeline, which I will have for you guys later this week, of what exactly happened in the seconds and minutes following Charlie getting shot. I need to know. I need to follow bodies. I've already been able to, as I asked over the weekend, locate George Zinn in the crowd. It seems a bit suspicious to me how far he was, and then suddenly they take him through a pathway. I mean, that's him right there. Thank you to the person that sent this picture. But then I find him on video and I'm trying to understand how he made it down the pathway and was taken through to the same area that they had just taken Charlie in the car. I have a lot of questions, and each and every one of them will be answered by the end of this investigation. And
the thing about it is, George then would be a likely suspect because he goes to events and he's very disruptive. He has had a lot of run-ins with authorities, and for being disruptive. So here's the thing: there was no weapon found on the in that actual area, like on the ground or anything else. Where would George then drop the weapon or discard the weapon? So let's say he was the unaliver and he unalived Charlie Kirk from his position and where he was at. He would have to, where would the gun go? Where would it disappear to? And don't forget, you're saying that you said Tyler Robinson's gun was used in the whole incident, right? So that means that George then, he would have to have Tyler Robinson's gun. So how would George then get Tyler Robinson's gun? And then how would the gun end up in the woods? It doesn't make any sense. And the truth is that George then is just a disruptive person that they believe might have a mental issue. And that's as far as it goes in the extent of George then. And people need to look into George Zinn and see that he has always been disruptive, but not as far as this whole thing about, shooting someone.
So I want to put it to you this way. So much more has come to light that I have not yet presented. I am working with other journalists, different aspects, asking them, hey, you look into this, I'm going to look into that. And the first thing that I think I should make abundantly clear is I am relieved that Erika Kirk is at the head of Turning Point USA, because just like I alluded to last week, and which I will double down on now, I believe that people within that company betrayed Charlie. Okay, that's just what I believe right now. And I want to make sure that I have these facts entirely on my side before I tell you guys more. I will say, if you are a rat on a ship, you should probably flee now.
So here we go. Of course, it's about live reaction to this, by the way. She is pretty much aiming, her eyesight is on Turning Point USA. And she's trying to preface it by saying, oh, I'm not talking about Erika, but I believe others in Turning Point USA betrayed Charlie Kirk. So, but you have to keep in mind, now Erika is going to be pretty much taking Charlie Kirk's spot over Turning Point USA. So what now? When you attack Turning Point, you're technically going to be attacking Erika. So there is going to be some collision at some point, because Erika is going to want to protect her interest, which is Turning Point USA, which was, co-founded by her late husband, Charlie Kirk.
I recommend it. Anyways, you guys, on Friday, we did an episode. I want to be clear, I didn't think that episode was going to have the reaction that it did, but I am grateful. We were unpacking the footage that was going viral of the guy that was taking down the camera, which was directly behind Charlie's head, a mere approximate 4 minutes after Charlie was shot. Everybody thought that it was very suspicious. I recognized the individual and reached out, had a conversation, saw the footage, and made the promise that I was not going to share it. Although I said to you, I encouraged them to share it. I believe the reason everybody is a conspiracy theorist is because people don't share truth, right? Once you share everything, there's no room for conspiracy. And when I was sharing what I saw.
Now, she says that once you share everything, there's no room for conspiracy. I would say that's not true. When it comes to conspiracies, they always will move the goalposts. The goalposts will always be moved to the next and the next and the next point. So if someone turned over everything they had, conspiracists will then say, how do we know this is actually real? How do we know it's authentic? This could, they will still, now some people will be satisfied, but there are still going to be conspiracies that are not satisfied. And by the way, as I said before, you cannot trust everyone that says they have a source, because I've seen it with my own. I witnessed it myself on YouTube. YouTubers and the people make up these invisible sources. All you have to do is go live and say your source told you this or your source told you that, and then you can say this information, and people will probably believe you because they think that you have some source. So you cannot always believe when people have these invisible sources. Now, if somebody is well connected and well linked, and they might have some sort of insider, realistically, then you might actually say so. But people that are constantly going live, so they have an insider, and they're still speculating and guessing. Okay, if you have an actual insider, why are you still speculating? Why are you still guessing? Why are you still like confused? Because when an insider be telling you everything to lessen the confusion. Also, a lot of times they never reveal you any information. They keep on promising you and dangling a carrot in your face. I'm gonna reveal this. I'm gonna tell you this. I'm going to explain this. I'm going to show this. I'm going to do this. They're going to do a lot of stuff, but then it never comes into fruition. It never actually happens. You never see the receipts. Think about Jaguar Wright. She said she rescued 3 people from Epstein Island. We have never seen these people. She said she was going to interview these people and bring them forward. We never seen these people. Diddy Freakoff tapes. We never seen the Diddy Freakoff tapes. Now, obviously, nobody will actually want to watch it, but she was not a part of the Diddy trial. So people like that will make up stories, and they never will show a receipt, but they will promise to one day show a receipt. Jaguar Wright said that she was going to have interviews with these sex workers that went to these Diddy parties. We find out now that there was no freak out parties where it was like a wild orgy. It was just Cassie and Diddy and a male escort, or Jane, Diddy and a male escort. It wasn't like a wild party with a bunch of people in every corner of the room doing freaky things. So the way she described the freak offs was absolutely wrong, and never producing a receipt. So I would say I will be leery of people that constantly talk about these invisible sources that you never see. Okay. And then they also, on top of that, never show any other like real receipts from these invisible sources. An invisible source, shouldn't that person be giving you something solid? Where's the solid information? They will go live and say what the invisible person said, but they will never like produce a verifiable, tangible receipt of what the person said to back it.
I was doing so because I was just thinking that, this could help. Like, this can obviously remove people from their conspiracies. And then it kind of occurred to me that what I shared was a bigger deal than I had imagined, by saying that I didn't see any blood. And that is a fact. I did not see any blood. In fact, the only blood that I did see at all, I'm talking about blood on the back, was on Charlie's hand, on Charlie's left hand, which, as many people have been saying, means that the blood moved forward. We don't need to get into all of the gore. But what I didn't expect thereafter was for the Turning Point USA spokesperson, Andrew Colvett, to issue this statement, as people were asking questions like, hey, how is that possible? How was there nothing in the back if this is the gun that was used? Andrew Colvett tweeted this over the weekend. I want to address some of the discussion about the lack of an exit wound with Charlie. I'm usually not interested in delving into most of this kind of online chatter, and I apologize that this is somewhat graphic, but in this case, the fact that there wasn't an exit wound is probably another miracle, and I want people to know. I just spoke with the surgeon who worked on Charlie in the hospital. He said the bullet, quote, absolutely should have gone through, which is very, very normal for a high-powered, high-velocity round. I've seen wounds from this caliber many times, and they always just go through everything. This would have taken a moose or 2 down, an elk, etc. End quote. And then now this is Andrew. But it didn't go through. Charlie's body stopped it. I mentioned to his doctor that there were dozens of staff, students, and special guests standing directly behind Charlie on the other side of the tent, and he replied, it was an absolute miracle that someone else didn't get killed. His bone referring to Charlie, was so healthy and the density was so impressive that he's like the Man of Steel. It should have just gone through and through. It likely would have killed those standing behind him too.
So here she goes. First she start, attacking other people. People that went to this event, right? And then now she has turned her eyes on to attacking Turning Point USA. And I already knew this was actually going to be happening. So as I was saying before, she put out these IG stories and pretty much said that be careful and watch out. The government is covering up things. They're trying to say that Tyler Robertson is suicidal so they could possibly do something. She's trying to get people to think about Epstein or other people that something happened while they were incarcerated. And people believe that it's not suicide, that it was some sort of government cover up or something. So she said, if something happens to him, the government did it. He's not suicidal. Here's the thing. The charging documents that I showed you before states that the family reported that he was suicidal because they said he could not go to jail. Like, he didn't want to go to jail. Some people, once they unalive people or commit certain crimes, to avoid accountability and taking responsibility for their crime, they will do murder suicide, where you unalive someone and take yourself out. There's different reasons why people do it, but a lot of times it's because they don't want to go to jail and they just unalive them. They take themselves out. So he was actually planning to go that route, but the family convinced him not to. So for her to say that he's never been suicidal, then why would the family say that? So she's also trying to make people not trust the family, his own family. I don't think a family would want to actually turn their own 22-year-old son in and do any of this, but what choice do they have? So then she also went on to say that his father didn't turn him in. But here's the thing. The parents, first the mother, then the father, they identify him from the surveillance. That's their son of 22 years old. They know his gun experience, his years of experience firing these weapons, going to these gun shows and these gun events. So they knew his capabilities, and they also know his body composition. They know his clothing, the shoes. They know their son. I mean, come on, it's their son of 22 years. The family seems together, like they did a lot of interactions, eating out, wearing matching pajamas, sitting on the couch. So they know, the mother knew her son. She's like, oh my gosh, that's my son. The father says, and then the father communicates with Tyler Robertson, telling him, hey, send me the picture of the actual gun, because, and then Tyler tells his, partner / live-in boyfriend that's transitioning to a woman, transgender partner, that, that the father is asking for, these weapons, like for the picture of the weapon. He's not going to give it. He's not going to give him this information and things like that. So anyways, again, the parents identify him, and that's not really betrayal. That's parenting. And it's better to, face trial than end up in some sort of dead because of the standoff. And also, they don't want him to unalive himself. Now, there are some parents out there that would not turn their child in no matter what. They will help them to flee or help them to get away. But then they could be actually charged as well, and have some sort of charges placed against them if that were discovered or found out. Okay. So with the whole unaliving thing and him, being suicidal, that actually came from his family, him telling his family that he would rather take himself out than go to jail. Okay. And then you went on to say, about the cameras, but there's multiple campus cameras that caught him. There's one that, caught him climbing. They said there's something that shows like aiming, then the firing and the fleeing. You see him jump on the roof. You see the same person wearing the same outfit. They notice the pathway, where he's going as far as down this road, up this road. They are able to follow him from various cameras, people's Ring cameras and things like that. So if you could follow the same individual, and then you can also see that this person's shoes, what they're wearing, how they're looking. Family has identified them. And then on top of that, you find this rifle with the person's DNA all over it, right? And that's the rifle. It's a unique rifle. So Candace knows she cannot lie about the gun. The gun has DNA evidence on it. And she's like, oh my gosh, I can't lie about the gun. I can't say that's not his gun because that's DNA evidence. So someone like her is going to say, okay, what other evidence they have of him? And then, so she's like, maybe he was around the campus, but so she's really trying to cover her bases. If you actually believe, Candace is just about the money. She's making this up as she goes, and it's just about profit. She ran out of content on the Macrones. And wait, she didn't run out of content on the Macrones. She is getting sued by the Macrones, and she cannot safely talk about them anymore and call Bridget Macrone a man. She can't safely do that whole, go him in. Oh, she's a man. Look how her hands are this big, her arms. She's more masculine than Emmanuel. Is he scared of her? Oh, she's a man. She can't do that anymore without possibly, someone taking it in as evidence. So now this is now her new money pot, her gravy, like her where is me pot of gold? Okay, this is her, big old bucket of gold at the end of the rainbow.
In the end, the coroner did find the bullet just beneath the skin. Even in death, Charlie managed to save the lives of those around him. Remarkable and miraculous.
So, and by the way, speaking of which, she says the pictures are blurry. If you recall, Lamisha Fuller, we say Lamisha, was Lamisha Fuller. She was pretending to be a Diddy victim. There's a Diddy victim by the real name of Anna Kane. But at first, no one knew who Anna Kane was because it was just a girl wearing a black D&G shirt with a jean shorts. And people knew that it was someone based out of Michigan. Some people were thinking it was Tierra Marie, but no one could really know who exactly it was. So since the face was blurred and there was a girl, Lamisha Fuller, she came online and said, oh, that's me in the D&G shirt. Oh, Diddy, he made me eat a jelly bean. Oh, that's me. I was on the table. I was 10 years old. Yeah, I was 10 years old. She did a bunch of crying and fake stuff, like pretending like she's this girl. And I'm like, girl, that's a white lady. That's a white lady in the D&G shirt. That's not you. Okay, I don't care how much sunlight and filtering you do, you are not going to be a white woman. Okay. So with that being said, it actually, people are going against it. That's not a white woman. That's a biracial mix. I'm like, that's a white woman. I can see the tan lines. Tan lines. That's a white woman. Come on. So at the end of it, we have to think about it. Why did Lamisha Fuller say she was that woman? Because the woman's face was blurred out. So now people like conspiracies and liars, they love things that are blurry, blurred out, or hard to make out. So now she could say, oh, we all saw those images and they are blurry. And they are hard to make out. So that could be anybody. I said to Tyler Robertson, how can the family or anyone identify blurry pictures? Now, were the pictures of 100% great quality? No. But once you actually look at it really closely, you can make it out. And you can even see the shoes clearly. You can see how the person is walking. And then that same person is seen like going to the rooftop. So you already know it's the same person up the stairs on the rooftop, making their way down all these rows and pathways and things like that. They're going to follow all this, and they're not going to release every piece of evidence, but they have released enough to obviously apprehend him. But now they have him apprehended. The investigation is going to be internal. But the gun is his. But the feds are, so she's saying the gun is his, but the feds are lying about the rest. But of course, the rifle was recovered with his freaking DNA on the trigger and cartridges. Okay. And even him, he actually already knew, and his Discord messages, he already knew that the rifle itself had these engravings and things like that. So okay, so so you're confirming, Candace, that this is the actual gun that unalived Charlie Kirk. So that's the right weapon. So now your job is to say, how did someone else get Tyler Robertson's grandfather's unique rifle with Charlie Kirk's fingerprints on it? And how did that person unalive Charlie Kirk from that rooftop? And if they have surveillance, which they do, of someone on the rooftop at that time and firing, then who else could it be? Because they see Tyler go from point A on the rooftop, climbing, like going up to the rooftop, down from there, and they see him going through these neighborhoods, and it's the same person. So there is no one else. It's clearly Tyler Robertson. There's confession. There's like a whole slew of evidence. So in my opinion, this is totally ridiculous. But I can see the draw, because a lot of people, even when I first started reporting on this, a lot of people did not want to believe it was Charlie Kirk. They didn't. They don't want to believe it's him. Some people believe there's some sort of, assassin. Someone was like some highly trained assassin that just sniped him out. When it's obvious that Tyler Robertson is not just some regular lanky, bird chest, 22-year-old lanky, young adult. He's actually someone that has been to the fire range, gun range. He has had years of experience since early childhood. Since his family are into gun shows and gun events, he knows how to. He actually got this gun from his grandfather. This is someone that has a lot of experience, more than some people, even adults, because that's his life and his family. He even has his brothers in photos. They are also gun toting people and holding these guns, and they are already starting to have this experience with guns. And that's why the family knew it was their son. Number one, they saw his clothing and how he looked. They knew their son. They said, "Oh my gosh, that's my son." And secondly, the mother knew, "Oh my gosh, my son is capable of shooting from that many yards away to Charlie Kirk," because he has been saying things about Charlie Kirk. And number two, he has years of experience, and we have taught him in his family how to use a weapon. So they already knew. And then once they even found out about the rifle, and they was like, "Oh my gosh, even more evidence. This is a unique gun." And that, the grandfather happened to have a unique weapon with that. And then now his fingerprints, DNA is on this rifle. Everything is pointing. And then he has this confession. He surrenders. There's also the roommate that's going back and forth, not through just Discord messages, but through regular messages about what's happening with this whole situation. Okay.
End statement. Now, first, I want to say this because people were attacking Andrew Colvett immediately. I want to say that it is good to remember that this is Andrew Colvett's literal job. Okay. He is a PR agent. He runs a PR company, and his job is to respond to online chatter and online questions. And sometimes it may not even be what you want to say. In fact, it should never actually, if you're good at your job, be necessarily what you want to say. He also was very close to Charlie. So I would imagine that he's under a tremendous amount of pressure. The company is moving into a different direction. We are still just over a week after Charlie lost his life, and he has to be the messenger. Who is directing that message? We don't know, but his job can't be easy at this moment, okay? If I say to my PR agent, "I want you to make this statement," he works for the company, my PR person just has to make the statement, okay? So I think I would like to just respond to what is being said objectively rather than to attack Andrew Colvett's character. That aside, the statement objectively feels to me like the manipulation of a Christian audience, right? They know Charlie's audience is Christian, and therefore what they're selling to us is you should believe, you're a believer, right? As a Christian, you believe in miracles, right? Like you believe in Christ and the miracles that Jesus performed, right? Well, then you should just believe this. There's something about that I don't like.
So here's a sneaky attack, exactly what I was talking about referencing. This is a little bit of a way to even attack Erika, like this Christian approach to going in and I forgive you, Tyler Robinson, for unaliving my husband. That's a Christian approach. So right here, she's a little bit attacking Christianity by saying, oh, they have this approach of, believing things or doing this or doing that or following certain principles. So should people be that, gullible or something like that? So she's actually sneakily attacking Erika in her whole approach to this Christian approach of forgiving and these other approaches that usually, sometimes Christians would take.
I don't like that. I don't just, this was a miracle and that should just be the end and no more questions should be asked. Yes, the conservative base is filled with Christians, but also the conservative base is filled with a lot of hunters, okay? People that hunt and they know weapons and they know how weapons work and they know how weapons don't work. And this particular statement to me does not pass the sniff test. Now, again, when I shared that information, I had assumed they were going to say the angle went through this way. I did not imagine they were just going to say that it was a miracle. Alex Jones immediately took to X Live. This began trending. The statement began trending, and he jumped onto X, and he responded to that statement saying this. Take a listen.
The spokesperson for TPUSA just posted 2 hours ago that they talked to the coroner and that Charlie Kirk was shot with a .30-06 in the left side of his neck, the carotid artery, and that he's a man of steel, and that the bones in his neck that are like chicken bones stopped a bullet that travels 2,500 feet a second out of the barrel at 200 yards, depending on the grain of the cartridge and the rest of it. Probably hit him at 1,900 feet per second. I've shot hogs at 500 yards, 30-06, right to the side. Tiny hole, blows a 4-inch hole out the other side. We're talking through 2 feet of a hog. Boom. Hit him in the head, brain completely blows out. They just said he got shot with a 30-06 and that it didn't go through.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot to process. And here's the thing. If you were going to bring me to the argument that this truly was a miracle, it probably would not be in the midst of a circumstance where the feds are lying, right? That is like, not now, right? Because it could be a miracle also that Tyler Robinson decided to take a break at Dairy Queen and issue some texts that sound like they were written in 1822, and tell every single, it could just be a miracle, right, for the feds, and go through every single detail of exactly how he planned it, why he planned it, including his MAGA dad, who's been extra MAGA lately, that he doesn't actually lived with, and nobody knows why the dad is extra MAGA lately, and explaining where to find the weapon, and just a miracle that he happened to leave this letter that has since been disappeared, but he took a picture, his lover took a picture of it. It could just all be one big federal miracle. But I'm not inclined to believe that at this moment.
Wait, who said the letter just disappeared? Who said the letter disappeared? Yeah. It said the roommate took a picture of it, but who said the letter just disappeared? But let's actually go to another video as well. We'll come back to this one at this timestamp. I want to talk about this video as well.
So welcome back to Candace. Story is much has been screaming at me from the very moment that I found out that Charlie got shot, that this...
Hold on 1 second.
...has been screaming. There's a lot of leaking going on right now, and I've been very clear that everything in my soul has been screaming at me from the very moment that I found out that Charlie got shot, that this story is much bigger, that there just was something much bigger going on.
Now, I wanted to actually say this about Candace and my approach to this situation, or my position. People have this thing where you have to be 100% against something or 100% for something. I'm not saying that there are some things that could not be fishy about Turning Point USA. I don't know their financial situation or what's happening in-house or internally. However, I do know that Turning Point USA are not the unalivers of Charlie Kirk. So people have to make this separation distinction. I'm saying the actual unaliver of Charlie Kirk is actually Tyler Robertson. That we already have the suspect in custody. So no, I don't believe it's Benjamin Netanyahu or something related to Israel. No, I don't believe it's Ackman. No, I don't believe it's Dylan. And no, I don't believe it's anything about Turning Point USA. I believe exactly how the story was told and how it happened with the confession and all the evidence, not because the police said it, not because the government said it, not because crazy Cash Patel and his weird speeches said it. I believe it because the unaliver confessed to his family. The unaliver is on surveillance. The unaliver, his DNA is on the freaking weapon. Even Candace herself said that the DNA of the suspect is on the weapon. I believe the suspect because the suspect confessed to his own partner and lover, roommate, that is cooperating with the police. I don't believe it just because of some authority. So like, oh, you believe everything the government says. No, I believe it because everyone surrounding the unaliver has said that he has confessed to them. And I don't believe all these people are going to lie just to turn in some random 22-year-old from Utah to cover up some billionaire. And then we have, Tyler Robertson can't even afford a lawyer, but all of a sudden there's some big backing behind all of the situation with some lanky 22-year-old that shot and unalived Charlie Kirk. So with that being said, and then the receipts are more aligned with the government and the actual family statements than they are with Candace. Her stuff is the one that has all these holes in it. Okay. Now, at the same time, two things could be true at once. Turning Point USA has nothing to do with the unaliving of Charlie Kirk. However, Turning Point USA could actually have financial issues or some sort of scandalous stuff happening within that company. And I believe that Candace, for whatever reason, she wants to go at Turning Point USA. She wants to come at them and do some sort of, campaign and try to force them to, just to be honest, if you want to know my true opinion, I believe that Candace Owens is an actual narcissist, okay? And that she feels hurt by Turning Point USA. So now she's putting them on a chopping block to have some sort of exposure and to weaponize her platform against this organization. And she's trying to force them to kind of like reveal this and show this and do this and do that. And two things could be true at once. She could be trying to go into investigate Turning Point. And my thing is they could have something scandalous going on, but that scandal as it pertains to their financial issues or financial whatever they got going on, that has nothing to do with the actual unaliving of Charlie Kirk, which is a separate issue. So a lot of times with these conspiracies, they like to conflate two things. If Turning Point USA has all these issues with financial issues and there's something fishy with their finances, that means that now they are also part of unaliving Charlie Kirk, and now they're making it into some sort of fallacy. If A is true, then B must be true, but that's not always the case. A could be true, and then it could be a completely different issue from B, which has another cause. Okay, they could have some sort of financial scandal or something going on or hidden, with their finances, okay? And then at the second time, there's someone else, 22, from Utah that unalived Charlie Kirk, and there's confessions and evidence, and he unalived him for a totally different reason. It has nothing to do with Turning Point USA. So people are always saying all or nothing, and I'm saying no. I can believe one thing, or one thing can be true, and another thing can be true. Two things can be true at once, and they can be also totally separate truths.
And what has thus far been presented to the public, you know, all of the wrong people are eulogizing him. They're lying about small things, which I don't like, because why lie about small things? Only a guilty conscience of sorts lies about little things. And there are a few points that we have covered throughout the story that right away dumped out at me as odd. First and foremost, of course, Bibi Netanyahu over-inserting himself, not even just on day one, minute one. He tweeted before the president of the United States that Charlie had lost.
Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay. Oh yeah, I'm going to be a billionaire by the time I keep on hearing Candace say Benjamin Netanyahu. So tell me how Benjamin Netanyahu has anything to do with Tyler Robertson and that weapon. So one thing I can say that Candace goes along with the police is that rifle belongs to Tyler Robertson. She says that's his gun. So now I need you to tell me how anyone else got that gun and used it to unalive Charlie Kirk. Or are you going to say that that's not even a weapon that was used, which is not going to be the case? So how would Benjamin Netanyahu or anyone associated with him, or even Ackman or Dillon or Turning Point, how would they actually get that weapon to carry out this crime? I'm waiting.
Like, that's weird. It's very weird. We should not forget how weird that is, especially because when on multiple hits doing Fox News and Greta Van Sustern's show, he lied about the contents of a letter that Charlie Kirk had written him back in May. What I also don't like are the people like Josh Hammer and Seth Dillon, people that I know who are very nasty and work behind the scenes. I don't like that they have not yet been honest or forthcoming about the pressure that they and others were putting on Charlie Kirk. That just strikes me as odd. There's no reason to lie. No reason to pretend that you weren't doing that, to try to massage it and lie about it. I believe that there are lies by omission, and I view them both to be liars, okay? And of course, who could forget the word length of Bill Ackman's reply? I tell you guys about this weekend in the Hamptons. I tell you about Bibi Netanyahu calling Charlie Kirk and inviting him to Israel. And Bill Ackman replies with an essay, college essay, 959 words to be precise, was his response to me speaking about that, where he himself did not actually address my points about the quote unquote intervention, which is how Charlie described it himself, and my points about Bibi Netanyahu and the offer to take Turning Point to the next level financially. No one wants to address those points because I was being honest. People thought that Charlie's ideas were trending in the wrong direction.
Now, could that be actually true that there was some sort of intervention and people did not like his new direction, or maybe he was actually wanting to change his path and talk about different things? Could that be a threat to certain people? Yes, because even Trump said that Charlie Kirk helped him to win the election by getting the vote of the youth. You know, there are other people that might feel like he was beneficial if he was on the side of actually liking Benjamin Netanyahu. There was someone that said that it is true that Charlie Kirk went there, and he actually said that if he, tweeted or, anything about Benjamin Netanyahu should retire or something like that, that he could lose funding. And everyone knows an organization or business, they need funding. And that's a way to control people. And as I said before, if he felt that he could not tweet something about Benjamin Netanyahu or anyone without losing funding, that shows that people really don't. People have freedom of speech, but then there are going to be consequences to control your freedom of speech. So that's what I really dislike, is when people say, oh, you have freedom of speech, but yeah, if you utilize it the way you want to use it, you're going to have consequences. And it could be, as simple as someone withdrawing their funding from you and their support, and then now you're punished. So what some people will do is they probably won't talk about certain topics or do certain things because they don't want to lose that financial funding. And that's, that could possibly be happening. So people are saying that, he's someone that spoke his mind and he just had freedom of speech. He just said whatever. But even for someone like him, he recognized, hey, I could lose funding if I did or said this about certain individuals. So could it be true that there was something going on with Benjamin Netanyahu as far as, people wanting him to be more towards one side than the other? Yes, that could be a possibility. I'm not denying and saying that that's not a possibility. I'm saying that that's a separate issue. People are always acting like there cannot be separate issues. And think about your own life and your own reality. You have different issues and they're all separate from each other. There's no need to always try to combine these. Okay, so now because he has issues with Benjamin Netanyahu, and so now that means that Benjamin Netanyahu is now a suspect in his unaliving. That doesn't even make sense. Okay, she's always if A is true, then B is true. I forgot the exact fallacy for that, but A is not always responsible for B. That's her go-to argument. And we are listening to someone like Candace. You have to pay attention to their typical fallacies they use. She's always acting if A is true, then B is true, to make someone seem guilty of something when that's not always a connection.
And by the way, regarding that now infamous weekend, the response videos that were made, which seemed like there was some sort of a PR crisis going on, the response tweets that were fashioned, they were sort of getting funny. Xavier DeRusso was there. I had reached out to him. He had, rather than answering me, messaged me to say, I am speaking out about that weekend. He made a video where he formally addressed the weekend and explained that, yes, Charlie, and he uses the phrase moral blackmail. Charlie spoke about feeling morally blackmailed, but this was done in more of a workshop setting, essentially like it was a debate club, and they were strengthening their debates on the topic of Israel. We can take a listen to Xavier DeRusso in his own words.
And then people are taking things out of context, because there was in the article, the hit piece that came out, it talks about how Charlie raised up his phone and had written on Twitter, and he said something like, BB needs to resign or something like that. And he goes, what would happen if I do this? There was discourse, and then there was one woman who sat in the back who said, if you do that, you're indirectly going to empower Hamas. And then Charlie was like, see, you have to stop saying like that. He was saying that when you are debating about Israel, you need to stop doing it emotionally. You need to do it logically and factually. Otherwise, you lose the debate. He said it is moral blackmail if you say that somebody saying that a politician is bad, that you're then empowering a terrorist organization. Fair argument.
It was a fair argument, but it also was a real argument. And you kind of removed the names that were involved in this conversation. Natasha Hausdorff was there, Seth Dillon was there, and Seth Dillon was the one that was applying pressure to him. And Seth Dillon and Josh Hammer didn't jump on him in that moment. Were not happy. They were not happy with Charlie at the end of this weekend in the Hamptons, because again, they saw which way the wind was traveling in terms of his positions on Bibi Netanyahu and Israel. And they were in fact being accusatory. And again, you don't have to take it in my words or Xavier's words. I've always said it.
Now, I'm not saying that people may have not been disgruntled or unhappy with, his stance on certain topics, especially with Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. However, I'm saying that could be a separate issue, and that issue has nothing to do with the actual unaliving of Charlie Kirk. So are you going to now go through every inch of his life and every issue he has with anyone around him, from friends to family to business? You're going to blame every person for his death because they had an issue with him on something? That is where it gets weird, okay? We have to go by evidence and not some weird, okay, well, if this person has an issue with him because of his stance on Israel, then they have something to do with his unaliving. No. Let's actually go by the DNA evidence, surveillance, and also the killer it had to confess to his family and surrendered, and they had a former law enforcement officer turn him in, drive him up there and turn himself in. He surrendered.
Friendly relationship with Xavier, but we should listen to Charlie's own words, which we have played multiple times, of what happened the day after this little weekend retreat, where he vented to Megyn Kelly his frustrations with him being wrongly labeled anti-Semitic and how it was actually pushing him away and it wasn't good for Israel. Then, and that one of the big questions that we discovered, or that we asked, and something that we had discovered, was that this weekend was kept hush-hush, which is extraordinarily unusual for a Turning Point event. If you're going to fly your influencers out, you want them to influence, obviously. And Xavier offered this explanation for why they didn't post about the weekend until they were rumbled about the weekend. Take a listen.
And then you have the people who are trying to go and say that, oh, then why was the meeting so secretive? The photos were already on my Instagram. The reason we didn't post that in the real time was because of safety. Do you know how many people would have left to come and slaughter that whole hotel?
Feeling like Justin Bieber because it's not clocking for me. You're like, I'm sorry. So first off, you guys never connected to Turning Point USA publicly. The photos that you posted, if you posted it after the event, I don't think that it's because you were fearful that just being a conservative in the Hamptons was going to get you slaughtered. Like, were there Hamas tunnels under the Hamptons? That doesn't make sense. That makes entirely no sense. And we should call out how little sense that makes, especially because one of the influencers did post on August 6th that she was in the Hamptons. Actually, Emily Loves America, Emily Saves America, pardon me, said when she was fighting with somebody about how little their engagement ring was during this weekend, how do you guys expect to have a house, land, and multiple kids? Be for real. Sorry, I'm MIA, I'm in the Hamptons. So are conservatives not allowed to be in the Hamptons without getting slaughtered? Or is it specifically conservative influencers? You said that it wasn't a pro-Israel event, so I guess there's no Israel angle here, which does, of course, there's tons of Zionists in the Hamptons, Blackman among them. So I don't understand. You couldn't post that you were in the Hamptons because you were going to
Y'all, I believe that Candace is going to be sued by someone else by at least the end of this year. Someone else is going to sue Candace. And I really don't think I think she feels like she's on top of the world and untouchable. So she really is not threatened by anything. Yeah. And I think that's another reason people like her is because they feel like she's brave to say things that others might not want to say out of fear. And the other people believe in her conspiracies. Okay. So again, I'm not saying that there's, not other issues that Charlie Kirk had. I'm saying that those issues that she's mentioning has nothing to do with him being shot. That's a separate issue. She's trying to conflate all these topics, and that's what's annoying.
It killed how? I need more information there because that's just silly. And I also love the context of him doing this on PragerU's platform. I obviously worked for PragerU. I know Marissa Straight. I am looking at Marissa Straight right there, a little PR operation to address the points without actually addressing the points and to make it seem like it was nothing. And that's not the reality. Marissa has always been open about the fact that she worked for the IDF intelligence. And like I said, you could sense there was a PR panic when people started speaking about the weekend. I told you guys the truth. That's it. Okay. I don't like the fact that Charlie was literally facing financial threats over his speech, the thing that mattered most to him, right? Fighting for free speech. Even if you disagreed with somebody, you got to make sure that they have a right to express their viewpoints. And what happened to me a year earlier seemed to be happening to him 1 year later. Another thing that I really do not like, and it is bothering me and is eating at me, is the fact that Turning Point will not release the footage, okay? I don't understand it. Every excuse that I've been handed for why they won't release it makes no sense to me. If you are under pressure, if people are starting to look at you funny as an organization, if they're thinking that, whether rightfully or wrongfully, if they are suspecting because they see this footage of someone quickly remove the SD cards, that you guys had something to do with the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and you quite literally have footage that in theory should vindicate yourself, why wouldn't you release it? Think about that. It's just in your own capacity. If somebody is saying you are guilty of anything, if they're like, Candace, you are absolutely guilty of breaking into my car. And I'm like, I have a camera right here that shows that I did not break into your car. Would it make sense if I was like, but I'm not going to release that? I'm not going to release that because it's not right. It's not right for me to release. What? It makes no sense. I don't understand why they would not release this. The idea that it's because the feds are saying the feds cannot arrest you. Last I checked, the feds cannot bring charges against you for releasing footage that you own. And since when do we trust the feds? Certainly Charlie didn't. He didn't believe we were getting the truth about the Epstein files and things of that nature. So I don't accept that. That said, I also want to be clear that it doesn't mean that every single person that is continuing on in the organization is guilty of murder. I mean, I think we want answers, but we shouldn't be like, this person's definitely a murderer.
So right here, she's actually smirking and she was like, I'm not saying that everyone in the organization is guilty of murder. She's loving this. She loves the fact that she's putting these people in a hot seat. She definitely feels some type of way about Turning Point, and that's why she has turned away, not completely, but from Ackman and Dillon, and her eyes are set on Turning Point USA now. And she's loving that they're on the edge of their seats, and she's putting them in this hot seat. Okay, release this and release that, and then if you don't, now you're gonna look shady, you're gonna look fishy. And I'm not saying everyone is possibly a murderer, but someone there might be. So there is a suspicious component or element.
Murderer, because they're not providing the answers. You know, I've been speaking and I've been seeing a lot of vitriol that's been thrown at Andrew Colvette's way because he is doing press. He is carrying on Charlie Kirk's show. He was already seated on Charlie Kirk's show. He was already there. And I was being genuine when I said he's under a lot of pressure. There's no question. He's the spokesperson for Turning Point USA, and he's grieving somebody that he knows and who was a very close, if not one of his best friends. He saw every day doing the Charlie Kirk show, and he's still got to deal with the same donors that Charlie was dealing with. I mean, it's a lot going on, you know, and until we have all the facts in front of us, until we actually see the footage, I think we should be careful in just thinking that everybody is guilty of something. I want you guys to also, though, be conscious of the lies that we are being told by the federal government, because that feels extremely guilty to me. We haven't received any updates whatsoever on the raid that took place of Lance's house where Tyler Robinson was living at the time of this crime. No update whatsoever on Lance. You know,
here's the thing. She says no update on Lance or the apartment they were living at together, or place they were living at. Here's the thing. It's not unusual during an active ongoing investigation. During an active investigation, police are not going to be like, oh, here's what we have here. And this is the evidence. This is the evidence that can interfere with the investigation and disrupt the investigation, giving out a bunch of evidence. Initially, they gave out evidence because they needed the public to assist in apprehending him. They released surveillance to kind of show the person, what they were wearing, their body posture, the direction they were heading in, to get the public to assist to send in any information or possibly identify the person, which worked because the mother identified the son and talked to the father. The father said, I agree, that's our son. So that works. And they also kind of showed the rifle because they again wanted someone to see if they knew any information. So once they did that, they don't need to tell the public anything else that can jeopardize the investigation. So why is Candace acting like this is unusual or something abnormal when everyone knows active cases, usually you don't get any evidence? Like, who are you, Candace? Are you law enforcement? And they're going to just, here, have this and have this. Let's hand over all the evidence to Candace and the public. No, they're not going to hand you anything. That's internal investigation. And so that's not going to happen.
He just completely fell to the wayside. So forget it. Forget asking any questions about Lance. And my instinct has always been that the feds injected themselves immediately into this case because they were staging a cover-up. And now I feel as though we can almost establish that as a fact when I tell you something else that happened here, my next point. So as you know, I have been positively obsessed with who killed Charlie Kirk because he was my friend. He was actually my friend. Everyone else who could eulogize all they want. Some of it felt a little cheap and fake and gay, but for me, this is real. So I had been hunting down all of the videos, all of the footage, and wanted to go back to ground zero as we did.
So here's the thing. The person that unalived Charlie Kirk has already confessed and surrendered. And that person is Tyler Robinson. Okay? That's who actually did it.
Yesterday of the initial videos that went viral on social media and on X on the day that Charlie was assassinated. And it occurred to me that I forgot about one video, actually the only video that exists of the shooter sprinting across the rooftop a mere seconds after the shot was fired. Now, you probably recall that video in the back of your mind. You remember that video that was going viral of him seen running across the roof. Well, I'm about to show it to you in a much clearer quality than you have ever seen it, a higher quality than you have ever seen that video. Remember, before I show it to you, to tee this up, it is just a couple of seconds after the sound of a shot rang out. Let's watch this together. And we're gonna.
So I'm gonna go back to the other video now. Well, actually, let's talk about Erika a little bit. But before I say that, Candace is really feeding into conspiracists who don't trust the government, and rightfully so. There's a lot of things that the government does. However, in this case, it's not really the government that said, hey, it's Tyler Robinson. It was not the government that said that. It was Tyler Robinson's mother, Tyler Robinson's father, and Tyler Robinson himself, to his actual lover / roommate, and he confessed to the actual roommate, Lance, who is cooperating, and they have these messages exchanged. There's going to be this whole, that's evidence with these messages and communications. That's evidence. So, and then there's the gun with the DNA. There's a ton of evidence in this case, all pointing to Tyler Robertson. Okay. So, can we blame the government if the family is the one that is saying it? And the family member, one of the family members actually said that about a week or so before Charlie Kirk was to come, that Tyler was pretty much saying that he did not like Charlie Kirk, and Charlie Kirk was full of hate. So that means it's actually Tyler and his family that, you know, said it's Tyler, not the government. Okay, so how can he be framed if the family is the one that reached out to a police officer and had their son surrendered, and that former officer, you know, turned him, like drove him to the police, and then he turned himself in. That was like a safe way to turn himself in to, you know, prevent some sort of, you know, cop shooting or some sort of him unaliving himself or something like that. So she's trying to say not to trust the government, but essentially it's the family that actually turned him in. And then also, don't forget his roommate / lover, and then all the evidence backing that is Tyler Robertson. So how is the government responsible for this whole thing? And then she says, of course, that the federal government told, you know, Turning Point USA not to release some footage, and that shows that, okay, so we don't trust the feds, right? Charlie himself distrusted in like federal investigations, and she used Epstein. Now, why would Candace bring up Epstein? She's bringing up Epstein because everyone knows it's highly controversial. It's a hot topic. And that is something that everyone is talking about. Release the tapes, release the files. And what happened to Epstein? You know, he did not alive himself. There's some sort of cover up. There's, you know, so she's saying the same sort of thing is happening with Tyler, that there's some sort of cover up, that they're saying he's suicidal. He's not, because they plan on possibly trying to do something to him. He's not the actual suspect and things like that. Now, here's where I push further. I'm actually going to talk about the footage stuff later. So right now, I just want to get into a little bit of Erika Kirk, okay? But I will say this right now before I get into the whole Turning Point USA footage stuff later, that Candace is really, like I said, trying to point the finger at Turning Point USA, and by saying, by you not doing XYZ, you're guilty. You know, you're guilty. Like, you're not doing X and Y, you're now guilty of Z, which is the something to do with the unaliving of Charlie Kirk. And that, intentionally or not, feeds into a narrative that they're a part of some sort of cover-up. They can be a part of unaliving him. And she's pretty much weaponizing what she's saying is their secrecy, like them being secretive or hiding, not being forthcoming about certain things, as they're guilty of something to do with Charlie Kirk. Now, I will say this again, she is actually lining herself up for lawsuits if she keeps going on. And she's going to be sadly mistaken when people actually sue her. And all the evidence is going to point towards Tyler Robertson. As she even said, the gun belongs to him. His fingerprints and DNA is on it. So, you know, she's going to be possibly sued if she keeps on with this defamation. And she has already been sued by the Macrons. So who's going to be next to sue Candace? So is it going to be beneficial for her to be making all this money, milking only to later have these lawsuits, and then those lawsuits drain the very money that she obtained with these conspiracy topics? I'm just saying. So now I'm going to actually skip to this video to the part where she discusses Erika.
Take a listen.
I want to take a look at this photo next. This guy's talking about this bush up here in the top left of this photo, and he zooms in on it. and he's stating that it does look suspicious. It
So I'm
does.
going to come back to this later on, okay? I'm going to come back to that later on. And I'm going to talk about the following of this person from one angle on the roof to the next angle. And this same person wearing the same clothes is seen on all these cameras, right? People's cameras and things, or home surveillance, and wearing the same clothing and things like that. So it's obviously going to be the same person from that school and moving to these roads, okay?
In that cover-up, locally, like a Utah person involved in that cover-up, which is another piece of this puzzle that I find to be fascinating. I will have more for you guys next week as we continue this. I always want to make sure that we give people an opportunity to respond and to answer what it is that we are putting out there and making sure that our reports are accurate. And I will have more for you on that next week. I do also want to address people who are inundating me speaking about Erika Kirk. And I think the reason why this was catalyzed was because of a fundraising email and text messages went out and people found it to be distasteful and fundraising off of his death. Okay, first and foremost, the reason why I said, and I meant it genuinely, was to pray for Erika a couple of days ago. And I said she is stepping into a role, a CEO and the chairman of a company that got bigger than Charlie by everything that I am understanding. And just having been there, I saw it happening. And a company that she's going to have to learn in 4 seconds how this whole thing's, it is a machine, okay? Those emails that you saw that was not written by Erika Kirk. That will be an entire department. And these are emails when you fundraise. I've had fundraising emails go out with my face and my name on them. They are not authored by Erika Kirk. And I want you guys to know that, right? I just think it's like, I don't know, it just feels so unfair to me to assign the amount of pressure that is on her right now. She has not come out and said anything to me that makes her suspicious, because I understand how that organ works. And I understand how people, when they are motivated by money, how they don't even think about these things. It can be so gross. I mean, I have really gotten into arguments with people when I felt that they were using my face and representing things. And I was getting pushback from the public. And I'm like, I would have never done this. I would have never made that decision. And yet I'm going to be the person that gets all the flack for the decision that you made. I've had those arguments. And so when I see this go out, irrespective of how you feel, you should know that those decisions are not made by Erika. That's what it means to step into a company of that size and that scale. Okay. Their focus is going to be something different. And she has had, I think, a tremendous amount of grace in the speech that she gave, which I thought was very inspiring. And we should similarly have grace, give her time to get her, first and foremost, the adjustment in her life. She is a mother, first and foremost, right? This is what she was doing. She was a mom, and Charlie was on the road, and these were Charlie's concerns. You know, men carry the weight of the world on their shoulders, and they were following that. This was a faithful couple. This is a woman who consulted a priest and prayed when she felt that somebody had put a hex on her husband. And I just think everyone is being a little unfair by trying to assign so much ill will towards someone who hasn't done anything to warrant that. And I would have been the first person. If I felt that anything was there, I would have said something truly in every capacity. And of course, I'm not in their marriage, but I know that Charlie was very happy with Erika. And I know that Erika was a reason. She was, pushing Charlie, as women do, to really think through his ideas and think through what it was that he believed in one way or the other. And by and large, I'm not going to sit and pretend that I had this relationship that I had with Charlie, that I had with Erika, of course, because neither he or I were married when we were hitting the road together, but she made him happy. And
So here she's pointing out things. She's trying to make a distinction. Okay, there's Turning Point USA, and then there's Erika. She's just stepping into this new world. Give her a break, people. She's just stepping into this. But what is she stepping into exactly? Because you're saying that Turning Point is possibly hiding things. But wait, isn't Erika now going to be overtaking, Charlie's spot? So if she's in that spot, wouldn't she have the authority or some sort of authority to release anything or to submit anything that you're looking for or asking for? So on one hand, you're trying to say that she's separate and she's not a part of anything. But on the other hand, you're saying that Turning Point is not releasing certain things. But if she's in a certain position to where she has the authority to make people release or have things released, you essentially are blaming her for something not being released. Because if I believe that she's taking over for Charlie Kirk, for Turning Point USA and I want Turning Point to release something, let me actually say, hey, Erika, can you release this? Because you have a position or some sort of authority in that organization to actually make this decision. So there's no way to separate Turning Point USA from Erika. They're essentially conjoined now. They're together now. So you have to be careful with someone like Candace that's trying to say you're the exception. How can you be the exception when you're a part of the very company that she's attacking? Like, for example, if I'm a part of Turning Point USA, I'm taking over for my late husband's spot and I'm over this. And now you're making these accusations of a cover-up or some sort of, nefarious behavior, and you want something released. And I can't say, that I'm not a part of this company that is being attacked when I essentially just took over a spot. So I am actually being attacked too. So is she attacking Erika by attacking Turning Point USA? Or can she attack Turning Point USA without actually attacking Erika? Let's be honest here. This is like an underhanded compliment when someone says, they give you a compliment, but then at the same time, they're attacking you at the same time. You have to be careful of that. So if you're attacking someone's company, you're also attacking that person. There's no distinction, but she's trying to make it as if there is. Okay. Now you can say, well, she's just trying to argue that she just stepped into it. She has no idea what's going on with this company and give her time to figure things out. No. This is you're attacking Erika because you're attacking her actual company.
Just want you guys to know that. And so when you're putting stuff out there, just imagine that you're in her shoes. Imagine the size and the scale of that company. And imagine that on top of everything, you've got people that are digging into every layer of your life and not necessarily getting everything right. I can't stop reading conspiracies about me and my husband. I've read that my husband is Jewish. I've read that my husband is a Freemason. I read that our marriage is fake and staged. And I've read that I'm funded by Russia. I'm funded by Qatar. I'm funded by Andrew Tate, because Andrew Tate is also from the UK. And my husband knew him before he met me, which means absolutely nothing. I mean, it never stops. And to be thrown into fame, I think, is very difficult when you're not pursuing it yourself, and to be thrown in such a horrific way, it just can't be fun. So I'm just reminding us all to just have a little bit of grace is all.
To have a little bit of grace. So is she capable of running this or not? Candace, do you believe that Erika is fully capable of running this? Or you're trying to, position yourself as someone trying to look out for her and just giving her a little grace that she doesn't understand that Turning Point is, suspicious. And like I said, listen carefully, because this is where her tone shifts into something a little sneaky, these underhanded attacks on Erika by pretending like she's not going after Erika while actually going after something that she's over. Like on the surface, it looks like she's defending her and looking out. She insists that the fundraising emails with Erika's name were not actually written by Erika. She tells the audience that like other people or organizations are possibly sending out these automated things, right? And they automate these things. She pleads for everyone to kind of like take grace on Erika because, she's a mom and she has to take over this whole thing overnight. She just lost her husband and she's thrown into what Candace describes as a lot of suspicious stuff going on. And again, all of that can seem like harmless, protective, giving her grace, being nice, but there is a such thing you have to watch for with narcissists. I hate to call her that because everyone overuses that word, but I'm just being honest. Underneath all this stuff, if you actually pay attention, she's actually planting seeds and casting doubt on whether she's actually even capable of actually running this whole organization. Because even though she has not technically been, she has been around Charlie Kirk long enough to know some things, actually being married to him, okay, and the type of work that he actually does. She's casting doubt on her capabilities. She's casting doubt and planting doubt in people's head. And she's framing it in a certain way. And So she's kind of like, oh, she has to learn all of this in a few seconds on how this machine runs. Like she has to actually, she's right now, she's gullible and naive. She's new and she doesn't understand that there's a big machine running this whole thing. And that's not said about someone you believe is fully capable of you know, figuring out everything. That's said to kind of like get everyone to focus on how out of the loop she is, how naive she is, incapable of understanding what's happening. Why did y'all put someone in a position that has no idea of how this machine works? Like, I like Candace Owens. I know how, you know, how this or that is, but she's new. Give her time, people. So she's positioning herself to, you know, in a little bit of a higher stance. And then she's trying to say how everything is running. It's ran by money and not values. And she's trying to say that even though Erika is not the one that set up this machine, she's not the one that set up this machine and set up this company and how everything is running, but she's still the person sitting on top of it. She's now the person that is the face of this whole Turning Point USA. She's everywhere as Turning Point USA, Erika, 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 Erika. So if everyone knows that she's now who's the new face of Turning Point USA? Be honest, who's the new face? The new face is Erika. So when you attack Turning Point, everyone knows you're attacking the face of that organization now, and Erika is the face. You cannot attack Turning Point and then say you're not attacking Erika, because you are attacking her, because that's the person behind it, actually at the top of it. So that's what makes her sneaky, is that she's doing like these little jabs at things, and then she's trying to pretend to be protective at the same time. It's underhanded. She's, you know, Candace can say she defended Erika while still casting this doubt and this suspicion that now Erika is in charge of Turning Point. That is a fishy hole. It's a fishy organization, and things are going on. They're hiding things, and guess who's on top of this now? Someone that doesn't know what's going on, someone that is being fooled, and someone that is naive, someone that is like, why is she over this stuff? And she doesn't even know what the half is to have. Like, she's incompetent. It's kind of like making her incompetent. Like, I can tell what's going on with Turning Point, and I'm not even over it. But Erika, give her time. She's in charge of it, and she's too incompetent to figure out how this big machine runs. Like, maybe, you know, give her time, give her a little grace, be patient. She just got in the spot, okay? So that's what is so now are people going to believe that Erika is capable right now and that she's actually fully capable of running this? No, they're going to believe, yeah, she don't know what she's doing now, so we got to give her time to catch up. She needs to catch up. Erika's behind. Don't trust Erika because she don't know what's going on. So, you know, that's casting doubt on her competence, okay? So what Candace is essentially doing is very clever. She's washing her hands while still muddying Erika's image and throwing darts at Turning Point, which she knows that Erika is not a face of. So she's essentially throwing darts at Erika because she's the new face of Turning Point. And it's like, oh, don't blame her on the surface, but underhandedly, she's now the face of something. Oh my gosh. Turning Point has footage. They won't release it. Yeah, I'm not saying everyone there is a murderer, but there's things that are hidden or things that they're covering up. And Erika just got it. She's naive. She doesn't know what's going on. And she's now the face of something corrupt. And maybe she can't figure it out. She doesn't know. We have to give her time to figure it out because we got to give her time to figure things out. She cannot handle this big machine. So this is actually a sneaky attack. Now, do I believe that Erika knows that she's been attacked? If you have ever gotten an underhanded compliment, you know what's going on. You're like, wait, the person complimented me, but he also kind of shaded me at the same time. So you really do pick up on it and catch up on it. Everyone does. So best believe Erika is picking up what Candace is doing, and I bet you come back, those two are gonna collide. Okay, these two is inevitable. There's gonna be a boom collision to where these two are gonna bump heads. Okay, it's and let's be clear. Candace knows that she cannot attack Erika full throttle and full force ahead. She cannot attack Erika because right now a lot of people, conservatives, people on the right, are team Erika. So she cannot just go full throttle and attack Erika. Not right now. So she's moving cautiously and carefully, and tiptoeing around, like going head on with Erika because she doesn't feel like it's safe at this moment to do so. That's the only reason she's not. But once she feels like it's safe and she's okay to go full speed ahead, she definitely will. So that's why when you have someone like Candace, they're going to start planting seeds first, planting seeds, planting seeds and planting doubt and confusion about someone's capability or capabilities and incompetence, or competence, and then later they can fully like test the waters on how people are like engaging or interacting, and then later they'll like, based on people's reactions or responses to those seeds that are being planted, they will then attack. Okay. And then she could play a game and gaslight, like, oh, I didn't do anything. I didn't say that Erika was involved. I said give her grace. I said give her mercy. What did I do wrong? I can peep game. You're doing a lot wrong. I see what you're doing. Okay. So you have to pay attention to someone like Candace. Okay. Hold on.
Anyways, you guys, before I get into more of your comments, I want to tell you about Just Thrive, because the biggest health secret that is not talked about is that everything starts in your gut. Every day, your gut is fighting a silent war against processed food, work stress, toxins that are in the air that we breathe.
So now let's go back to this other video real quick.
The vultures have absolutely come out. I mean, it is just such a crazy thing to make me guilty of investigating Charlie's murder. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Why would you investigate this? Because everybody's lying and we're not going to allow it. How about that? How about we're just not going to allow everyone to lie? Curated Journey writes, thank you, Candace, for the work that you have put into.
So I'll come back to this video, okay? There's some other talking points in there. Well, let's go back to the initial video we were on first.
Okay, I'm not inclined to believe any of this at this moment, and so we press on, okay? And because Alex and many other people and hunters and conservatives were going, yeah, no. I mean, people were even posting videos of them shooting to show what that damage would be like. Kash Patel then made an extraordinary move, and I would say I would refer to this as a capitulation to online sleuths. He tweeted this. He wrote, as the director of the FBI, I am committed to ensuring the investigation into Charlie Kirk's assassination is thorough and exhaustive, pursuing every lead to its conclusion. The full weight of America's law enforcement agencies are actively following the evidence that has emerged, but our efforts extend beyond initial findings. We are examining every facet of this assassination. We are meticulously investigating theories and questions, including the location from where the shot was taken, the possibility of accomplices, the text message confession and related conversations, Discord chats, the angle of the shot and bullet impact, how the weapon was transported, hand gestures observed as potential signals near Charlie at the time of his assassination, and visitors to the alleged shooter's residence in the hours and the days leading up to September 10th, 2025. Some details are known today, while others are still being pursued to ensure every possibility is considered. Our primary focus is to complete this investigation and deliver justice. To protect the integrity of the investigation and subsequent prosecution, we cannot release every piece of information that we have to the public.
And there you have it. There is even a statement right there, Candace. It's obvious. Everyone knows it. Oh my gosh. Everyone knows they cannot release every piece of information during an active, open investigation that can handle the investigation or interfere with the investigation, that's crazy. Okay, to make it into some conspiracy, or why isn't the police updating? It's called an investigation, and they're not going to release all evidence. Okay, at this point.
Right now, we will ensure every question is addressed at the appropriate moment regarding specific details, such as questions about the plane that allegedly turned off its transponder after departing from an airport near the assassination site. We can share updates when answers are confirmed. After interviews with the pilot and consultation with the FAA, we determined the transponder was not turned off. Incomplete flight data in rural areas caused the apparent gap. The entire FBI mourns the loss of Charlie Kirk. We will not rest until justice is served, and our investigation into this assassination will continue until every question is answered. Okay, so first thing that I can very quickly debunk is when he says that they looked into the transponder thing, and yeah, we checked it out, and actually they just lost service. Okay, that disputes what the plane owner themselves, he identified himself, Derek Maxfield, and issued a long statement on Instagram where he said that they got permission to, turn off services, which are transponder services, and they got that permission from the air traffic controller. So it can't be both. It can't be, no, it never happened, they just lost service, and Derek Maxfield saying, no, we had communication with the ATC, which is air traffic control, and what we did followed guidelines. So that's already a problem. Secondly, saying that you're not going to release information because you want to protect the integrity of the investigation while also releasing those ridiculous text messages that looked like somebody was having fun on TikTok and making,
Now, here's the thing about messages. If the messages align with the actual facts of how things are carried out, and those messages come from the actual suspect to confess to his family and surrender, and the DNA is on the weapon, you can see him wearing his same shoes walking up the stairs at UBU, then guess what? It's not just about, one thing I dislike when people do conspiracies, they always just talk about one piece of information at a time. There is a accumulation of evidence, right? It's cumulative. You have to think about all of it together. So I'm not just going to say, talk about just the gun. No, let's talk about all the evidence they have all together to where they're saying is Tyler Robertson. A lot of times when you're arguing with someone that's a conspiracist, they only want to talk about one piece of information at a time and not say, hey, this is all the evidence they have, tying it all to one person. So that's what makes it more believable and acceptable, is when they have a bunch of evidence linking to one person, not just one piece of evidence that can be sketchy. That's why a lot of times people that are conspiracists, they don't want to talk about the totality and being inclusive of all information. They only want to talk about one piece of information at a time. So then they can now say, oh, this is fishy, but what about all the evidence all together?
Ridiculous skit. I don't feel like the investigation has much integrity, or the feds in general have any integrity after you guys gaslit us about Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, so if you want us to, or if you want to restore credibility to the feds, I would allow the mommy sleuths to take over. That's my opinion. I'd get in touch and allow the internet to do what the internet does, because now you're answering everything that we brought up. Not me, we. Because it is because...
Oh, yeah, and so now you're over, everything about ATC. You're an expert in everything. And the pilot, Derek Maxfield, he's not the actual person that will have knowledge of anything. So how would that plane or someone on that plane have any connection to anything? Okay, the ATC actually cleared, they had ATC clearance for this. The FAA has, they pretty much said that the plane never went dark. That's what the data said, point blank, period. So how would you now say, are you trying to say to someone, how would that plane have anything to do with this situation? You're not making any sense. Okay. Again, I need everyone to go back to how Candace said in her IG messages that the gun belongs to Tyler Robertson. That is his gun. So now that you have Tyler, and then she also said that he was around that school on that day. So now you're placing the gun in his hand with the DNA, obviously. And you're also saying that he was around that campus on that day. So now you're actually placing him at the scene. So you're not really helping Tyler Robertson. If you were his lawyer, you will actually be nailing him to the fucker. I'm not gonna say that. I was like, you'll be nailing him, okay? To the cross, I'll be honest. You'll be nailing him and putting him away for life. And you're not really handling this as to defend him. You're putting him near the scene of the actual assassination. You're saying that that's his gun. So you're not really, please, I'm glad you're not a lawyer, because if you were a lawyer, you would put me at the scene and say it's my weapon. Not a good look. Okay. You need to make sure he's far away from the scene. And it's not his weapon, but you can't do that because there's too much evidence putting him near the scene. And there's too much evidence that that's his gun. So you have no choice but to admit that he was around the school, and you have no choice to admit that that's his gun, because that's undeniable and is debunkable. But now that puts you in a bind and in a pickle, because now you're putting him at that school. Why was he there? And then he's around that school, same build, body composition, everything lining up, the shoes, the gun, the family, the beliefs and hatred towards, Charlie Kirk, who he believed was full of hate. Everything is pointing towards Tyler Robertson, right?
Because of the entire world paying attention, sending tips. I'm grateful to God that I have a platform to be able to share that information and to encourage it. But this is just coming from regular people around the world. And now you guys are, it feels like playing defense because you have not been playing offense. So yeah, that would be my free advice that's not going to be listened to. But while I have your attention, I do have a few more questions that could be answered, or maybe some leads that you guys could be exploring.
So let me where's your insider to actually, maybe you should ask your insider connection. Who's your insider that, has all this information, but you don't seem to have it? So if you were my insider and you can't give me inside information to, settle my suspicions or confirm my suspicions, then what's the point of having an insider? So when is Candace going to actually, say something from this actual insider, and not just say it, but there's some evidence and some facts and some tangible evidence, verifiable evidence that is going to confirm what she's saying. Okay. Cause I feel like you're just a smarter, more intelligent, Jacqueline Suzette Wright. Okay. But instead of celebrities, your focus is on people that you feel could bring in millions of views, okay, to your channel, such as the Macrons. And then, by the way, she's not the first person to say that Bridget Macron is a man, okay? The brother living as his sister, okay. She actually took that from someone else that had that first, and I believe that she said, "Oh, that's actually a good conspiracy to start my own series of videos, becoming Bridget," and then she made a bunch of money off of it, including by selling this Man of the Year. Oh my gosh, y'all! I'm sorry, but Candace, that picture of Candace, every time I think about it, it cracks me up. I'm sorry. Now, I don't agree with that whole thing and how far she's going. I know Bridget takes it very seriously, but I'll be honest, some of the jokes she made, that's why people were entertained by it. Because she was always making all these jabs, about, those two. So I don't know. Okay. But at the same time, it is defamatory. And it's not right. But this girl is crazy, okay? She's crazy. Okay, hold on. Let's go. And it's kind of like that photo, because she's like, it's how she tilted her head to the side and just showed the picture and like, I don't give a fuck attitude, and put men. that whole picture, I'm sorry, but I can see why it got so much attention, because it's crazy, it's bizarre. And that's the thing with conspiracies and people like her. They have this salacious, juicy, like, oh my God story. And the people are very interested, like, oh my gosh, how is this going to pan out? How is this going to unfold? What evidence? And this is like a mysterious thing. We're going to investigate or look into this. So that's her selling point. Bringing her audience into some live investigation. We're going to look into this. We're going to investigate this. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. We have to solve this. We are the only ones that know the truth, that we're going to get to the bottom. So then the people tune in, right? Well, let's go to this other video real quick. Then I'll come back to this one.
Move his chair and they take down the camera that's directly or was directly behind his head. Why did they do that? You can see, slow down here, he pulls out the chair, he stands on it, and yes, that would be a big no-no for a crime scene. You don't move anything. He takes down the camera that is directly above where Charlie was sitting and would be able to provide, therefore, a lot of insight. And then you can see kind of sits the camera onto the desk, and it looks like he removes the SIM card from it, or the SD card, if you will. So I'm going when I saw this footage, who is that? Like, actually, I should be able to figure this out, because I've got a pretty big network at Turning Point USA. The person's wearing shades. I'm not recognizing the individual. And I reach out to somebody on the inside and I'm just like, who's this person? And they tell me the person's name. And I go, oh, wait a second. And I look again. I'm like, I know this person, because it's been a few years, but I know this person. This person's been around Turning Point for quite some time. And I'll say this right now, he was extremely forthcoming. Like, as soon as I reached out, I just sent a text because I still had his number, and he was extremely forthcoming, immediately got onto the phone. Then I asked, okay, well, what about this camera thing? Why would you grab the cameras? And he says, because the first thing that I thought is that I better secure the footage and be helpful and hand that footage over to the feds. Well, obviously that's where things get into a pickle with me, because we don't trust the feds. I'm like, just send me the footage, please. Let me look at it. There's a lot of conspiracies that are floating around right now. People don't know what to believe. I said, look, I'm not going to publish it. I just want to see it. And I think you should let me see that, because people trust me. They know that I'm very serious about this. So in the short run, he agrees that rather than send the footage, he will get onto a FaceTime call with me and he will show me the footage on his computer. He did that, and I watched the footage, and I'm going to tell you what I saw. First and foremost, there is nothing gory about this shot at all. And so again, I am still going to work with him to get me the footage so that I think it should be shared. There's nothing gory about this footage from the back. The thing that really stood out to me, and I just kept asking him to replay it over and over and over again, is that there's no blood from the back. I'm very confused, not by what I saw, but what I didn't see. Okay? That's pretty much all I can tell you right now.
I'm not the bride, I'm the bride.
Hold on 1 second.
I'm not the bride.
If you will, because once we began learning about that house next door that's been vacant and is owned by UVU, and once we began looking into the witnesses and finding...
So, based on what you just saw, now, is that something that looks suspicious? Yes, that looks suspicious. However, then she contacts Turning Point. They tell her who it is. She's familiar with the person. The person goes on, FaceTime. They actually show her the footage. So did they hide the footage? Did they conceal it? Did they not refuse to show it to her altogether? If they had refused to show it to her altogether and they hid it and things like that, then I would say that would be suspicious. But the fact that they actually did show it to her, and not just once, but she wanted to watch it over and over and over again, that makes them less suspicious. And also, you're not actually showing anything in that will still make them guilty of unaliving, because you still have to connect Turning Point USA to that weapon. And one thing with the conspiracies, you have to say, if you and I disagree, what do we both agree on? So we both agree that that's Tyler Robinson's weapon, correct? It has his DNA. We both agree that he was around that campus that day. So we both placed him at the scene. So since we both agree on that, now I'm asking you, can you place someone else there at the scene that's also wearing similar clothes and has the same type of shoes, and also someone that has access to Tyler Robinson's gun that from his grandfather? Who would have that access to that weapon? And they found Tyler Robinson's DNA on it, and that's his gun. So who else? How would Turning Point USA connect to that weapon? How would Benjamin Netanyahu connect to the weapon? So none of your stuff is actually connecting to what we agree on, which is someone at that place, at the scene of the incident, and someone that has access to that unique rifle. None of your statements are pointing to what I'm actually looking for. Where's the evidence that's linking these people to the scene and also the weapon? And also, how in the world would Tyler Robinson, in talking to his roommate, how would he be able to tell the roommate where he dropped the drop-off point for the weapon and where it was located, how it was wrapped? How if Tyler Robinson didn't do it, how did Tyler Robinson get any information on where the gun was and what was actually happening? How would he have insider information? Before the police released any information, Tyler Robinson was already communicating about the actual incident to his roommate. So now what? I can say that if Tyler Robinson got information from the police. Now, before the police came forward with information, Tyler Robinson was already communicating to his, he had that note. It says, he had the opportunity to take Charlie Kirk out, and he did it. I'm sorry. And that's not a Discord message. That's actually a handwritten note. That's handwritten. Okay. And that was found in the apartment that Charlie Kirk shares with his actual roommate, partner, lover. So how would Tyler Robinson be able to put that note there and then, have information about this? Right? How would he have this information before anyone else knew about all of this stuff, before the police released anything to the public? So with that being said, it's obvious that everything is linking back to Tyler Robinson, but he's not. I hate to say this, but I will be always the one to say it. Tyler Robinson is not the suspect that everyone wants it to be. Even the Utah governor said, I was hoping it wouldn't be one of us. I was hoping it would be a foreigner. I was hoping it would be an immigrant, someone outside of Utah. So people don't want it to be a 22-year-old white male that, from a conservative MAGA family, mostly Trump supporters. They don't want it to be that person. So if you can possibly believe that it's someone like Benjamin Netanyahu from Israel, that will be more, appeasing to have it as him, someone foreign and someone with a bad history. Now that would be someone like, yes, he's behind it, because that would be a better face to put on this crime than a white Utah conservative family person that came from that conservative family. That, people, and don't, I'm not the one saying this. The governor of Utah said it himself that he wished it was somebody else, including someone possibly international, someone foreign or immigrant, should I say. Okay, so that's why some people don't want to believe it. Another reason is because some people don't really believe that he's capable of that shot, of that, that assassination of Charlie Kirk. people are believing there's some trained assassin, someone that is maybe military experience, someone that is just an assassin jumping from that rooftop, running across that roof, laying low on that freaking roof, firing away one shot to the neck, takes out Charlie Kirk. This is someone trained. Oh no. It messes up their imagination or their whole thing when it turns out to be this white, lanky kid, jungle dog, 22-year-old, and this is not who they were expecting, and just, you know, their ideal assassin. He's not the ideal assassin. So that's why some people are not, you know, thinking it's him. There has to be something else behind it, because he's just not the culprit. It just can't be this lanky 22-year-old. Now, I would say it if he had no gun experience, but looking at his family photos, his whole family going to all these gun events, a lot of these, the young brothers have weapons. He has these big weapons on top of his shoulder. He knows how to use these weapons, and it's clear he has experience with weapons. Now we're not talking about a typical 22-year-old here. We're talking about someone that actually is trained, and not just trained from like maybe 1 year or 2 years, but someone maybe since probably even 9 or 10, as soon as they could possibly hold a gun. Even the grandfather, remember the gun actually came from the grandfather. So the grandfather is also someone that has weapons, right? So this is a family that actually are into these gun shows and guns and things like that. So if you actually look at his history, you will see that he's fully capable of someone possibly even have, let's say he's 22, and let's say he started using guns around 10 years old. That's going to be about, 12 years of experience. And 12 years of firing a weapon, that's actually a lot of experience. It is. Okay, so you have to think about that. And then, is he going to be able-bodied and healthy enough to go up these stairs, to blend in? He's 22, he's able to blend in with the other college students on the campus. Wearing a backpack, looking like he does at 22, he's going to fit in right there on the campus. He fits in. He goes on top of the roof, so he's able-bodied. He's able-bodied and lanky enough and athletic enough to jump from that actual rooftop and land. So yeah, to be honest, I would be more skeptical if it was someone like 40 years old jumping from that rooftop, and they probably got, they're probably not actually more capable. They probably would have hurt themselves, like, oh, my knees hurt. They probably want to jump, like, oh no, I gotta have a ladder, go down the stairs or something, child. They're not gonna be like just jumping from that roof. But someone like his age, like, yeah, let me jump. Okay, I would have got to the end of that and I was like, I don't care what age I was, I wouldn't be jumping off that. But someone like him jumped from there, right? So again, everything lines up to, obviously he could be someone, and he is someone fully capable. And I'm not the one just saying it. The person that actually said it was Tyler himself, when he actually confessed to his family about him being the suspect, and that was him, and surrendered. He surrendered. The police didn't go knocking on his door and arrest him. He surrendered and turned himself in. When he turned himself in, he could have been like, oh, why am I here? But he surrendered. They made a safely way for him to be dropped off and to be surrendered. He confessed to his family. So this is not the government said he did it. This is Tyler himself saying he did it. And this is the family. And now, I will say this. There are some people that actually confess to a crime, but then later on, once they have an attorney, and once they are kind of afraid to face their consequences, especially people are saying, you're going to have the death penalty. Now, someone could possibly say, hey, I don't want to plead guilty. They could say, to be honest, most people don't go and say, I'm guilty, especially of a crime like this. They're going to leave it up to the prosecutors and say, it's your job to the burden of proof is on you, and I'm gonna plead not guilty. So would I be surprised if he confesses and then later, to his family, and then later pleads not guilty? Not really, because that happens a lot. Okay. But at this moment, at this time, when he surrendered, he actually was confessing to, at least to his family, that he was the actual culprit. Okay.
A common last name and looking into Caldera engineering, as we did last week. Again, not implying that they did anything wrong, just telling you factually that witness.
Cherie said, I would say check out my other video. So Cherie Harris says, was that true that he was dating a trans woman? So yes, his roommate Lance is someone that's born a male and is transitioning into a woman. So eventually will be a trans woman. Okay. Now, here's what I have been driving home, and hopefully I have been driving this point home, is this. People are saying that he was actually in this conservative Trump family, MAGA, family. Even his grandma said, everyone in this family is mostly a Trumper, and I don't think my grandson has done this. The grandma was saying that, right? So people are believing that it was college that radicalized him. People believe that some kids are okay and they grow up wholesome, and then they go off to college, and then their ideologies change, and the college radicalizes them and changes them into some leftist or some progressive or some far left, some liberal. They radicalize the person. So that's what they believed happened. Well, not everyone. Some people believe that he was radicalized, even though he only spent one semester. And people are saying it wasn't really at UVU. It was actually at Utah State University, which is different from UVU. Okay, that's what I've been told, right? So he spent one semester at UTU University. The University of the State University, not the UVU campus. So during that one semester at the Utah State University, not UVU, where the incident actually took place, and that people are believing that one semester was enough to radicalize him and to make him have this leftist thoughts and this far left thing, to make him do certain things that will lead to the unaliving of Charlie Kirk, because those people want to blame the left. And the left is saying, no, he's not even from the left. He's actually from this MAGA family, conservative Mormon family. And they're all, even the grandma said they're Trumpers. So he's actually on the right and not the actual left, and that he's actually a groper because of this Halloween costume he had, or this costume he had, should I say, that appeared to be a groper. And also he uses like these, people from 4chan were saying that he uses these memes that were even engraved on those cartridges, whatever, that he uses these memes that are actually indicative of him being, a groper and things like that. So there's arguments on both sides. The left is saying that he's from the right is saying he's on the left. And I'm saying this, people need to stop pointing fingers at this side or that side, because ultimately, when you check voter records, he is a non-party. It says unaffiliated. So he did not choose a side. There are sometimes people go case by case and policy by policy and law by law, and they go by situation. They don't pick an actual side. They have some things that they believe are conservative, or even an other side they are progressive or liberal. They have varying. It depends on the actual topic that you're referring to. So there's a whole argument. And what I say is people need to stop talking about Democrat versus Republican, left versus right, far left, and all that, and focus on, was he actually radicalized while at college for one semester at Utah State University, or was he actually someone that disliked Charlie Kirk because he said that Charlie Kirk was full of hate That's his own statement. So if you listen to the suspect, which is smart to do, if you want to listen to the motive, because you cannot say what the motive is. You can speculate and you can guess, but the actual suspect is the only one that can really tell you their excuse, their justification, and their motive as to why they did the crime. So when you actually talk to the suspect and you listen, and they say, hey, he is full of hate, and that, you know, and you don't like what he was saying, and you feel like he's full of hate. So then your job will be saying, okay, so we're now at the point where we understand that he dislikes Charlie Kirk because he thinks that he's full of hate. So then you would say, why do you think Charlie Kirk is full of hate? And is he going to say, oh, because he's on this side or that side? Or is he going to say, he's probably going to sit there. You're going to say, okay, tell me what Charlie Kirk has said that would make you think that he's hateful, or that you perceive, based on your perspective, your perception, that you perceive to be hateful. And then in that moment, the actual unaliver can tell you, he has said this statement that I believe is hateful. And these are the statements. Statement 1, 2, 3, 4, I believe are hateful statements and makes him full of hate. And I had the opportunity to take Charlie Kirk out, and I took it. I'm sorry. That's the note he left. So he had a conversation with a family member before Charlie Kirk came to Utah. At that university, there were petitions up saying that they did not want him on campus. So he had the opportunity and he took it. That's why he left the note to his partner, lover, roommate. So what do I believe based on my speculation? And I would say educated opinion based on what has been put out. And the mother's statement that the roommate is a transgender. So now I will say this. There are a lot of people in the gay community that are not just on the left, but also on the right. There are a lot of people on the right, even conservative and things like that, that actually identify as LGBTQIA plus community. They identify as being in that group, right? And there are people on the left that also, so on the left and right, there are people that are trans, or even people that are gay, or in that community that are identified as Republican or even Democrat. So you cannot say, so what if, like I said before, that Tyler believes, just like not all, I'm not saying all gay people, I'm saying that some gay people and some people in the trans community, they believe, and they have posted online, go look it up and see for yourself, they are posting that he's a transphobe and a homophobe. That he's transphobe and homophobe. So would that be problematic for Tyler if Charlie Kirk is a homophobe and also labeled as a transphobe, right? Could that be problematic? Yes. And why? Because Tyler Robertson is in a relationship with a man. Again, Tyler Robertson is in a relationship with a man named Lance, based on what his own mother stated in the charging documents. I'm not saying that the mother said it. I think the mother knows her son. They are seen hugging. They apparently have this relationship connection. And her son, she's saying she's the one that said in charging documents, I have the documents, that her son is in a relationship with a man. So what do you call someone that's in a relationship with a man? Most likely you would say that they are gay and they are in the community of LGBTQIA plus community. They're in that community. And then what do you call someone that he's in love with, when he's having this romantic relationship with a man that's transitioning to a woman, a person that's trans, right? So that person also will now be in the LGBTQI plus community, right, as the letter T. So Tyler Robinson would be the G in that community, and the roommate would be the T or the G. I don't know. It depends on how they identify, but they still are going to be under the umbrella or in one of those categories of classifications, right? So now you have to say, now, could it be another reason as well for why he thought that Charlie Kirk was full of hate? Yes, but another reason, like I said, is that the main thing is that we now see that he's actually in one of the groups that feel that some people feel, not everyone, that some people are gay, feel like he's full of hate towards the gay people, gay community, and that's why they think he's full of hate. And there are some people that are in the trans community that feels like he's against trans, and they think he's hateful because of his transphobic statements. There are people in the Black community, such as myself, that believe that he's racist because of his racist statements. Okay, so people in different groups are going to feel that he's hateful or divisive based on things that he says in rhetoric. Now, I'm not justifying the unaliving, I'm not justifying the killing. I'm saying the actual motives or reasons people might dislike him or think he's full of hate. And we're going by not what I'm saying, but we're talking about what the unaliver, Tyler Robinson, and his own lived experiences and personal experiences of what he thought about Charlie Kirk, because what he thinks is what matters, because he's the actual shooter. So in actually to do research and investigate, you have to think about his mindset of what he thinks is hateful about Charlie Kirk, not what you think is hateful or what I think is hateful. What would he think is hateful? And just like some others in his community that's in the gay community or even a trans community, as someone he loved, the person he was in a relationship with, based on those text messages and exchanges, he loved this person. He cared about this person. He spoke to this person in a romantic way. So this is someone that he's in a relationship with that he will also want to protect. So now we have to say this. At what point in his life, because people are born gay, right? At what point in Tyler Robinson, the shooter's life, did he realize that he was gay? Again, what point did he realize he was gay? And by the way, I'm not trying to blame people's sexuality for a crime. So I'm not saying people in the gay community or this community are going to unalive people. No, I'm trying to say that it's not always about someone being on the left or the right side of politics. There could be other issues at play. Okay, instead of pointing fingers, there's gay people on the right, gay people on the left. Well, what is the other issue? Not for the whole gay community. I'm talking about just this one individual. Okay, so now you say, at what point did you realize that Tyler Robertson was gay? Was it early? Was it before he went off to college? After he went off to college? If you believe that he realized he was gay before he went to college, you cannot blame college for radicalizing him or the radicalization of him due to college. Because if he realized he was gay at 7 years old, you cannot blame college. If he realized that he was gay at 8, you cannot blame college, or 9 or 10. Because what you have to realize is the moment he realized that he was gay and that he was considered someone different or even hated, because he grew up in a Mormon family. He grew up in a Mormon family, and they have certain beliefs about people that are homosexual to maybe be accepted, but you cannot actually act on your thoughts or your, you cannot act sexually with someone. Like, you have to abstain and be celibate. Okay. So there are certain things. I'm not saying all Mormons, but for the general, I'm saying like a general search. So at the very moment he realizes that he's gay, and that's what I can tell you right now, he realized he was gay before he went to college. So this whole thing did not start at college. It started when he grew up in a family of Mormon people, and surrounded by people that's Mormon, that have these beliefs about homosexuals. And these people, not all, but some people were around him being homophobic. And when he realized this at a young age that he was gay, people were talking about him without even knowing that he was gay. let's say he's 10 years old, he realizes he's gay, he's different, and he hears people talking about homosexual this, gay this, and gay that, and even using the F word, and there's hate towards gay people. And he's like, oh my gosh, I'm actually gay, and this person is talking about gay this and gay that. They don't even know that I, their friend, or I, their relative, I'm in that community. I'm actually gay, but I have not came out of the closet yet. So at the age, let's say 10 or even 8, he starts to realize that a lot of people in his family or even friends or in the world in general don't like people like him under that umbrella. So he's already experiencing hate, because if you are a person that's oppressed, or if you're a minority, if you're gay, if you're trans or anything like that, you're already going to know how it feels to be hated based on your identity, whether it's sexual identity, racial identity, certain things about you that you're going to be hated just based on that. So he was already experiencing hate from an early age, even not just from strangers around the world putting things of homophobic things here and homophobic things there, but even people in his family and friend circle, school, people all around here are being homophobic. So I believe that it wasn't he had thoughts about certain people before he even went off to college, because he had thoughts about people, because he was growing up in a world full of people that are homophobic, people that disliked him, and people that he felt were full of hate towards people that are gay and homosexual. And then on top of that, he gets into a relationship with a man that's transitioned to a woman, and then he realizes, oh my gosh, not only are people hateful towards me, but they're also hateful towards, the person I'm in love with, this transgender person. There's hate. So I believe that him growing up in a homophobic environment, our world, because the world is greatly homophobic still, and even transphobic, that set him up to have dislike or disdain towards people. It doesn't matter if you're on the left or the right, he could have disdain towards anyone that's hateful towards his community or towards him, because he felt that I believe this was heavily and deeply personal, and that he believed that Charlie Kirk was homophobic and even transphobic, and he didn't like he thought he was full of hate because it was a personal attack on his sexual identity. And then please, I don't want anyone to think, oh, I'm trying to blame this on someone's sexuality. I'm saying that you have to examine why he felt that Charlie Kirk was full of hate. And I'm saying a possibility is that because of the talking points and rhetoric of Charlie Kirk, he felt attacked and personally attacked by those statements because he's gay. And he also felt that his statements were also towards his actual lover, and he's in a relationship with his trans roommate, and that's probably why he thought he was full of hate. And I'm not saying that's a justification or he should have done this at all, because of what Charlie Kirk is seeing. I'm not advocating or proponent of this violence. I'm saying we have to be realistic here. So what I'm also saying is this: if you actually consider that when someone is gay, you don't have to automatically label them on being on the left or the right, because there's gay people and transgender people on the left and the right. So instead of making this about some sort of political debate, oh, was he on the left or was he on the right? So you can point fingers at either side and just say, hey, maybe the issue was that to prevent something, or to think about it, is the issue is that he is someone that grew up identifying as a group that's targeted and hated because of his sexuality. So before he actually even went off to college, he realized that he was hated because of his identity. So college didn't have to radicalize him or make him change his thoughts. The homophobia he experienced from the time he realized he was gay is what made him realize he was different and that people hated him. So please, before you start talking about college radicalize him, think about what came first. What would make him turn against people or feel certain ways about certain groups of people or certain other people? is that the homophobia. So to address some issues in the world, we have to say, we have to address people that are the homophobia and people being hated because of their racial identity, such as racism, people being hated because of their sexual identity, such as being gay or even transgender. Once we address this hate, that can be a core, something that we can, prevent things like this from happening. Another thing is we need to address violence as it pertains to how, if you, even if you are targeted because of your identity, how can you actually deal with this oppression and hate and non-violently? So how could but how could Tyler Robertson deal with the fact that he's hated from an early age, hearing all this homophobia and all this stuff, and it's built up because in a Mormon family surrounded by a lot of conservatives, Christian people, or Mormons or whatever, you're gonna hear a lot of homophobia, let's be honest. So how could he deal with all of this in a non-violent way? And obviously that's speaking, but in this case, he is someone that chose to use violence to deal with his to handle how he felt hated and how the hate even not only affected him, but people in his community and even his roommate or lover that he was with. So that's why I'm saying stop blaming the left versus the right and just blame it on number one, it's only one person that did this. It's not everybody in the gay community or even transgender community or left or the right. It's only one individual, irregardless of any affiliation to any party or sexuality or anything, that has done this, and that's Tyler Robertson. Is based on his own personal beliefs and his own personal individual or individualistic thinking. So I wish people would stop with the left and the right and just say Tyler Robertson is responsible, and instead of trying to figure out a way to blame the left or the right, just figure out how you can stop someone like Tyler, who feels hated in a homophobic world, to deal with the hate in a positive way, in a non-violent way. That's the way. That's what you need to actually think about. Individual choice led to the unaliving of Charlie Kirk. Simple, okay?
Whose footage ended up in the hands of TMZ, runs an engineering company that has a presence worldwide, and they specialize in making these valves. I started thinking, once people told me that valves historically have a connection to the government and the deep state, about how important those valves were to warfare, because if you just want to shut down someone's pipeline, let's say you want to shut off water, or you want to shut off gasoline, yeah, it makes sense why the government would want to be controlling pipelines and valves. But anyways, I started to ask myself, oh, well, did anybody look into whether or not there was anything under Charlie Kirk when he was shot? Right? Because if we aren't accepting the narrative that that particular gun at that distance didn't pass through, and yet for whatever reason the feds scrambled to repave that area, maybe, as some people have speculated, he was shot from a closer distance. I started wondering, was there an access point to any valves? Were there any pipelines that could have been under Charlie? And as it turns out, I looked at some old pictures of where he was sitting, and there was a massive pipeline that was almost exactly behind where Charlie was sitting. Here's that maybe it's a water pipeline, I don't know, but there it is under the flag. And to your right, I went into my tips line and I saw that somebody had messaged me about this. More than one person messaged me about this. They're like, hey, yeah, there's like a whole underground thing there. And to your right, you're observing those two little boxes, and they told me that was a trap door. Now, I'm not implying someone, popped up and shot Charlie, but that's a close-up of that area. I'm just implying that there's an entire underground there. And I remember when I looked at the footage, I felt like it was coming up. I don't know anything about ballistics. I'm not an expert. But if there was a hatch door nearby, then we can assume, as we should always assume with college.
Here's the thing. He was not shot from someone close up, okay? If you actually look at how everything was set up and where everyone was seated and how it was set up or structured, there's no one close up like in front of him just shot him. It was clear based on the angle and where it was fired from. It was actually the rooftop. And the moment it happens, you can see this figure running across the roof of, of this location. And then you see the figure, jump from the roof and then go off. And then that same person wearing the same outfit is seen on these cameras, right? People surveillance cameras. So with that being said, now you're completely going off base by saying someone on ground level shot him when it was clearly someone that shot and then ran across this whole roof. You're acting like everyone at this event. So is it usual for people to be on the rooftop? Let's be honest. Someone at the rooftop at this type of event, seeing going to the rooftop and then leaving from the rooftop, why are they up there? Is that the best view at the event? Clearly, everyone knows that a lot of times assassins, they go up to a higher place so they can be at a safe distance to get away and to flee. Someone trying to shoot someone in a crowd is risky because people can see them pulling out. Have you actually thought of, Candace? Can you actually have a rifle? Imagine someone actually in the actual crowd with a rifle. They actually pull this rifle out, this long rifle, and shooting it without anyone. In the age of technology and cameras, are you telling me that someone in the crowd was able to pull out this long rifle? Do you see the size of this rifle? And they were able to pull that out and aim and shoot, and no one could see them pull out a gun. People can see people pull out a freaking camera or even like a freaking their phone. So you're telling me somebody with a rifle was in the crowd and able to that is unbelievable. Okay, so go back to the drawing board with that one. Okay, with someone, and don't forget there is going to be obviously entry point with that bullet, and that is going to match to what type of gun fired, and it's going to come back to obviously a rifle, and there's going to be engravements on that, just like the other things, right? And then that's going to be traced back to who engraved that. And the gun is obviously traced back to the grandfather, which we all know Tyler ended up with that weapon. So all of this is all going to be traceable all back to, guess who? Tyler Robertson from a rooftop. If it was like a small handgun, I would say a possibility. But a rifle in a crowd pulling it out without anyone spotting it, zilch and zero possibility. Shout out to Intangible Chick. Thank you so much. It's great coverage, Dani. I appreciate it. And sending a virtual rose back at you. Happy 21-month anniversary. I appreciate the support. And also shout out to Jane. Thank you so much for gifting a membership. If you are gifting a membership from Jane, please say thank you for the gift of membership. Please say thank you for the gift of membership. And everybody else, remember, support my channel for free by double tapping or hitting that like button. Okay. It's Drag Nail says he definitely was not a conservative like Jimmy Kimmel said. That's all I know at this point. On his actual voter registration that was actually inactive, it said that he was unaffiliated. It didn't say he was on the right or the left, Democrat, Republican. It said unaffiliated. He did not select an option. Is there a possibility that someone can be unaffiliated? They choose non-party and they have not chosen a side. A lot of people, that is an option. So again, as I was saying before, it's always like a black and white thing. You have to be on this side or that side, and people act like there cannot be a gray area where you have not actually chosen a side, and you maybe believe in some things on the right and some things on the left, and you're in the middle. Or you can just be completely leaning more towards the right than the left, or more towards the left than the right, and there's no actual equivalency. But you cannot tell someone what side they're on or what they're doing, especially if someone has selected, as he himself selected, unaffiliated, where he didn't choose either side. So it's not about what I think he chose, it's about what he selected when at the time that he registered to vote. Sue Talkerman says it wasn't a clear-cut political side. Exactly. We don't know, but we do know that his voter registration that was inactive showed unaffiliated. So until there's a update, we don't know. And even if he was on the left or the right, it does not matter. That's trying to generalize or trying to blame a side when this is an individual issue. Every crime is an individual issue. You cannot say someone white shot someone and then now every white person is a murderer. So in the same light, you cannot say just because somebody on the right shot someone, that means everyone on the right is a murderer, or everyone on the right should be punished. So people are trying to say he's on the left so they can say, oh, the left is responsible for Charlie Kirk. And if you want to say on the right, so the right is responsible for Charlie Kirk's murder. So that's all a finger pointing so there can be divisiveness and blame one side for the unaliving of Charlie Kirk when only one person is responsible, and that is Tyler Robertson. He's the lone wolf, lone suspect, and there was only one bullet, one shot fired belonging to Tyler Robertson. That's his gun, that's his DNA, that's his confession, that's a bunch of evidence, all pointing towards one person. Okay. I guess some people will make it feel better if they can say one side or the other, when actuality is not either side. It's based on an individual action. I wish people would stop trying to blame an individual choice on everybody. As soon as someone black does something, oh, black people, no, that person is an individual. They did it. And in the same way, we all know that Tyler Robertson is a white male. So are we going to say now that all white males are murderers? No. So we have to keep with that same thinking, that even if someone was on the left did unalive someone, we're not going to say all people on the left are murderers, and if someone on the right, we're not going to say all people on the right are murderers. It doesn't make any sense.
Which is obviously stadiums. There's always an underground path. So I'm wondering if the federal government has explored the possibility that somebody could have been under Charlie and done that, while everyone's looking around and thinking that a shot went off from here, if that was just maybe like decoy number 2, and actually Charlie was shot from beneath him, which then could maybe explain why there was no exit wound. Again, I'm theorizing because I have a right to. I have a right to think. And that is interesting to me. Where does it go? Where do the tunnels underneath UVU lead to, right? That's an interesting question. Maybe everyone's looking up when we should be looking below, right? Maybe we should be looking below if there is this interest in pipelines. And I saw that actually.
No, I would not be looking below, because if you actually look at the setup and how Charlie Kirk is under this tent and how everyone else is behind these barricades in like a little stadium-like area, and this how the stadium-like area is set up and how that crowd was set up, there is no way someone can pull out that type of rifle at point blank and close range and shoot him without people seeing the rifle. Someone will have to get that rifle, aim it. They can't just get it and like, and pew and shoot. No, they actually have to get it and aim it and then shoot it. And people are going to see someone pull out that weapon. It's not a small handgun. Like, are you really thinking this is a small handgun that someone can easily conceal? This is not something easily concealed. Like, you cannot easily conceal this rifle. Pulling that out and shooting it, people are going to see it. And they're definitely going to hear it at that close point blank range. People are going to hear it way more than we obviously heard it from, he shot from the rooftop. Imagine if he was actually closer, that would have been more, even more damaging, right? So again, that does not make sense that it was someone at ground level, clearly from the rooftop. We see this individual work running, we see this individual jump, and we see this individual and we all know this individual with the same matching shoes, everything matching, is Tyler Robertson. Please spare me.
Actually, where he was sitting, there's a whole irrigation system that's managed by the university. And so there's definitively stuff beneath Charlie. Again, I don't know anything about ballistics, but I've been very clear that we will be exploring every lead. until we get a proper answer.
You will be using this as content until it runs dry, like the Bridget and Emmanuel Macron content. And yes, even, do you understand that people can actually look at the point of entry of that bullet wound, and they can actually see the angle of that wound and how the bullet entered into his neck. And there's going to be obviously shown as like a downward angle. And for it to be a downward angle, someone has to be sitting up high. And everyone that knows about assassinations, it's best to be from a high point and not a low point, especially in getting away, because everyone is running in a crowd. You could be stuck, or anything could happen to be spotted. You need to be somewhere away from everybody, discreet, and still able to get a shot. And still, when everyone is running or trying to get away, you're off way at a little bit of a distance, so you can get away without actually being stopped or stunted or whatever from the actual crowd. Okay, so that's actually going to be from some sort of rooftop. So that's why people are going to be looking up immediately and trying to zone in, like, who's up high. Okay. And yes, it did not, like, it's not unusual for there not to be an exit. Now, I do believe that if it were ground level and up close, that there would have been an exit, because there would have been more pressure to go through. But shooting from that many yards away, it was able to hit him but not fully go through. And that's because of the distance. That's what I think. That's just my opinion, okay? And then it lodged under his skin instead of just passing through, okay? So his body did retain that bullet instead of actually going straight through. But of course, we have to understand that even though it's your neck, think about it. Your neck is able to hold up your heavy head. Okay, so your neck is able to hold up your head for forever until you have until it's not able to. But your neck is actually more stable or more bony than you think to hold up your noggin head. Okay, so it definitely has bone and a lot of tissue and things in there to be able to do that. And so when a bullet actually goes through, it can actually get lodged in there and stuck, especially if it's at a long distance being shot, or depending on the type of bullet and things like that. But now, I'm not saying that it's always the case. I do believe it's the distance that caused this, and I do believe it's still rare. So I'm not saying it's not rare or unusual to get lodged in the neck. And I think I believe it's because of the angle of the shot and the distance of the shot. And a closer one would have led to, if it was closer, I believe would have been an exit wound.
For what?
And also, even if it didn't, like, exit wound or not, the point is that the bullet was recovered, and it's obviously wanting to have more evidence linking back to Tyler Robinson.
Happened, and I think that would probably be an interesting one for the feds to explore, because within 48 hours, I mean, was it 48 hours, Skylar? They decided to instead pave that area, repave it. Do we have footage of that? Here we go. Yeah, no, they kind of did the opposite here. They paved it. And I feel like was a little soon. So I don't know if things can be unpaid. I'm sure they can, but maybe exploring a tunnel network would be a good start. And I will leave it at that before we get into the absurd. I didn't think it could be more absurd than last week. And
what I will say is, if you are not a part of a group being targeted and you don't understand everything or someone's lived experiences, it's easy for you to say something is not hateful. When you're actually being targeted, then you might actually be perceived. You might have more perception or more able to understand what people actually mean when someone is being hateful. Okay, you cannot have someone like Charlie Kirk and again, we can all argue and say he's not hateful, he's hateful, he's not hateful, but we have to, there's only one person that's of concern right now. People need to stop making it about themselves. Oh, I think this and I think that. We are talking about the actual suspect. What did the suspect think? Because the suspect is the one that did this, Tyler Robertson. So what did he think about Charlie Kirk? And he said to the family, and he felt that he's full of hate. That's what he said about Charlie Kirk. So please don't, tell me what you think about Charlie Kirk. In this case, it's about, look at my title. What did Tyler Robinson think about Charlie Kirk? That he was full of hate. And then from there, you will say, okay, so we're discussing this case and the suspect said it. So why did the suspect believe or think that? Because that's their motive. And that's what gave them a justification or excuse to carry out this crime. There are some people that have unalived people for owing them $20. And to some, they might be like, but to that suspect, that $20 or that, theft, or they feel like someone cheated them or stole from them. And that was their justification and excuse. You cannot overlook it because you have to say, well, this is about the actual suspect and what they thought. And if you actually have done research, it's not always putting yourself and what you think into the actual data and evidence of like interviewing people. It's about your actual person that you're interviewing and what their motive and what their justification is. We don't want a lot of researchers out here and say, I think you did it because of this, and I think you did it because of that. So that's what I'm going to put down on the research. I'm going to bubble this answer for you. I'm not going to let you self-report what your motives and justifications are. I'm going to just say, hey, I'm going to, circle in and bubble in A for this one and B for this, and I'm going to make these selections for you. Now, in this case, we have to listen to the actual suspect and say, what was your justification or excuse? I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying, what was your justification for doing this? And then let them circle in what they think and why they did it. And then we'll go to the next person that has committed a crime and say, what was your justification? And then once we have all this data, and then we can realistically and see from a killer standpoint why they did these unalivings and why people are actually being killed. And that's when we're going to get all these motives and justifications and excuses for why these crimes or violence is occurring. And that's when we can say, then how, now that we have all this data from all these killers, what can we do to stop people from using, having these justifications and excuses to commit violence? And we all just going around telling people, oh, you did it because of this, and you did it because of that. We will never find out why violence occurs. So what we have on social media are a lot of people trying to tell everyone why this person did this and why this person did that, instead of actually listening to the actual suspect as to why they did it and going from there. Okay. So if the suspect is believing that he's full of hate, so we have to look at that and say, well, he was unalived by someone that thought he was full of hate, and then go into say, what statements did he find hateful or divisive? And then possibly even doing a research study on other people that might have that same belief. And then that's how you can, in going down this pipeline to figure things out. Okay. So if we have someone unalived because someone said they're full of hate, that's something to look into, not to overlook.
In the manners that I have been attacked, but over the weekend, somebody reported me to the FBI and the CIA. And I'm not going to prison alone. I'm taking all of you guys. First, let me tell you guys about Preborn, because I've watched too many people who I'm close to be vilified for standing up for truth. I have felt the sting of injustice myself, but I've also felt something else, which is courage. I think everybody right now is feeling courage. And I don't want to be playing defense. I don't want to water down what I believe in to be palatable. Not that I've ever been accused of doing that. But it is true that silence is not kindness. Silence is consent. And right now, the greatest silence that is being had right now is around the lives that are ended before they even take their first breath. We're going to call ourselves.
So it's Dragnil says, I'm going to drop a Charlie Kirk quote right here in response. Race is a social construct. So here's the thing. I don't even know every single Charlie Kirk quote, but I can tell you right here and right now, that is not a Charlie Kirk quote. He might have actually said it or stated it, but to actually give him credit for saying something that is way beyond his years, instead of giving it to the actual theorists that actually came up with that or said it first. So I won't give him credit for something that race is a social construct. I will actually try to figure out the actual, I can't remember right now off the top of my head, the actual theorists that actually pointed that out first. And to be honest, almost everything, if you think about it, is socially constructed. And then you have to get into why do we do that? Yeah. But yeah, a lot of things are socially constructed, not just race, okay? But yeah, that's not a Charlie Kirk quote, though. He might have, now again, that's what you're saying. I would have to research. One thing I like about certain things I have to do, I would have to research and look up that myself to see if that's actually a statement he made. But what I do know is that he's not the first to say that. So it's not really, I won't quote him. So the IE Network says, boy, she missed that peen because she going harder for him than her husband. This is the thing. Is Candace doing this because she has some sort of love towards Charlie Kirk? Or is he just her new meal ticket? Candace Owens has been talking about Bridget McCrone and did a whole, 8-part series or whatever, Becoming Bridget. It's like a complete circus of conspiracies, and she made a lot of money off of it, and now she has landed herself in court in a lawsuit because of this whole Becoming Bridget and calling Bridget McCrone a man, and talking about even Emmanuel Macron's sexuality and things like that. So now that she is being sued and being watched and evidence being collected as it pertains to her activity, and she has this motion to dismiss that's being reviewed, she has to, it's in her best interest. Even her lawyers might be telling her to simmer down and calm down on certain content about Bridget McCrone. So, what happened with her now is that she has new content, and now all her videos have switched from Bridget McCrone and Emmanuel Macron to now it's just Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk, Charlie Kirk. And I think that the whole moment that she realized that this was like a great way to start new content was when she posted these videos and photos of her and Charlie Kirk. It went viral, and everyone was talking about and discussing it, and she got millions of views. Almost, it seemed like a lot of views equivalent or even more. I gotta go look, to be honest, to make sure, but definitely in the millions, similar to her Bridget McCrone. So, oh my gosh, I don't have to talk about a risky topic, the McCrones, anymore. I can talk about Charlie Kirk. So that's when I believe she came up with a new idea and a new conspiracy, because that's what she's doing now, conspiracy topics, to now focus on Charlie Kirk. So do I believe about this some sort of love interest for Charlie Kirk? No, I believe that she has a family. She's trying to profit and she wants to make money in a bag off of it. And this is how she's going to do it. And to be honest, Candace knows how to move from one topic to the next and make a bag off of these conspiracies. It's working. I see it. I see exactly what she's doing, okay? And it's working because she's getting millions of views. She has a new topic. And she doesn't have to talk about the McCrones anymore to get these views. She can talk about Charlie Kirk. And because, she has inside information as it pertains to some things, not all things. See, she wants to conflate the two. She wants people to believe that she has inside information to his actual unaliving and his actual personal life. She doesn't have inside information to his actual unaliving, because that will be law enforcement and their investigation. However, she might have some inside information because she's a friend of his and maybe had conversations with him and knows certain things about Turning Point to where she can have some insight. But I wouldn't conflate the two, that just because she knows Charlie Kirk, is friends with Charlie Kirk, and even knows people in his circle, it doesn't mean that she will have actual knowledge of the actual crime itself. But that's what she wants people to believe, and that's her leverage that she's using, to actually get the audience to think that she would be someone that would have this. And that's why she's saying now, I have this insider source that's telling me this and telling me that, but where are the receipts of it? Now, will I say that other video is suspicious? But Yeah, but once she actually said that the person let her view the footage and she saw the footage for herself, if she said she saw the footage for herself and it was highly suspicious, that would be one thing. But she says she's not really talking about it's suspicious as to what she saw in it over and over again, because the person allowed her to view it way more than once. She says what's suspicious is that they're not releasing it publicly to everyone. So that there's a difference in the level of suspicion there.
As defenders of life, then we should act like it. That's why I'm asking you to join me to fight back with action, with truth, with love. For just $28, you can provide a free ultrasound to a woman that is in a crisis.
So let me actually skip over this part. Hold on.
Against me from APAC citizens or Zionists are now bordering on the hysterical. I mean, last week was insane. I got to the point where I just Kanye shrugged. I'm like, okay, I don't know what to say. But this was just so funny, I had to share it. I have been meaningfully reported to the FBI and the CIA, and I want to be very clear, you guys are all complicit. Just this weekend, this is real, a real live tweet came from Laura Loomer, our resident psycho. She tweeted this. She's been attacking me nonstop. As part of her grift to monetize the murder of her quote-unquote best friend, Charlie Kirk, Candace Owens is selling a CIA line of merchandise that is called the Candace Intelligence Agency, which rips off the CIA name and logo. It is a federal felony to use the CIA seal without license. She then cites the code and reads it, sends a quote from it rather, pulls it, and then says, "You are likely breaking the law with your CIA merch, Candace. The CIA can technically sue to get Candace to stop using their logo. It's really disrespectful to Charlie Kirk and the CIA." And then she CCs and tags the director of the CIA. Now, as everybody who watches this show knows, we've been selling that merch since before Charlie got assassinated. So we just continued our show with the merch that we already sold for our show. Obviously, our parody off of the CIA, which is perfectly legal, obviously, was related to the fact that we're always investigating things. So don't let the truth get into your way when you're spearing somebody. But the audacity to actually tag the director of the CIA and ask us to go to prison or to get into trouble is just, I think it really highlights.
So pay attention. She says we are always investigating things. So that's her angle and approach for her channel. You know, that's her right, is to find a topic that she can investigate. So her last one, you know, the investigation into becoming Bridget. How did, you know, the alleged, you know, the brother of Bridget McCrone now take over his sister's identity and become Bridget. And he's, you know, that's him, even though he has shown up at the same event as Bridget. And these two siblings are two separate people shown in childhood photos as separate people. And even as grown-ups, they are shown in the same picture at these events together. But all of a sudden now they're supposed to be the same person because the brother became Bridget, his sister. Y'all, I would say watch my first video. It's so laughable. It's like, but people are eating it up. Some people actually believe it. Like, and she actually made a bunch of money off this whole thing. It's so ridiculous. To me, it's so ridiculous and far-fetched. It's just crazy. But I mean, that was her investigation and investigating that whole thing and made a whole series about everything. Now, are there some things that I believe is fishy? Yes, but not as pertains to her actual sexual identity, or even gender role or anything like that. It's the fact that how Bridget McCrone and Emmanuel McCrone met. Now that is suspicious as far as like the age difference and how a teacher and this, I don't like that whole thing right there was kind of weird. Now, Bridget McCrone, to be fair, is saying that there is an age gap between her and Emmanuel McCrone, but they both did not like get together until they both were adults. So it wasn't like he was a minor and she was an adult. But still, it's just something, just I guess when at some point you're the teacher and he's a student, but then later y'all get together and that was a former student. You know, to be honest, I will say this. That whole thing is how Candace was able to weaponize people against Bridget. She started because to have people dislike someone or have disdain, you have to make them into some sort of weirdo or some sort of creepy thing or something that's dislikable or, you know. So her selling point was to start off with how they met. And the people are going to say, oh my gosh, I can't believe she did that. So automatically, if you make someone disliked by some people, you can start saying things about them that and people really won't care about what you're saying because they're not going to like the initial thing that you pointed out about them. So if you make someone disliked, from that moment on, you can actually say things and people are going to be accepting of it, that if they did that weird thing, then they're capable of other weird actions or other, you know, things as well. So she likes to plant these seeds and things about people, and then she builds off of it. Okay, from there.
They're insane. It is just insanity. It is reaching new levels. I love the guy who then tweeted under her. This was so good. He just said, "Look at Amazon committing all of these quote unquote federal felonies." And then he says, F Israel first, Laura Loomer, as just a little side note. And then he shows all the t-shirts on Amazon because, like, obviously you can buy yourself an FBI costume for Halloween if you'd like to. But that wasn't enough because last week was that insane. Like, they just tried to wipe away years of my life by pretending, completely fictionalized, that Charlie and I had a breakup. Right? Eric Bowling did this. He said, I don't know if he was even sober on that program because he said he hadn't seen me. This is Eric Bowling since 2015. He interviewed me in 2015.
So wait, Candace, you are actually complaining about people making conspiracies about you and slanderous statements about you. But on the other hand, you have no issue getting on your large platform, making these statements about other people. That's very interesting. Like, come on.
20. So that was weird. But they were clearly, the call went out to just make up something that never happened. Never happened. I never had a falling out with Charlie Kirk. And so this guy, Awesome Jew, who I heard was also in the Hamptons with Bill Ackman and that group of people who went out there, he then tries to cleverly release a text message between Charlie Kirk and an unknown individual. The text message has no date, it has no time, and I'm going to tell you why that is, and I'm going to tell you exactly when that text message had to have occurred. But him releasing this tweet spectacularly backfired. The goal, of course, was to prove that Charlie and Candace had a falling out. Look at this message. Charlie's talking trash about Candace, except he's not at all. Instead, what the message did is that it proved exactly what I was saying, that donors and Zionists were attempting to control his speech, my speech, and who he platformed. So these are the text messages that.
So one thing I dislike about Candace is that she always conflating two separate issues into one, and it's so annoying. She always she picks something that could be true about in one situation, and then she tries to say it has something to do with the unaliving of Charlie Kirk, but she never connects the dots. That's a complete disconnect, and I hate when people do that. If you're going to say that, you say Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel has something to do with it, now connect that to the actual gun and the location of the crime and make some connections and you know, connect some dots here. There's I'm listening to you, but you're pointing out all these separate issues or possible issues, but you're not connecting it to the actual crime. And that's where I disconnect from the conversation. See, on the other side, we have people that are saying they're talking about the actual crime and they're connecting Tyler Robinson to the crime. Even Candace has connected him to the crime by saying, yes, that was his gun. And yes, he was near the campus at that time. That's what she put in her actual IG stories, that he was near the campus that day, and that she places him at the incident. She also places him as the owner of the actual gun, which is, to be honest, not helpful towards Tyler. So the police and even the family and even Lance, the partner roommate, are all connecting Tyler to the actual crime. So that makes sense. when I'm listening to Candace, she's not connecting any of this Benjamin Bibi, Benjamin Netanyahu, Ackman, Dylan, Turning Point USA. She's not connecting any of these people to the actual crime and the weapon or any of that. So there's a disconnect. So that's why I'm more likely to believe the actual people making the actual connection, instead of someone just throwing things out here hoping that they stick, but they're not making anything stick because they're not connecting any dots. I need dots to be connected. If you're not going to be connecting dots, you're just talking nonsense. Okay. So for people who don't know, let me actually explain a certain thing that she has done, because if you don't know this, then you're going to be a little lost as to how Candace operates. Okay, now I'm going to actually try to show you. So we have right here, Bridget Macron is the first lady of France, okay? And she's married to President Emmanuel Macron, okay? And a rumor has spread before it overseas, to be honest, online, and pushed by conspiracy people, of course, and even some people that are, I'll be honest, like Candace Owens and things like that, claiming that, that Bridget was born male and transitioned, and basically saying that she's actually a transgender. Okay, and this has of course led to Candace using this as her content. There was someone else that was actually sued before her for this overseas. She took over this whole thing, ran with it, she put Bridget Macron's face on a t-shirt. I keep on laughing at this part, I'm sorry, but and she put her face on a t-shirt and said she was actually born a man and then transitioned into a woman. So people are saying, she was saying, how can people let the first lady of France actually, fool you and trick you into thinking, And again, it gained a lot of traction. People are all over talking about, okay? And people have been using it to attack this first lady and, of course, Emmanuel Macron, the president, okay? And Bridget has denied it, and we even have Emmanuel Macron, who has actually even spoke to Donald Trump and said, Donald Trump, Candace, can you pretty much get her to stop? Donald Trump, is trying to get her to stop, and Candace keeps going because why? Candace is making money off of it. Her t-shirt sold out with Bridget's face on it, saying Man of the Year. So now Bridget Macron, Emmanuel Macron, they first, of course, was suing someone overseas, and now they're suing Candace of Delaware. So the case is in Delaware for spreading this lie and saying it's defamatory, of course. Even Donald Trump was saying that he met Bridget Macron in person, and that's definitely a woman for Candace to pretty much stop. But Candace is not going to stop when this is her content and this is her money maker, and she's making a bag off of this, okay? So it has gained traction. People in the United States and even overseas are attracted to this case. And so if you actually look, hold on. So I'm not gonna go. I would say watch my first video. I'm just gonna give you I'm just giving you a brief rundown, okay? So let me actually slide the photo over. So those are the people, Emmanuel and Bridget Macron. Now, this is actually a photo of that Candace has been using to spread this conspiracy. So if you actually look to the far left, that is Bridget's brother, Jean or Jean. This is French, so maybe Jean or Sean, I don't know. Okay, Jean, John, whatever. And that's the actual brother, and the circle right there on the left, okay? And then the person circled on the bottom, like sitting on the mother's lap, that's actually Bridget Macron, okay? Bridget Macron, that is now the first lady of France, okay? So on the actual left is the brother. Candace, now listen. Candace actually put out this story that Jean on the actual left and circle right here, that he, I don't know what she's saying happened to the real Bridget, but something, how is this person supposed to be like, I don't know. So anyway, she's saying that the brother transitioned into a woman and is living as his sister, Bridget Macron. So where is Bridget supposed to be at then? So she's saying Bridget is not really Bridget. She was actually born John, her brother. And then the brother transitioned into his sister, Bridget Macron. And I still haven't looked all the way fully to how she's supposed to explain. Is Bridget Macron supposed to have disappeared, or what happened with Bridget Macron, the real one, right? But here's the issue. Jean has been he's a stocky built little, white male. He has been seen at events with actual Bridget. So both the siblings have been seen together at different events. And I'll be honest, if you actually look at the older siblings of Bridget, the sister on that side, which I think is the sister that's standing up about in the back, looks more similar to Jean, the brother, than Bridget does. But of course, Bridget is younger in this photo. So why would people believe, but I'm saying people do believe, that Jean is actually Bridget Macron sitting on the mama's lap? That's her concept, and that's her idea. That's what she said, becoming Bridget. And she has made a lot of money off this. It's crazy. But here's the issue. Now, she is being sued by Bridget Macron that's sick of her, like defaming her and making up this crazy story. She's sick of it. So now she's being sued. Oh my gosh. And she has used like facial recognition software and other things to try to point to different things. And there have been people that have tested out the different software, and there have been people that actually put their own face into this facial recognition software, and the software have told them that they're not themselves. Like they're not, like their childhood photo to their adult photo is not them. Like, oh, that's not you. And the person's like, oh, that is me. It's me, and I know me. So it's faulty. So she uses faulty data and faulty software to actually try to confirm what she's trying to say. And it's no. But yeah, that's what she has been doing, and that's why she is being sued. And Bridget Macron is planning to use scientific evidence to prove that she's a biological woman and that she's not her brother. Imagine you have to go to court trying to prove that you're not one of your siblings. Like, oh, that's a crazy story. Hey, Your Honor, I myself, I'm not my sibling. My sibling didn't take my, I'm me. Yeah, and people believe it. It's great. Good morning, Monique. So people actually believe it. Now, and then Candace, no, this lady is crazy. And the thing is, do y'all actually believe that Candace believed? Now, if Candace actually believed it, and I think that she believed it, I would be like, oh, okay, she actually believes it. But I believe it's just about making money, and she actually does not believe it. Okay. Oh my gosh. So I believe that she's another Jag, but she chooses a different target than Jag. Like, she chooses other targets than Jag, and usually a target that she knows will make her a bag and more will cause controversy. Okay. Like, of course, you're gonna get attention going after the first lady of France. Like, that's gonna definitely get you clout. All right, Candace. Hold on. Let me show y'all this. Hold on. Let's look at this one and this. Not that one. So on July 8, 2024, she says, I'm calling it now, Time Man of the Year. So she put Bridget Macron. She put her face on the t-shirt, okay? And then obviously people are, you know, a lot. It's like 16,000 on her Facebook. Over 5,000, like close to 6,000 people. 5,900 people clicked the laughing emoji. So a lot of people are laughing at it. So and looking at that metadata right there, and people the likes to it, people are entertained by it. So some people might not even believe it, but it's entertaining because she's making it into some sort of she's making it into to be honest, it's crazy. It's so crazy that people are gonna watch it because it's like a train wreck until like, what is she actually doing? So I believe that some people actually believe it and some people are just watching because they think it's funny or comical. But at the same time, we have to be understanding that obviously if you're the target of this smear campaign of millions of people thinking you're a man and you're this and you're that, and someone going on and on about it, you're gonna probably want to sue because it's defamatory and it can mess up your brand. But Candace is all about selling the t-shirt. Man of the Year time. What's next? Oh my gosh. Okay. But yeah, so my point in showing this is that Candace was making money off that whole Bridget Macron story, and now that money is drying up, or not, I wouldn't say drying up. The people are still interested in it. I would say it's not safe for her to talk about it anymore because she's being sued. So it's not, she just filed a motion to dismiss. And then she also made this post right here. Hold on. Let me make it, enlarge it. Yeah, she is off the chain with it, Jack. Off the chain. She says, whether you like me or not, you must admit that Time Magazine covering my parody, Time Magazine Man of the Year t-shirt is iconic. So she's like, oh my gosh, Candace, girl, go get a belt. Candace, did you actually tag Emmanuel? I forgot. And they actually said that she tags people. You actually tagged Emmanuel Macron? Oh my gosh, you actually tagged the man in the post. Oh my gosh, girl. I can't, and I won't. She actually tagged Emmanuel Macron. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Woo. So it says, you know, it says the complaint argues that Owens monetized her allegedly defamatory claims about the Macrons, including by selling merchandise such as a shirt displaying Bridget Macron on fake. They made sure it says fake. Well, no, don't try to get us to. It's fake. Fake news. Fake Time Magazine Man of the Year cover. And they actually put it. Okay. Oh my gosh. But yeah, it's sold out. Okay. I'm not trying to be offensive because I'm not trying to make, you know, to be targeted like that is not right. I'm just sorry. I just cannot. I don't believe that she believes it for 1 second. She just knows it's making her money and she's about the money. Okay. And now that's my point is of showing this is to pretty much say that Candace is all about money and making money off of conspiracy investigations and trying to get to a bottom of some conspiracy content that she puts out. And what she does is she mixes truth with lies. So there are some things that she's saying that is true, but then she conflates it and combines it with a lie. And she always uses the fallacy: if A is true, then B must be true too. So if A, there was some sort of, Charlie Kirk felt some type of way about Benjamin Netanyahu, then that means that before he, was unalive, that means that Benjamin Netanyahu was also responsible for the unaliving. So she tries to cast this doubt that if you believe A, you must believe B, that there's some sort of connection. No. It doesn't work like that with those fallacies. If you want me to believe that A caused B, I need you to draw a line and connect the dot. Like there's a dot for A and a dot for B. Now, logically and rationally, and with tangible evidence and proof, show me how those two link and connect. What I like about, as far as the law enforcement and as far as working with the family of Tyler Robertson himself, and the roommate Lance, that's also the partner lover of the actual shooter, they are telling me how Tyler Robertson carried this out. And not just, the government saying that, because people say, oh, you can't trust the government. No, the family and Tyler Robertson and the roommate of Tyler Robertson, it's all in there's a collaboration here, and it's all linking to the suspect, and the suspect himself surrendered. So with that being said, those dots are connecting and linking. His DNA is on the cartridges, is on the actual rifle. His, he has the same shoes. He was spotted, and he's in that area, right? There's a confession to, his actual lover and roommate. And then, the rifle, everything is going on and on, connecting Tyler to this crime. There's dots connecting. And as far as Candace, she's saying, oh, this is fishy and that is fishy, but there's no connected dots to the actual crime scene, except for anything like that. As far as connecting it, like if she can actually make a connection to someone she's pointing to that's suspicious to the actual weapon that was the grandfather's and handed to, Tyler Robertson, and then maybe, but there's no links as far as I'm concerned yet for Candace and what she's saying. However, what I do notice is similar to the Macron story, that Candace is getting millions of views. She has her merch. I'm not saying the merch came from this whole incident. She just, like she said, she already had merch, but obviously she's selling the merch. She's making a bag off this story, and that's her new content. If you look at her channel, you will see it was all about Bridget Macron, Emmanuel Macron mostly, and then now it has shifted to Charlie Kirk part 1 and all of these. It's a series of Charlie Kirk videos, and that's her new content. So I see this as a new, her new content and way of making money and monetizing off the situation. And two things could be true at once. Yes, she could, be friends with him. At the same time, she could also want to profit off the situation. Okay, she has to make a living and earn a living, and this is her way of doing it.
Shared, and he wrote exclusive. A close friend of Charlie Kirk shared these messages. I'm gonna guess it's either Seth Dillon or Josh Hammer. It could not be, but I'm just putting that out there because of the style of the messages. And he says he was never wavering on Israel, and he was actively pushing back on Candace Owens' false narrative. Now, these are the messages he shared. This is the friend of Charlie in blue. He writes, I watched the podcast. Candace needs to say two things, and this will stop in its tracks. They are fundamental conservative principles, and she didn't say either. Quote, Israel is not committing a genocide. Second quote, 30 dead.
So the IE network says then she is not like Jack, because Jack combines rumors with lies. She has no truth. I wouldn't say Jag never has truth because she actually steals truth from other people. She will take things from, let's say, Jonathan Oddie, who actually had an interview back in 2018 after the whole Donald Trump incident in Florida, where he actually admitted that he was a sex slave for Diddy and Cassie. He was one of the first people to come out with that sort of statement. So that was a truth that Jag then stole to talk about Cassie and Diddy. So in the same light, so I think you're talking about that Candace actually is an insider to some things, so where she has some truth and then adds in. So I will say this, in some ways they are similar, in some ways they are not. But overall, they both like to talk about things that they know. They both lie about things. The ultimate thing, the ultimate agenda is a lie. And they both know it's a lie, but they still run with it for attention and also profit. Okay. Yeah. So the whole Bridget Macron, you know, is truth to the story as far as how they met, which people don't like how they met because of how she was at one point his teacher. Bridget Macron saying that no, I did not date him when he was a minor, only when he was an adult. However, that plants seeds in people's head of, you know, why is she dating someone that was formerly a student, whether they are an adult at the time of y'all getting together or not. Bridget Macron also has kids. So what I would say is that Candace has mixed the truth with some, like she has taken the truth from and then added in lies, and Jag does the same thing. Candace will also say that she has an insider source or inside information, but she won't tell us who the source is, and sometimes she actually won't give a receipt or anything. So there's a lack of sometimes verifiable or valid receipt of what she's saying or tangible evidence. So I wouldn't say they're completely the same, and definitely Candace is way smarter than Jag and more intelligent, and especially how she carries things out. And I believe that she uses her intelligence for negativity, to be honest. And she moves smarter on how to get the bag and the coin. Jag, on the other hand, not so much. Okay. I believe that Jag is also jealous of Candace Owens. I've heard her take shots at her. She's jealous because she realizes that Candace is better at the grift. Oh, poor Jag. You're jealous that Candace is better at the grift than you are. Okay. She knows how to market her conspiracies and lies more than you. Okay. Yeah. Hold on.
Raped, kidnapped, and beheaded Americans in Gaza makes the fight in Gaza America first. And then he ends it by saying, this is not Ukraine. He's literally saying what I have to say to make something stop in its tracks, right? And then Charlie writes, this is right. I'm really trying to help her. What else is he going to say to this person? And then, but it's that second message that I can tell you exactly what the context was, because I was messaging Charlie about it, and I can tell you the time frame and why they wiped it is because it's from 2023. He then writes, it doesn't come natural to her because I truly think she doesn't understand. Saying that Muslims are forced to live in a Muslim quarter in Israel, and that betrays the timeline. Okay. So what clearly happened in this text chain is that I tweeted, this is when it all started for me, and I started getting threats that I had to take it back if I wanted my life back. And he's kind of saying that there, right? This will all stop. I tweeted that genocide is always wrong. Here's the exact tweet. No government anywhere has a right to commit a genocide ever. There is no justification for a genocide. I can't believe this even needs to be said or is even considered the least bit controversial to state. That tweet was me responding to something that Brian Mast said in Congress. He said, there's no such thing as an innocent Palestinian life. That was grotesque. So I then started getting peer pressured to correct the tweet, to apologize for the tweet. At the time I was at the Daily Wire, that I needed to understand why my tweet was wrong. Dave Rubin instantly replied and said something about Israel, even though I didn't mention Israel in the tweet. And by itself, it was, I still stand by that tweet, guys, years on. And I was being inundated. Charlie was being inundated. Like, how could she say this? How dare she say this thing? This is so wrong. And then I hosted somebody who was a Zionist on my show. And that's what he's referring to, the conversation that I had with Ami Kozak. And clearly Charlie probably said to him, You can watch this to get her viewpoints. Candace is not anti-Semitic, and that guy is not having it. He is incensed, and he is saying, here are the words that we have to hear from Candace. The reason they stripped that and didn't put the date that it was 2023 is because then it destroys the narrative that they're trying to put out that me and Charlie had a falling out, because obviously I went on tour with Charlie at the beginning of 2024, and I spoke at their conference in the summer of 2024. And, don't let the facts get in the way of this bizarre narrative that Charlie and I had some falling out last year, which never happened. Rather, what happened was Charlie was peer pressured by these same individuals that for me not to speak at AmFest, and I was just like, dude, I don't even care, which is what I told you. Now, in terms of his statement there, that Charlie's viewpoints were not changing at all, these are not words that I put in Charlie's mouth. You can just go back and watch the things that he was saying. He hosted a sit down, which was...
So obviously people are pointing fingers from this side and that side and going at each other over this whole Charlie Kirk. I want to actually look at this video really quickly though. Hold on. So there is the actual tent where Charlie Kirk was seated, right? And then you can see the barricades surrounding him to make sure that no one can kind of run up on him and things like that, right? But pay attention to where everyone can be seated or standing at in these rows, right? You see how there's a little bit of elevation as these rows go up to where people are standing, right? Behind these barricades. Now imagine someone at close range in this crowd of people actually, and remember, if you are actually in this crowd standing there with a rifle, is that possible that someone could stand with a rifle at that level standing there and actually shoot him in a crowd of people without someone seeing a gun? Because someone to your left or your right or even angle behind you at a certain point, they will be able to see you. This is a long, I need to show y'all the rifle. This is actually it's a long weapon. It's not like a handgun or something that's concealable in this crowd of people. So if you pulled out this type of rifle, let me show you a picture, you're not going to be able to, someone is going to see you doing it. And then you also have to aim. You can't just like, I'm gonna just pull it out real quick and then aim and fire and no, I can't. You have to aim and get into a certain position, and then you're gonna be running with this rifle in a crowd of people. Someone's going to because you're not gonna be able to immediately. People will complain about it now and say there's no way you could break down this rifle that fast. So obviously the person will they won't be able to shoot him and then break it down. People are like, oh, I saw this weapon. I saw a guy breaking down the weapon. So this person's going to have to carry or conceal this weapon or do something with this weapon instantly and to get out of there. Candace is saying there's some sort of underground thing. No, people are also going to see someone is going to, in this crowd of people and people videotaping and cameras everywhere, people are going to be able to see somebody going underground or through some sort of bunker, and then that bunker has to have exit. It just doesn't make any sense. So for someone to say someone to pull out a gun in this area is unrealistic. Now, someone on a rooftop that we can see clearly running and then jumping and then going out into this surrounding neighborhood, yeah, that's more believable that who is actually the suspect. And obviously, guess what is? Tyler Robertson, whose family identified him walking up the stairs. They identified him in the surveillance. That's his shoes. That's our son. He's capable of firing because we are a gun family. And even the weapon he has and used in this incident from his grandfather. We have the roommate saying that Tyler confessed to his lover, roommate, partner that he lives with, Lance. So we have a lot of evidence, and it's all pointing to Tyler, a good shot from this actual rooftop that has done it, and with a justification or a motive. Now, I'm not saying it's a right justification or motive to commit this violent act, However, he has a motive because he is someone that has been targeted by the hateful words of Charlie Kirk. Okay, and you can say, "Oh, he's not hateful." It's not based on what you think. We're not talking about you. We're talking about the justifications and excuses are the motive of the actual suspect. Okay, I'm not going to get anywhere thinking about what you think. You're not the shooter. It's an individual act, and we have to think about why did the individual do it. Not saying it's right or wrong, but that's the subject. Okay, and they said that they believe that he was full of hate, and they said that they had an opportunity to take Charlie Kirk out, and they took it. So now people are saying, why did Turning Point take this camera down, and they feel like there's something suspicious? So let's look at this real quick.
I just heard them say the active shooter, Charlie Kirk, has been shot. Charlie Kirk.
So you see the person, they have the camera, they're taking it down.
Got hit, is what the security detail just said.
Now, there's two things here. One, people can say they're contaminating the crime scene or they're interfering with the crime scene by removing certain things. And two, you can say they are just taking their camera because it's their camera and they have to obviously leave this scene or leave here. And just like some people are going to be taking his camera was positioned, but other people are taking their cell phones and other people are taking their equipment with them because they're actually going to leave the event. So they're going to take their personal belongings. So you can look at it as something suspicious, as in, oh, he's taking evidence from the scene. I would say that if the evidence was something belonging to the school, like if he actually took down a school camera, then that would be more suspicious. But if he's taking down his own camera, his own equipment, his own stuff, then that's going to be different. Also, if he never turned over anything to police at all, that would be suspicious. Okay. But turning something over to the authorities and also letting Candace view it on FaceTime makes it less fishy. Also, if he had took down equipment belonging to the university, like their surveillance camera, then definitely. But his own personal or stuff that belongs to him that he possibly set up there and put, that's different. Okay. So that's just looking, but I will say it is suspicious, but there's another way of looking at it as well, which I just gave you, that similar to anyone else bringing their cameras out there, equipment, like let's say media was out there and they had their MSNBC or Fox set up and their equipment, and they start taking down their set up and their equipment and start packing it up. Are you going to say that they're, suspicious? No, you're going to say they're breaking down and taking their equipment and taking their stuff, securing their footage and moving on. Now, if he actually took down footage belonging to the college campus and their surveillance systems or someone else's surveillance that he had no authority over, then that would be suspicious. So this is what Candace is saying, that Turning Point USA has this footage and she wants it released to the public, and that the feds have no authority over it. So obviously he's saying, like, that's the camera, is there, and I want to secure this footage and things like that. But people are saying no. And obviously you can say, why is he looking around suspiciously? There's an active shooter. People don't know if there's a shooter still out there that's going to shoot anyone else or what's going on. That could be it as well. But if you look at it, so I would say not always look at it from a suspicious lens or a suspicious point of view. Think of, there's someone that just has been shot, someone that you have your camera up there. You're going to take it to see what it possibly captured. Someone shot this person. Where is the person at? Are they still around? Am I in danger? Or is it safe? You're going to be looking around. There's other possibilities besides in a suspicious way. But will I say it looks suspicious? Yes. But I also will be objective and fair and say it could be other possibilities to why he's behaving this way. Also, I would find it more suspicious if he never gave it to the feds or he never even let Candace view it through FaceTime. On the other hand, I can see Candace's point. Hey, it's your footage and you can release it to the public. The feds don't own your personal footage, because other people have taken footage and captured stuff and they have released it publicly. The feds don't own your footage. Some people have given even TMZ and other news outlet the Ring camera footage, and also gave it to authorities and TMZ. So she's saying, hey, why don't you release this to the public? And he's saying, I at least let you see it, okay? So what do you all think? What you think about it is your point of view and your perspective. What I think is that I still don't see how Turning Point USA is connected to Tyler Robertson and Tyler Robertson's gun, and the note that he had the chance to take him out and he did it. And keep in mind that Candace is saying that Tyler Robertson has, that he's not the shooter. She's saying that he's not the shooter at all. So she's saying that someone else is a shooter. Who? So who is the shooter, and how did they get the actual weapon from Tyler Robertson? Why is Tyler Robertson, he has shoes that matches the suspect. He has a body build and body composition that matches it. The DNA is on the weapon. He confessed to his family and his also lover roommate. There's messages of him, written message of him saying that he had the opportunity to take him out. And things like that, and he took it. So there's a lot of evidence pointing to, even Candace said he was in that area, Tyler was. Why would he be in that area for Charlie Kirk? There's family that said that he had, expressed his disdain towards Charlie Kirk. So, and that the weapon used was his grandfather's, found in the woods in that area. So he was in the area. The weapon is found in the woods with his DNA. Everything is pointing towards Tyler Robinson. Now, when you talk about Turning Point USA, what is your actual evidence linking them to the actual unalighting? And also, if you're trying to say that they have something to do with it, why would they actually put a camera up there? So let's say you think that Turning Point has something to do with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. Why would they set up cameras? If I were going to have someone assassinated, I wouldn't want cameras above his head, and I will want him assassinated if there's anything around that could, expose me and what's happening. So why would someone put a camera there if they had intentions of assassinating him? I would never put a camera there. So that doesn't make any sense logically, that people would set up cameras to film their assassination of someone. I'm sorry. So I'm going to have this person assassinated, and I'm going to set up cameras to film the assassination. And then when my friend or someone, not friend, but Candace Owens or someone requests to see it, I'm going to actually show them the incriminating evidence of me wanting someone assassinated. No, if you had requested Candace to see it, and then the person from behind Charlie Kirk, and they refuse to let you see it, then it would be suspicious. But the fact that they actually showed it to you, and more than once, we said you reviewed it over and over, then that makes it less suspicious. So what do you all think? Okay, so I can see how it makes it suspicious, but logically and rationally, it doesn't make any sense for someone to say they're wanting someone to be assassinated and then set up a camera ahead of time to possibly have evidence of it. I wouldn't put up any cameras at all. So that's the actual what she's talking about. Now, at first view, doesn't look suspicious.
I just heard them say the active shooter.
We have to think about other possibilities, okay? Yeah.
Incredible, actually, to discuss what anti-Semitism is and what anti-Semitism is not. It was a town hall of sorts with students. Gen Z, as Megyn Kelly said, you can't find anybody beneath the age of 30 that supports Israel. That's a fact. And Charlie...
I wouldn't say... So Subon says she also said he never was even on the UBU. So her last statement was that... she did say that he was near the area, the UBU. What she's saying is that he did not attend the school, like he wasn't a student at UBU. He was a student at the Utah State University. So I would say to look at two different schools, the Utah Valley University and Utah State University. People are thinking that at the school that the incident occurred, UBU, that he was a student there for one semester. And other people are saying, no, he wasn't a student at the Utah Valley University. He was actually a student at the Utah State University. So, okay, for one semester. And remember, he had a $32,000 a year or something scholarship to the college, but then Utah State University, I think. And then he was only there for a semester, okay? So Candace said that people are saying that he was a student at one point at that school where the unaliving occurred. And that's not the case. He was actually a student at Utah State University instead, okay, at a previous point. But then she also put on her IG, I can't remember which one it is, the first screenshot, the other one, that he was near the actual UVU, Utah Valley University, on that day. Okay. Let me see which one it was. Was it this one? She says, I would like to again stress that he has never been to UVU campus, and I need to confirm this. I believe he was around the campus on that day. So she believes that he was around UVU campus that day of the day that Charlie Kirk was unalived. However, she's saying that he was not like a student at that school for that one semester. He was actually a student at Utah State University, and people are confusing those two. Okay. Hold on. But if Candace actually, wants to run this whole conspiracy, she has to, she's not really doing it right, in my opinion. She's smart, but I mean, she's trying to fight the actual evidence and try to align her conspiracy somewhat with the actual evidence that cannot be disproved. So she knows that the fact that that's a rare gun, that's not going to be disprovable, that's not Tyler Robinson's weapon with his DNA. So she cannot argue against that. Some things are just facts are facts. There's no way to, so she also can't really argue whether or not he was near that campus that day. So that's why she said, I believe he was around the campus on that day of UVU, okay? And people keep on saying, like I said, that he attended that school for a semester, but they are saying really it was Utah State University and not UVU, okay? That he attended for one semester. And then let's go to the next one real quick.
Trying to communicate that their tactics, just like you see in that text message, was hurting their cause. People are tired of it. We're tired of being bullied. For me, they behaved like a mafia. There's no other way to say it. My livelihood was being threatened. And then eventually, obviously, I lost my job behind the scenes, telling me what I had to say if I wanted to, I don't know, still be welcomed into the circle. And I made a conscious decision to not be welcomed into. I don't want to be around people that are behaving like that are speaking like the way that person is speaking. Here's what she needs to say. Who are you? I don't need to say anything. My statement was fine. Genocide is always wrong, okay? It's just always wrong. And you're not gonna convince me that I've done something wrong. They wanted me to apologize. I was being told I needed to issue a public statement to apologize for the tweet that I just read to you. Genocide is always wrong. Wackadoodle.
So let me actually go over this really quickly for clarification, okay? Hold on. So this is it right here. And if you actually scroll up, statement from the Utah Board of Higher Education on suspect. And this was released 2 days after the unaliving of Charlie Kirk, September 12, 2025, and by the communications director, Tricia. And it says, in response to the arrest of the suspect in the killing of Charlie Kirk, we can confirm that Tyler James Robinson is a third-year student in the electrical apprenticeship program at Dixie Technical College. He briefly attended Utah State University 1 semester in 2021 and received concurrent enrollment credit through Utah Tech University while in high school in 2019 through 2021. Utah's colleges and universities work to ensure that more than it goes into the whole spiel. So they wanted to make clarification. Utah Valley University is where Charlie Kirk was unalived. Okay, and that's not the school where Tyler James Robinson went to school at for 1 semester. Okay, he went briefly attended for 1 semester in 2021 at Utah State University. So when Candace Owens said that he has not been to UVU, like as far as a student there, he wasn't. It was Utah State University. However, she also says that she believes that he, however, was at UVU, the actual school where Charlie Kirk was unalived, that he actually was there that day. And that's why I'm saying she's not really arguing her point that well, because now she's actually admitting that, she believes that Tyler Robinson, the suspect that has been apprehended, that surrendered himself, right, that he was A, near that school that day, and B, that actually is his actual gun, like that gun, right? So now if you actually are an attorney, you'll be like, oh my gosh, number one, she's saying that is Tyler Robinson's gun, and number two, that he was around the campus on that day. So you're placing the suspect at the scene, and also you're placing the weapon as his weapon. So to be honest, you're actually helping with the to prove that it's more and more Tyler Robinson. So you're also connecting this whole thing, to be honest, to Tyler Robinson and not anyone else as far as the crime goes. As far as your suspicions and speculations, that's completely different. But as far as the real dots that are being connected, you're connecting, okay, whose weapon is it? Tyler Robinson, you're agreeing. And was he around the campus that day? Yes, you're saying you're agreeing. So now where do you go from there, connecting it to BB? Benjamin Netanyahu, where are you connecting it now to Ackman or Dylan or Turning Point USA? So where are these other dots at?
Anyways, let's hear Charlie Kirk in his own words. This is from July of this year. He was hosting that town hall about anti-Semitism. Skylar, let's first run the clip of, just before we get into the AIPAC clip, just him discussing with Gen Z anti-Semitism. Take a listen.
You're not anti-Israel. You don't wish them harm. You're not, like cheering on Iran.
No, I support Israel. I think they're our ally. I want them.
But you would be called an anti-Semite by some people for saying this.
And I think that's ridiculous. I don't hate Jews because I think a nation should defend themselves.
Exactly.
Yeah. Like, I think that's the most ridiculous thing ever.
I feel like it's becoming like the word racism. Like, we just disagree with them, so we just have to call them a name. I don't think they're actually anti-Semitic. I think people just can't agree with them and they can't prove them wrong, so they just throw a word out and be like, you're anti-Semitic because you think that we should stop sending our money there.
Something that I see amongst the people I'm around, I do see more like general disdain towards, just being honest, Jewish people.
That's correct.
Just because they're constantly being told that you hate Jews, and it's like, fine, if you're gonna say I hate Jews over and over and over again, like, if I'm going to be convicted of the crime, I might as well do the crime. I fear the same thing happens with all the talk of race. The more we talk about it, the more we bring it up, the more racism actually happens.
This is like, I try to tell, thank you for saying this. Like, because like, I try to tell these people and they're like, we must get more aggressive. And so like, let me ask a question. If we were to remove, like if people said what Tucker said is anti-Semitic, I don't hold that view, but it's like a lot of people on Twitter are like calling us out and like, whatever. That's not gonna happen. But if we were to cancel Tucker, would anti-Semitism increase or decrease?
I think increase, because that means any supporter of Tucker Carlson's statement therefore makes them anti-Semitic.
Association, 100%.
Exactly.
But the binary that's presented is that if you don't passionately talk about it, you are a hater. That's probably destructive for everybody involved. So for me, I'm trying to find this new path, which is, I love Israel. I visited there. My wife and I had the best experiences ever. I saw where Jesus rose from the dead and he walked on water. But also, I'm an American, and I represent a generation that can't afford anything, and that we are like flooded with illegals and no one speaks English and our hospitals are clogged. I think we need to have the prudence to reject the Jew hate. Like, okay, we're not gonna put up with that, that's dumb. But also, if you call everyone an anti-Semite, if they don't take a puritanical view of the Netanyahu government, then I think it's bad for everybody.
Again, that's him in his own words, just a little over a month before he lost his life. So I don't understand them. I don't know what they're trying to win here. And then he takes it a step further. They talk about a no-go zone. You imagine he's got these donors, they're threatening him. And here is what he had to say when they were discussing AIPAC. Take a listen.
How many of you guys think when a lawmaker, and a man I respect like Ted Cruz, uses the Bible to justify aid to Israel, doesn't even know the verse, do you guys think that's like not the best way to approach this? Raise your hand. Okay.
I think Ted Cruz used Genesis 12:3. I think a lot of people see that as off-putting when you look at the New Testament.
Why?
Because I think a lot of people, they look especially at the writings of Paul, where he talks about how the new flesh is not the same as the people in the old covenant. The new flesh is everybody, is everyone's included.
You're talking about Romans 9.
Yes, 9:6, yeah.
Are you Catholic?
Converting to Catholic from Judaism.
I can tell.
This is my next.
Oh, from Judaism?
Yes.
Oh, wow. So you're you're ethnically Jewish.
Ethnically Jewish, yes.
And you have concerns about AIPAC.
Here's my thing about her talking about anti-Semitism and things like that, is that this is not about anything about Israel or anti-Semitism or none of this stuff. This is, none of those people or none of that actually pulled the trigger. And the weapon that has Tyler Robinson's DNA on it, was it a foreign international, anyone like that? Robinson did this, blaming Jewish people or phantom people or some sort of invisible, let's look at the tangible evidence that we have, the confessions that we have, him surrendering himself. Let's look at that evidence of a mother and father having to turn their own son in because they recognize him as surveillance footage. Let's look at all of this information, and let's talk about how the police also have other evidence because they followed this suspect to going up on the rooftop. They followed him going up these stairs, down the hallway, up on the rooftop, jumping on that rooftop. These rain cameras captured him going up and down these roads nearby. Ultimately, they're going to be tracking him all the way, possibly, to be honest, in the age of surveillance. There's surveillance. We are heavily surveilled. We are everywhere you go. There's cameras. So they're going to possibly be able to track his whole route, possibly even home, from camera to camera, from camera to camera to camera to camera. They are going to have him just boom. We all know it. Cameras are everywhere. Okay, so it's obviously going to be, and then the most damning evidence is his own confession and DNA evidence is, tracing him. And people, forensics are going to be able to, show him his actual shoes. They were able to take his actual shoes that he has on his feet in a lot of pictures from social media. The same shoes are going to be tracked even in that area where he left the gun and dropped the gun. It's a lot of evidence that's going to all lead to Tyler Robinson. So these are topics, are unrelated topics. Could these be problem topics and problems that are issues? Yes. But are these issues related to the actual crime? And no, she's not able to make that connection at all. Okay. And with that, we have this right here. This is the actual weapon, right? Are you telling me that this weapon right here, this rifle, was able to be pulled out in a crowd of people? There's not even, y'all, there's not even enough space up close to actually be able to pull out this size weapon and shoot him and position it the way you're supposed to hold this rifle, to actually position it and hold it and fire this weapon to shoot him. You have to, people are going to be, look at this weapon. There's no way to conceal this weapon and right in front and shoot him up close. There's no way. And they even said they have security, or they have people monitoring this area around, immediately around him. Now, to be honest, in this type of situation, you need people actually monitoring the rooftop area too, because that's where the danger is for assassinations, is high areas, rooftops, or high locations, not the immediate crowd below, because that's a dumb move for a suspect with this type of rifle shooting someone at close range, or in that bottom area, shooting him, because they will have to shoot, they will have to position the gun. There's not going to be a lot of space. People are going to see this gun being pointed in it. Then they also have to run with this weapon, because they can't just take it apart really quickly. They have to conceal it really quickly. There's cameras everywhere. So that's not smart to be actually in that crowd. It's going to be smart to be away from people. On this rooftop, we see this person with this rifle running. We see that this rifle belongs to Tyler Robinson. Point blank, period. The answer is right in front of you. But of course, it's more salacious and more juicy to believe that there is another suspect. I'll be honest that when I first heard about this crime, I was thinking it would be some trained assassin, someone that at least has some sort of military experience, and someone that was probably a higher hit, because that's your imagination, because of how it occurred. One shot and it did it. The person obviously was at a distance. It seemed like a higher hit or something going on. And I wouldn't suspect a lanky 22-year-old to be able to do this. But once I started looking into Tyler and his years of experience with guns, his family is a gun-toting family. I mean, the rifle is his grandfather. So obviously the grandfather, they're at these gun shows and events. We see Tyler knowing how to hold different types of weapons from going to these different gun shows. We see that he likes to wear shades. He likes to wear hats on top of his head. We see his body build. We see the typical type of shoes he wears and things like that. We see that he's very much so into guns, so much that his parents actually knew that they know how their son looks. They know how he dresses. They know how he walks. They know their son, and they knew that was their son. And main thing they knew is that their son knows about guns. He knows about weapons, different ones, how to aim, how to shoot, how to position his body, how to do this and how to do that, because he has been around guns his whole life. Okay. So then once I understood his whole background, then I was like, okay. And also someone being able to get on that rooftop, go to the campus, and not be, if he was someone 40 years old walking around with a backpack, it might be suspicious, even though there are adult students. However, someone 22, he was able to blend in with that college, walk up those stairs with that backpack, go unnoticed, and no one thinks none the wiser, like, oh yeah, this person's out of place. And then he's actually, fit enough and healthy enough to be able to go up those stairs, get on the rooftop, run across the rooftop, jump from that rooftop. He's actually someone able to do that and carry that out. Okay. So knowing all of that, that makes it more, plausible that, he actually is a suspect. But I will admit that initially, I was thinking it would be someone totally different. So I don't think some people have been able to grasp that he actually could be an actual suspect there. I hope they're thinking it has to be something more than this lanky young adult 22-year-old. No way he could possibly be it, especially considering his background, conservative MAGA Mormon family. It has to be someone else. And even a Utah governor wanted it to be someone else. So there's also a want and a longing for it to be someone else besides him.
Yes, I do.
I'm told that by some people that if I criticize AIPAC, I'm anti-Semitic.
I think it's ridiculous. Yeah. I feel like it's great to have a concern for your country.
Do you think that that AIPAC represents, again, I'm not saying I believe this, but I think this is what you're saying, that it represents a kind of cutting in line of prioritization away from the American people?
Yes.
Would you guys say that's a fair summary? Meaning that, like, okay, we vote, we're citizens, but a separate group gets higher priority because of whatever reasons. You look like you want to chime in.
That the entirety of the idea of a PAC is to represent a group, but the fact that we're allowing a group that doesn't even represent American interests to influence the people who are supposed to be representing us, I have a huge problem with. And that's why I've said this before, and a lot of people don't like when I say it. I actually think there's probably like 20 representatives between Senate and House who I think are actually fully doing the work of the American people and don't have the interests of some group pulling their sway.
But when you hear that lots of other countries also are lobbying, do you think, I mean, that you probably don't know the names of those countries, but it's happening. Does that upset you equally, or is AIPAC just get all the press because it's so top of mind?
If those other ones are doing the same thing, of course. I do not think that other countries should be telling us how to spend, telling our representatives and people who are here to represent all of us that they should be focusing outside of the United States. America first. Thank you.
You know, there once was a president who started talking about that, suggesting that the precursor to AIPAC, which became AIPAC, should register under FARA, and he ended up getting shot in a moving vehicle in broad daylight with the whole world watching. So that's a dangerous...
Candace! You're jumping from one thing to the next. Who's responsible according to you? Is it Ackman? Is it Dylan? Is it Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel? Is it Turning Point USA? Are all these people collaborating? You keep on naming all these possible suspects. I think by the end of this, she's got to have a freaking, I'm not saying Epstein list, but she's got to have a freaking whole list of possible suspects. And none of these suspects are going to be linked to the actual weapon or any of the actual concrete, solid evidence that people have for the actual shooter. Okay, so I'm just going, what side has the most evidence linking to the actual shooter? Because both sides agree that the weapon belongs to Tyler Robinson. Both sides agree that Tyler Robinson was on that campus that day. Both sides agree to this. So everything is still, even the commonalities and the agreements that's going on is pointing to Tyler Robinson. So, Candace, I need you to actually start linking all these lists of suspects to the actual crime. Now, what I see, to be fair, that Candace is doing is she's pointing out issues and problems that Charlie Kirk faced. Okay, he possibly had issues with Benjamin Netanyahu. He possibly had internal issues with Ackman and others who maybe wanted him to change his viewpoints. He possibly had, there's financial or other things happening with this. Now, I will say her attacking Turning Point USA is also attacking Charlie Kirk because he's the co-founder of it. How could a co-founder of something not know what's going on with his own Turning Point? Okay, so you can't now attack Turning Point and say there's all sorts of things behind this big machine. And at the same time, Charlie Kirk was the face and the whole co-founder of that actual Turning Point, at just not so recent, right? So you're now, you're naming a lot of possible suspects, but not any evidence actually linking any of these suspects to the actual crime itself, and that's problematic. So if I were going to go you versus the government in this case, or should I say you versus the family. I will lean more towards the family and actual Tyler Robinson surrendering as the actual culprit with the weapon, the DNA, and all this evidence than I would you, who actually is naming a lot of suspicious behavior from all these different people, but not actually linking them to the actual crime itself. So is it possible he had issues with a lot of these people? Yes, but are those issues linked to this actual crime? And my vote is no. And yes, she's gonna provide scientific evidence. She also has 4 kids. There's gonna be health records. Candace is not. She's gonna be SOL. She ought to look as pertains to, all of that. Hold on.
Conversation to be hosting is what I want to say. It's a very dangerous conversation to be hosting. It is incredible that he is, in his own words, 6 weeks ago, and they're just lying. To that young ethnically Jewish kid who said he was converted to Catholicism, amazing. If the spirit of what he was saying, if he was the leader and was the spokesperson in the political realm for the Jewish people, they would go a lot further. They would go a lot further. Instead, they're making enemies everywhere. And as they make enemies, they then gaslight, they call their friends in the press, they call you names, and they keep doing more of the thing that made them lose an entire generation of people. Charlie was trying to help them. He was trying to help them. As you can see, as he said, I tell them, who's he talking about when he said that? I keep telling them this. Who is he speaking about? Listen to Charlie in his own words. It's ridiculous to pretend like I am saying something that you cannot verify, that Megyn Kelly's lying, that Tucker Carlson is lying. And it is very difficult to not see, as I do, that what I went through in the beginning of 2024 seems to be what Charlie was going through in 2025, which is getting really tired of the pressure of people telling you something that you're doing is wrong or saying is wrong when it so clearly is not. It's almost like they try to make you think you're in a psychosis, right? It's a level of gaslighting you've never seen before. It's like, how could you say? What did you mean when you said genocide is always wrong? I can help you. I'm your friend. Candace, don't you see why you should say sorry for that tweet? I know, I look back at text messages. I know other Jewish people, they love you, but they were hurt. They saw your tweet and they just said, what happened to Candace? They said it brought tears to their eyes. And I held the line. I said, I'm not apologizing. If me saying genocide is always wrong brought tears to their eyes, then these people are demons. Like, what? Like, excuse me? So that's my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. And I also just want to say that Tucker Carlson was amazing at last night as well. I know he's catching a lot of flack, but what his message was very important. He shared the story of Christ, and that these people who plot and lie and censor and pass laws, all it ever does inevitably is the exact opposite of what they're hoping that it does. And that really is the lesson of the Lord. That is the lesson of
Okay, so I'm actually going to be ending soon, but if you're on Twitter, please join me on actual YouTube, and that's at DaniRobertson YT. I mean, not YT, but YouTube.com, and that's the @ Dani Robertson against Dani Robertson. I'm going to end that live on Twitter, and you can actually go to my Twitter bio to actually click that link to join me on YouTube.
all of the plots failing. And here is a clip of what Tucker Carlson had to say last night.
The main thing about Charlie and his message, he was bringing the gospel to the country. He was doing the thing that the people in charge hate most, which is calling for them to repent. So how is Charlie's message different? And Charlie was a political person who was deeply interested in coalition building and in getting the right people in office because he knew that vast improvements are possible politically, but he also knew that politics is not the final answer. It can't answer the deepest questions, actually. That the only real solution is Jesus. And the reason, it's really simple. Politics, at its core, is a process of critiquing other people and getting them to change. Christianity, the gospel message, the message of Jesus, begins with repentance. Christianity calls upon you to change. Our core prayer given to us by Jesus, the Lord's Prayer,
how long is this?
Demands that we forgive other people, but preceding that is a request for our forgiveness. In other words, forgive us our sins, meditate on what we've done wrong, how we've fallen short, and then it becomes possible to forgive other people.
Fantastic.
That is a call to change our hearts from Jesus, and that is the only way forward.
Couldn't agree more. And I will say this, like, I am on this journey to figure out what happened on that day. I'm not going to stop unless Erika Kirk asks me to stop, as I have said, or my husband asks me to stop, because truth matters. And I think it is amazing.
Now that's interesting. She says if Erika Kirk asks her to stop, she'll stop. Do y'all actually believe that if Erika tells her to stop, that she will stop? Possibly because she might not want to get sued, but I don't believe that, because she's already like casting down or planting seeds against Erika. And I feel like if Erika were to say stop, at that moment she can then try to have all these people go against Erika and say, you're in on it, you're in on it. And that would be her moment to say, oh, okay, Erika wants me to stop looking into the death of Charlie Kirk. And then everyone that has bought into this whole conspiracy, oh my gosh, Erika might be in on it. So now she'll be added into the conspiracy. So in my opinion, that's a trap. Okay, the moment she says, to stop looking into the death of her husband, and then that can be weaponized against her as being anti the truth, because she's pointing it out or putting it out there and planting seeds that her investigation is to get to the truth. So if Erika says stop, then that's like signaling to Candace's audience, oh my gosh, the wife even wants me to stop. So then there's going to be it's a trap. It's a trap. Now I wish that Erika would say to stop, and then to see Candace's reaction. Now Candace could prove me wrong and actually just stop. But if she continues, then I already know that it was a setup, okay?
That Erika found it in her heart to forgive, but it is also my belief that there are more people involved that are in need of forgiveness, okay? Like I said, a lot more of what I have found.
So there she goes playing on this and says, oh, she forgave, Tyler Robinson, but I think that she's only trying to say Tyler Robinson, but Erika, there's more people that need forgiveness, people out there that are involved in this that you don't know about. And, and we have to get to the bottom of that.
And I want to be really methodical about releasing information. But this one, they chose the wrong person. They chose the wrong person to take out. Anyways, you guys, before I get to some of your comments, by the way, I think I went off air on Friday and didn't read comments from last week. So I'm going to read some of those and then get into this. Obviously, you guys already know, send me tips at CandaceOwens.com if you have any more information that you'd like to share with me. First, I want to tell you guys about Nimi Skincare, because I know a lot of you guys ask me what I use to keep my skin looking healthy and glowing. And the answer is simple. It is Nimi Skincare. It's a part of my...
Yeah, of course. You have to promote your product, goes from 1 minute, Charlie Kirk, my friend, get to the bottom, and then now the promo. Now people are saying, of course, it's her friend, but she still has to make money. She has to make a living. But that just goes to say what I'm saying, that, in a video on the friend's death, this investigation, she pauses in the middle of it. It'd be more classy or cool to... It'd be classier and more cool to actually put it at the very beginning of the video and at the end of the video, but not directly in the middle or in the directly after saying something sentimental. It just seems. But again, this is the same woman that put Bridget McCrone and sold out these T-shirts. Okay, so she's bottom line. She's chasing the dollars. That's my opinion. This is her new content to replace the McCrone content, because she's being sued by them, so she has to simmer down on that content.
My daily routine, also my nightly routine. If your skin is starting to show signs of aging, like fine lines creeping in, your skin is starting to sag a bit, or it's tired or uneven, or you feel like you're just kind of losing that youthful glow, then you should definitely try Nimi.
So you think she saw some rains? Like, you believe that she's actually mentally unwell and that this is something. The Bridget McCrone story to me is not, to me, like someone just came up with that, because she actually took that from someone else that actually said it before her. I'm actually going to put up a poll. Do you believe that Candace, I will use the McCrone story because that's more of what is more sketchy, okay? And do you believe that Candace actually believes that John, whatever, the brother actually transitioned into Bridget McCrone and is now living, the first lady used to be a man, John, that now has turned into his sister, or transitioned to his sister Bridget, and pretty much took over her identity, or replaced her. He transitioned into a woman and took over her identity and living as Bridget McCrone, but that was a man. If you don't know what I'm talking about, then you have to go back into this video and I explained it. And if you want a longer explanation of the whole thing, go to my first video I made on Candace Owens as it pertains to the Bridget McCrone, okay? So I'm gonna put up a poll, and so if you believe that she's mentally unwell, and the second option is if you believe that she actually believes what she's saying or not, okay? So we're going to put up a poll. Hold on.
Nimi's anti-aging skincare line. Their products have worked wonders on me. Nimi's 3-step anti-aging routine is packed with powerful, clinically backed ingredients that work. This routine restores your skin barrier. It boosts collagen production. It reduces...
And make sure you double tap or hit the like button if you have not done so. Please double tap, double tap it, and then hit the like also if you're on a PC.
In quality while staying true to our values of faith, family, and freedom. Right now, Nimi is giving my listeners 15% off your order if you use the code Candace15 at check. Listing low mortgage news the next morning on Good Morning. Solid and supportive, and so I don't know. I just don't mind. I've met his wife; she's absolutely lovely. So I do know that he was an intelligence officer. He's never denied that, and I'm
gonna go back one notch.
Listing low mortgage rate intact. It only takes a 10-minute phone call to get started. There's no upfront or hidden fees. So call American Financing and start saving now. The number is 800-795-1210. Again, that's 800-795-1210, or visit americanfinancing.net/Owens. That's americanfinancing.net/Owens. Okay, some comments from Friday's episode that I didn't get to. I'm sorry about that. Chris writes, Christ is King. May he guide you, be with you, and keep you safe. You know what? That message was even more appropriate now. Manuela Palacio writes, Candace, is Jack Posobiec trustworthy? I find it odd that a Navy intelligence officer, that the people closest to you betray you often for their own interests. It happened to Jesus. Also, the children that spoke yesterday, she is referring to the children who witnessed the assassination of Charlie Kirk and spoke out about that on the news the next morning on Good Morning America. Also, the children that spoke yesterday sounded highly rehearsed on their quote-unquote experience. Okay, so to the first portion, I can tell you that I know Jack Posobiec. He has always been very solid with me. I mean, always. And Jack Posobiec, by the way, every single time that I have been attacked publicly, particularly over the declaration that Christ is King, it's like a trigger for Jack Posobiec. He goes hard in the paint. If you say you can't say Christ is King, Jack Posobiec wants to go to war immediately, him and his brother, and that's great. So he's like a crusader. And if he was part of some intelligence program that was not allowing any critique of Zionism or whatever it is, he would have definitely made an enemy of me pretty early on. People, really went masked down when I said Christ is King. Post me being fired from the Daily Wire, he completely held the line. I've met his wife. She's absolutely lovely. So I do know that he was a naval intelligence officer. He's never denied that. And if he is an intelligence officer that is still active, then I got to tell you, he's good. I like Jack. And I can only tell you my experience with people. If I uncover something about him, then I'm going to come for his whole life. But I like Jack. Corey Henry writes, and I will say this, I've known him from the beginning of my career, and he has always been solid and supportive. And so, I don't know. I just don't see it. Corey Henry writes, love you. I wish I could give you more. Christ is king. Are you kidding me? That's a huge donation. Guys, you guys have been unbelievable. And I'm very grateful to all of you guys. I really am. Like, it's just, we've had an incredible year with you guys. And I know many of you guys are just finding my content and are new.
Okay, hold on a second.
After Governor Cox said the investigation was over and they had the guy, the feds reached out to him and said, hey, you're the one who shot that footage. Yeah. Did you make a police report? He said, yeah, I did. And, oh, really? We didn't know that. What do you mean you didn't know that?
Fine.
Video. Remember, before I show it to you to tee this up, it is just a couple of seconds after the sound of a shot rang. Things of that nature. So I don't accept that. That said, I also want to be clear that it doesn't mean that every single person that is continuing on in the organization is guilty of murder. I mean, I think we want answers, but we shouldn't be like, this person's definitely a murderer because they're not providing the answers. I've been speaking and I've been seeing a lot of vitriol that's been thrown at Andrew Colvette's way because he is doing press. He is carrying on Charlie Kirk's show. He was already seated on Charlie Kirk's show. He was already there. And I was being genuine when I said he's under a lot of pressure. There's no question. He's the spokesperson for Turning Point USA, and he's grieving somebody that he knows and who was a very close, if not one of his best friends. He saw every day doing the Charlie Kirk show, and he's still got to deal with the same donors that Charlie was dealing with. I mean, it's a lot going on, and until we have all the facts in front of us, until we actually see the footage.
And that's the thing, Leah. That's a good point. Why does this rumor matter to Candace? She does not live in France. I don't understand. And that's where I am pointing things out. Now, you don't have to live somewhere to care about something. However, what I'm pointing out is her show is about investigations and this conspiracy angle, right? So it's all about the Benjamins, baby. It's about the money. That's my opinion. But some people actually believe that she believes it. But in my opinion, it's about money. She makes sure that she has this idea. She makes sure that she has merch to sell with this idea. She goes on and on with it. And people can say she only stopped talking about Macron's to because Charlie Kirk was on a live and now she's talking about him. And I believe that she stopped talking about Macron because of the lawsuit. And this is her new topic to make money. Is Charlie Kirk. And it's safer at this point. And I believe that she is afraid of being sued as well by certain people. So maybe those people are the only ones that can get her to stop and cease. But we'll see. But I don't think that she will actually stop if Erika says to stop.
I think we should be careful in just thinking that everybody is guilty of something. I want you guys to also, though, be conscious of the lies that we are being told by the federal government, because that feels extremely guilty to me. We haven't received any updates whatsoever on the raid that took place of Lance's house where Tyler Robinson was living at the time of this crime. No update whatsoever on Lance. He just completely fell to the wayside. So forget it. Forget asking any. That's the towel that we've been told about. We can play that again as you watch this. Now let me tell you how I tracked down this footage. It took me all of 2 hours to track down this footage, to get the name of the person who had filmed the footage. And from there, after messaging someone on Twitter, they said, I got the footage from this person. This is the person that shot it, and he's willing to speak to you. I get in touch with this individual. Okay, very quickly. It was all transpired in a couple of hours. And you will never guess what it is that he told me. He told me that neither the feds nor the local police had ever reached out to him. Never. I'm sorry, what? You have one of two people who have a recording of the shooter at all, right? At all. And the feds were simply not interested, as they were executing this manhunt, of reaching out to the individual who had footage of him running across the roof.
Here's the thing. You're under the impression that the feds and the police need that person's footage for their case on Tyler Robinson. Have you considered that the school surveillance footage, which they posted themselves, Hello. The school has surveillance footage as well that they can use to prove their case against Tyler Robinson. And if they needed someone else's camera footage, it's already posted online. I even have that footage myself. Everyone can have access to that. It's online, posted everywhere. But they made it clear that they have their own footage. Okay, so you're making it into some conspiracy. Like, oh, they really need that specific video when they clearly show they have their own surveillance. Haven't we not seen that they have their own surveillance footage? So again, you're making this into some conspiracy. One thing I dislike about some conspiracy people, they only want to look at things from one side and one angle instead of saying, if let's say 20 people had footage of someone, and then the actual, let's say it's Walmart. Walmart has their own surveillance. They have their own thing. And then someone was at Walmart and they filmed something at Walmart and then they posted it on social media and everybody was using that footage. And then someone says, why didn't the police reach out to that person for their surveillance footage at this Walmart incident? There's something suspicious. They're not doing a proper investigation. But wait a minute. What if they don't need that person's because the actual store, Walmart, has their own surveillance footage, and it's good enough to actually, they don't need that person's. And if they did need that person's, they have it. It's already been uploaded to social media, right? So there's no need for that. If they had a need for it, I'm sure they would request it. But they clearly have said they have their own footage. And again, I'm not trying to be like, oh, I'm pro-government because the government has inadequacies and things like that. And I don't trust the government like 100%. However, in this case and in this instance, she's not really making any sense that they really need to reach out to everybody that has this. And also, a lot of times police, instead of reaching out to everybody that has footage, they actually say, if you have evidence, you can submit it to this person or that authority, and they leave it up to the public to submit their footage.
How could that be? Why? Why would that be? Somebody explain to me, make it make sense for me. Maybe in the fog and the chaos, sure. But at no point did they go, hey, I see this really grainy image that's gone viral on Twitter. Maybe I should reach out to the person that made it go viral and see if I can track down that person so I can get clear data, meaning the metadata that exists, which will tell you the exact second that the person was running to make sure it lines up with my federal timeline that I must be creating. If little old Candace is doing it, then I'm sure the feds at the top are definitely creating a second-by-second timeline just like I am. But no, they never reached out to him. Now I'll tell you what else I discovered, because a lot is going on. And we similarly, by the way, reached out to the person who shot the footage and said somebody is on the roof. We spoke about that earlier this week. He told us the exact same thing. He says he walked in and gave the footage to the Orem Police Department. Okay. Nobody, and they said, we were overwhelmed on that day one, which makes sense. Everybody contacting, calling, someone says, I have this. So it makes sense that he would be on the offense and getting them the footage. But the feds never reached out to him until the 15th. After Governor Cox said the investigation was over and they had the guy, the feds reached out to him and said, hey, you're the one who shot that footage. Yeah. Did you make a police report? He said, yeah, I did. And, oh, really? We didn't know that. What do you mean you didn't know that? That this is the first time the federal government on the 15th decided to reach out to the other person who saw the person climbing the roof? I saw the person getting into the shooting position. You never reached out to him until September 15th? Yeah, my friends, that looks to me like a cover-up. Not like you're trying to get to the bottom of something. Not with the amount of money that the feds have. You can't tell me that they did not reach out to these two individuals. It makes entirely no sense. There's another piece of this that is getting quite interesting.
And here's the thing that you're still leaving out. You also have to consider that the actual university had their own surveillance. So you need to also discuss first, what does the government have in their archive or in their evidence bag of surveillance? And then from there, you'll say, oh, okay, they already have him going up the stairs. They already have him making his way to the rooftop. They already have this or that. So since they have this, do they need someone else's footage? Possibly, yes. But immediately, what's immediate is what they can actually get their hands on. that's verifiable and valid that they can obtain from the school surveillance. And then from there, of course, they requested the public to reach out with any surveillance they had. Okay. So that's another way of looking at it. If I already have surveillance of certain areas or certain things, anyone else having it, that will be useful. But if I have my own surveillance that I have, then that's something as well. Yeah, so she's leaving out the part of, you first need to go over everything the government has, and then if there's any missing things, and then you'll say, well, the government has this and they were missing a rooftop footage, so now they should have reached out to this person, then that will be different. Okay, so what does the government already have first? Okay, yeah, hold on.
And I will say that this next piece that I have is in large part thanks to a multitude of leaks that are coming out of Turning Point USA. Now, right away, you might ask, why is that happening? Well, I can tell you in my experience, political organizations sometimes don't recognize that they are not like corporate organizations. What I mean by that is not whether or not the organization is a corporate, but rather sometimes they get the wrong idea that they can sort of do things that people can do on Wall Street, right? Like if a CEO steps down from Wendy's, you can just replace that person as another CEO and nobody cares. If you're buying chicken nuggets from Wendy's, you don't really care who the CEO is. Doesn't really work like that with political organizations, right? When it comes to politics, people get behind someone because they believe in that individual's ideas, right? You can't just play a swapsy all the time or think it's just going to go on and you're still going to have that same energy behind you. And so obviously this is a terrible situation and Charlie is gone. But with people not getting answers, right? With people that are working at Turning Point USA not feeling like, okay, are we as an organization fighting? Are we going to speak about the things that Charlie cared about? Are we going to call out the things that we feel are wrong here? They're not wanting to get behind that. They feel that the organization is now being motivated just by money and that this company's priorities have somewhat shifted, and that really how people on the outside that are looking in are going, what's going on here? Why are people not more rattled by the lies that are being told? Actually, I think if Charlie were here, he'd be talking about the weird things that were being told about this story, right? Ironically. And so many people have reached out and they spoke about the finances at Turning Point USA. And, I'm not exactly a forensic accountant, but I know that other journalists got really interested in this angle who were similarly receiving leaks and have pushed.
So again, she says she's not really going after Erika, but she's going after Turning Point and the finances of Turning Point. And she's the face and she's over it even now. So obviously you are going after Erika, but you're just trying to be sneaky about it. Okay. But I would love for Erika to say cease and stop. And something tells me Candace is not going to cease, because by that time she will have, planted so many seeds on about Turning Point and Erika that people are going to think they're going to add Erika to the conspiracy that she is trying to cover up the truth, or she's a part of this whole thing. Okay.
This off to forensic accountants and some of the stuff is getting very interesting. But I did want to show you guys this because I think this proves what we have been hearing. It's at least a starting point. An insider who said that they were there and present when Charlie had expressed some concerns about where the money was going. And leading up to that moment, Charlie had by and large completely removed himself outside of the organ of fundraising, which is to say that it wasn't something that he necessarily had his finger on. Of course, he always would show up for top donor meetings. He is the face of the company. But in terms of the accounting specifics, he trusted his lieutenants. Of course, something that big.
I believe that I think that she would be afraid initially to go against someone like Candace, to speak up and say to stop. I think that she would, to be honest, be a little bit weird, because Candace is crazy. It's like if someone is crazy, you might not want to say anything, because now you might become the target of this person with this platform. So maybe she doesn't want to be a target. However, I do believe that someone like Charlie Kirk's pastor speaking out, different people in Turning Point, part of Turning Point speaking out against Candace, that I do believe that since she's a part of Turning Point and the pastor and this and that, I do believe that Erika probably does not like it. So I do believe that others around her will speak out about Candace, and she will hope that Candace will back down just by them speaking out. And eventually, I do believe that if Candace gets worse, that she probably will speak out. And at that point, she'll probably have a onslaught of people against her. thinking that she's trying to cover up the truth and she's a part of this whole thing. And then there's going to be a lot of people, in my opinion, that are going to attack Candace because they are not going to like her going out to Erika. Okay, because they have martyred Charlie Kirk, and indirectly, of course, Erika is benefiting from that. And people are going to attack Candace. So right now she's walking a thin line and just being cautious. Okay, but ultimately, I don't think she will stop.
You know, you're clearing $100 million a year. You got to have lieutenants, and you have to trust those lieutenants. And of course, sometimes those leaders don't like one another. That's all normal. But then there arrived a moment when Charlie felt that the money was disappearing. Allegedly, I'll say allegedly here, but I think we have some proof that shows that. And the excuses that he was being given for the money disappearing wasn't adding up for Charlie. Said another way, the math wasn't mathing, okay? He felt that, again, according to sources, that the company was burning through cash too quickly. And Charlie set about finding out why and how this was happening. So on September 2nd, which is, of course, just 1 week before he lost his life, Charlie surprised the company by announcing that he was putting together a Doge department. Yes, a department of government efficiency like Elon Musk and Vivek Ramaswamy had set out to do. Trump won. They got behind him, right? They said, hey, there's a lot of pork. We don't know where this money is going. People are just accepting checks. Again, this is the whole purpose of the Department of Doge. You put us in there and we're going to figure out how all these bureaucrats are just wasting tax dollars. Really kind of a nice way of saying we're going to conduct an audit of the government, right? That's the only way to look at what Doge was. It's an audit, and then you cut the fat and you see where the money's actually going. Don't listen to me, by the way, because we can read Charlie in his own words. This was a internal memo that went out, signed off by Charlie on September 2nd. I'm going to skip to the relevant portions. He's first and foremost announcing that Dear Team America, effective immediately, again, September 2nd, Justin Strife is taking on a new elevated role with Turning Point USA as its COO. Since joining TPUSA in 2020, Justin has led Turning Point's fundraising division and in more recent years has been involved in some organizational operations, filling the COO role in many ways, but now officially taking on the title and expanded responsibilities. Now we're going to jump to that last big paragraph. Right, in this role, I have empowered Justin, among other priorities, to engage in an organizational-wide Doge effort. Justin will be assembling a small team to assist in this effort, which is focused on Turning Point USA, 1, becoming more efficient, 2, becoming more cost-effective, 3, unifying organizational success around company-wide metrics and goals, and 4, reshaping company culture. I expect many positive changes to come from this forthcoming initiative and Justin's expanded role. Please join me in congratulating Justin on this new role with the organization. So I felt that with all of the rumors that I'm hearing, to see that Charlie was essentially putting together a small team to begin looking at money and ways to be more quote unquote efficient, it's looking like that's relevant, that all of these tips that we are receiving from insiders is accurate. And what we're understanding is that there are a lot of contractors and people essentially who were taking money both ways, who were bringing in money and cutting deals. Said simply, the money was looking funny. Okay. And Charlie set out to determine why, which means that others should maybe set out to determine why. Is this department still going? And like I said to you, others are setting out to determine why. There are journalists, forensic accountants that have been hired. And what I have been shown, the preliminary findings are quite astonishing. Okay. And I will say this, my sources at Turning Point said something that I found to be crucial, interesting. They said that Charlie wasn't just concerned about where the money was going, but also where the money was coming from. Where the money was coming from. What are we to make of that? Okay? What are we to make of that?
Well, she's saying her sources from Turning Point. Again, she's giving herself like, oh, I have insiders to this. So do you believe that she actually has insiders at Turning Point that are telling her things about Turning Point, which could possibly be a leak or just jeopardize their job? Or is she just saying this?
What does that mean? Like, either speaking about companies that were kind of flooding the zone with money so that they could have more influence, but they had questions about those companies. It sounds like there were people who were effectively double agents making money on commissions on both sides of a contract. I've seen a lot, and I'm going to allow the reports to come out next week that people who have really seized upon that and are looking at things. And I think a lot's going to be revealed, like I said, as it should. We want to know everything. We want to know absolutely everything. I'm going to tell you guys a bit more, as well as responding to a lot of what I think are just unfair criticisms of people that are.
So one thing I want to say is that she's always acting like she has this smoking gun or this big evidence is going to crush everybody. And she makes everything into some sort of fishy, mysterious action. Okay, so he sent a memo out before he passed away. Well, not passed away, before he was unalived. He sent out a memo, okay? And, you know, making some changes, you know, as far as the COO, and ways to kind of cut calls and run things like more smoothly. However, that's not unusual. Like the way she's saying it is like making it more unusual than what it actually is. Organizations, they do that all the time. Just, you know, cleaning up things, and just, you know, it's not abnormal behavior. So a lot of times with conspiracies, in my opinion, they exaggerate and make things more abnormal than what it is. It's really just like an internal audit. And again, what does that have to do with the actual unaliving and shooting of Charlie Kirk, when there's a lot of evidence pointing and including a self-admission to Tyler Robinson? That's not a proof of murder. You keep on naming all these you know, issues that they might be having with the company, with you know, Ackman, with Benjamin Netanyahu, but none of this stuff actually links to the actual crime itself. She's like, oh, Charlie thought money was disappearing and just vanishing, and you know, people didn't want him to ask questions. It's making it seem really fishy. And again, that could be true. Maybe there were financial issues or financial weird things going on as far as Turning Point USA and money. Would that be, you know, it won't be shocking. You know, maybe there needs to be some sort of investigation into Turning Point as far as that goes. But again, there's still no linkage from their financial issues and any sort of auditing or some sort of scam or fraud or whatever is going on internally to the actual unaliving. There's no connection to the weapon, the location, the DNA on the gun, the mom and dad saying that they knew the surveillance was showing their son. All the evidence, you know, that they have pointing to Tyler Robinson. You have nothing linking any of these other people to the actual crime. Shout out to Lady Letitia. Thank you so much for the cash apps. It's great to see you live. Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Again, shout out to you. I appreciate the cash app. Make sure y'all check out Lady Letitia's channel and subscribe as well. And so, yeah, so what is she saying? So there's a lot of speculation, but not actual evidence to back it. A lot of suspicious stuff she's bringing up that could be actually suspicious and need to be looked into. But those issues are all separate from the whole issue of the unaliving of Charlie Kirk, which had one lone wolf, lone actor shooter, and that's Tyler Robinson, self-admitted shooter, surrendered to the police, turned himself in. The police didn't have to go arrest him. He actually was a friend of the family drove him up there, former cop, and he turned himself in. Okay. You know, messy internal financial stuff doesn't equate to murder. So where's the actual link to the actual murder, Candace? But yeah, I'm going to be ending soon, like I said. But yeah, Candace is just, in my opinion, seeking profit. But let's look at the poll and see what the audience thinks. Okay. Do you think Candace believes that Bridget McCrone is a man? 28 votes. So 25% says yes, 54% says no, it's for profit, 7% says a little bit, and 14% says still thinking about it. So it looks like the majority believe that it is for profit. About the next one is 25% that they believe that she actually believes it. Now, for those people, do you believe that she actually believes it and she's completely healthy and mentally well, or do you believe that she believes it and she's mentally unwell, or do you believe that you don't have an opinion either way? And then there are 7% that believe that she believes it a little bit, and then 14% believes that still thinking about it. I believe that it's for profit. Again, if you actually watch my live where I discuss her motion to dismiss that lawsuit, she actually says that she pretty much ended the Becoming Bridget series. in July, and had pretty much was ceasing that. Now she did like cease the series, I think. I don't know, but when I went to her channel, I still heard her talking about Bridget Macron. Okay, I believe that this Charlie Kirk, once she saw all the views she was getting from posting their old pictures and videos, and that went viral. When I say it went viral, everybody was talking about Candace Owens and Charlie Kirk pictures and videos, and implying or insinuating or believing that there was something more to their whole thing, more than friendship. So once she saw the views and the attention that got, that gave her the idea, in my opinion, to then use that as her content, because she saw it got millions of views, similar to her becoming. Now, if you have one topic that's getting millions of views, your objective is obviously going to switch to another topic that will get you the same, the equivalent, the same amount of views. And that's what I believe she did. She saw it got millions of views, and she saw that she actually had knowledge of this topic as well. At least some insider knowledge or closeness, proximity to Charlie Kirk to be seen as someone somewhat credible. That her association and closeness to him as far as a friend with these pictures and videos that she posted gives her a little credence, so that way she can capitalize off of her proximity to Charlie Kirk. Okay. So I would go with the 52%, the majority that believe, yes, I believe that is for profit. Okay. Now, the next question, obviously, and the last one is, do you believe that she believes, do you think that she thinks that Tyler Robertson is the actual shooter, or do you believe that she doesn't believe it and she's actually really looking for some other unknown shooter? So similar to that. So I think it's no need to really put that up, because I think most people probably, would think that if it's for profit for the Macrons, then maybe, do you believe that it's for profit as well for Charlie Kirk? Or do you believe that since she actually was friends, or allegedly friends, with Charlie Kirk, that it's actually something that she has taken on as a mission and a crusade to find out who unalived her friend? That's her whole stance and her position. And I will say that that's her selling point, is that this is her friend and she's going to seek justice for her friend to find the true unaliver of her friend. That's just a selling point for me. Okay. Yeah. So I'm going to put that last poll up, and then after that, y'all can enjoy the rest of your Sunday, okay?
Attacking Erika, and I'll tell you why I feel that those criticisms are unfair. But first, I want to throw it to Riverbend Ranch. I told you I met the CEO of this company when I was with Charlie years ago, and we went out to meet him. Wonderful person. Everyone wanted to do something to try and heal. Remember Charlie, and my friends at Riverbend Ranch put together the following tribute to honor him.
We pay tribute to Charlie Kirk, and we celebrate the tremendous good he did in his life. Charlie courageously advocated for the sacred principles of freedom, constructive discourse, truth, family values, and common sense. He taught with humor and wisdom, and backed up his beliefs with data and facts. He set a powerful example of reaching out and talking to those who disagreed with him. We mourn his passing, but what he taught us continues to resonate with even more power.
A message from all of us at Riverbend Ranch.
Also want to tell you guys about PDS debt, because the system is not broken, it's actually rigged. And if you're buried in debt, that's exactly how they want it. Big banks profit when you're desperate. Creditors win.
So I want to say this. Here she goes with another commercial. I want to say this for all that are wondering. And of course, I want to say this. I'm not just justifying the actions. I'm not condoning the violence. And however, I will say, as always, two things can be true at once. Number one, you can not. And number two, you can also not agree with his talking points. Although I do believe that his talking points are racist, and don't say I have only looked at clips. I've looked at enough, and I've done my research. Yes, he is. He has said racist things, and he's racist. With that being said, do I believe that he deserved to be unalived? No. So don't conflate that. I'm happy they found the suspect. It was wrong that he was unalived. He should not have been unalived. I don't condone the violence. And at the same time, I'm not going to also, act like I, agree with all his talking points and his rhetoric. Okay, his politics. Okay, hold on one second.
When you lose, you don't have to play their game. PDS Debt helps you take back control. They've helped hundreds of thousands break free from credit cards, loans, and high interest traps. It's your money, it's your future. It's time to fight for both. PDS Debt goes beyond the numbers to understand your unique financial situation and craft a personalized plan that is designed just for you. There is no minimum credit score that's required, which is great. A bro on YouTube, and he.
Okay, make sure you actually take the last poll. Take the last poll.
The video was just absolutely viral. It's got 6 million views. And by the way, I am so happy that it's got 6 million views. Everybody investigating this is exactly what we need. And nobody is going to be perfect. We're going to get things wrong. And we can only work with the information that's been given to us. And for whatever reason, it's very limited. So every time anything that I'm debunking here is just because I want to help focus his investigation. But so
I help focus his investigation. So you're admitting, here's the thing about getting things wrong. There's one thing to get someone's order wrong at McDonald's or Taco Bell, Wendy's, I got it wrong. That's small, but when you get something wrong like this, you're walking on dangerous terrain, because now you're actually, implying or insinuating that some people are, a part of his autolive, which is accusing someone of a crime. That's not a small error. These insinuations, or to be honest, can be seen as defamatory statements. You're already on hot water with the Bridget Macron lawsuit.
He presents an argument that you can see a muzzle flash, and there is one element of his video where he shows what he believes to be blood splatter as an entry point on Charlie's neck. So we can watch that, take a listen.
And in that video, you can see the same, what appears to be the bullet coming down, and it does line up with the actual gunshot itself.
So this video was created by a friend of mine who is a Marine. You'll see him here at the end. This is the angle he is showing the shot coming from, showing where Charlie was sitting, and the angle of the shot, which will correspond with this video here, which unfortunately we will blur out Charlie's face, but we will show what is necessary to prove that this was an entry and exit wound. So you'll see him circle the highlighted area right there, and you'll see the exit wound corresponding after, split second after, as it would from an entry and exit wound. So in this footage, you can clearly see that Charlie is shot from his back right, and there's blood splatter coming out of the entry wound.
Okay. So what I can immediately help with, because I have so much footage and clearer footage of that, is that's actually not blood splatter. And I was very surprised by this. It's his necklace. That is his necklace. And it was one of the things that struck me as odd. And I saw the back footage, and then I have clear footage from the front, and the necklace goes first. And if I'm looking at it, it looks like it breaks from here, and then it comes up and it whips up. That is Charlie's necklace chain. So I hope that sort of helps focus that. And I don't know if that helps change your opinion at all, but I wanted to add that. The second thing is I wanted to show you a photo, a different angle of where that flash that he is looking at came from, because the thing that I don't understand is that particular window doesn't open. So if you're saying it's inside, and I might be wrong, so you can see, and I hope I have this right. If I'm wrong, please let me know, and I will adjust it immediately. But that window is from that zone, which they call like the flag hall, which is where that person actually shot the footage. He's on the other side of it, where we saw the person running across the roof. That's basically above the underpass. And so you can see from this angle that those windows, I don't know if we have a more forward picture of that, Skylar. If we don't, it's okay. But from everything that I could see, those windows don't open. So if it's coming from inside, if that's where you're saying, and I had that location correctly, again, I'm happy to update this if I'm wrong, then we should see broken glass. So let me know if I'm right about that. I will say there was another piece, and this part I have not been able to debunk, but I am sending someone there to get me similar footage, which is when you discuss a suspicious looking bush. So I will let Ranged Abro present that theory. Take a listen.
I want to take a look at this photo next. This guy's talking about this bush up here in the top left of this photo.
Now, let me actually talk about the whole necklace thing. So to be honest, upon looking at it, it does seem like really gore, like, oh my God, it's a shot. And then there's like a bunch of, it seems like, I think that sometimes our eyes can play tricks on us. That's a possibility, right? And yeah. And so they have that viral video floating around. And, even I thought it was blood at first look, but like I said, if you actually look at it carefully, it does look like it's just his necklace chain, like snapping and then kind of like moving upward a little bit. And what happened is sometimes the light, well, in her case, she said flash, can like, if you ever see something bounce off of light or light bouncing off of something, it kind of, it's like, it's like grainy. It's the footage, by the way, that's really circulating is kind of grainy, and that's why people believe like, oh, a ring is changing fingers, and this is happening. That's called low quality footage. It's not like a good camera that was actually taking that close up one. There's other camera angles that show a better view of what actually happened than that first one that spread and circulated where someone was up close. The quality is not that great, so it could look glitchy or whatever. So the chain caught that light, and then it kind of looked like a hinted at a little red on the grainy footage. And if you're looking at it, your eyes can play tricks on you, like it's sprayed or like just came out like a freaking movie where blood just pours out of a wound. But to be honest, exit wounds are not always the thing. Okay, it's not always that someone's going to have some sort of exit wound because of some a gunshot wound. It's not going to always. Sometimes it does get lodged into someone. Now most people are thinking that on the neck it should go out, but not always the case. Okay. But again, a video that's low quality, grainy, with bad lighting, and it can lead to your eyes playing tricks on you. So, it wasn't like a blood spray. It was pretty much, light bouncing off of the necklace. And yeah, so I would say look at it again and try to pay attention to what's actually happening. Okay.
And he's stating that it does look suspicious. It does look suspicious. It looks like there is a person right here, and it looks like there is a...
Okay, so I remember that because someone sent me that, and I was like, what is that? So I saw that as well, okay?
Rifle right here that the person is holding, a hand here, a support hand sort of...
Now y'all doing a lot now. As far as that, how can y'all all make out? That's a blurry image. Even when I zoomed in, zoomed out, changed the, the light, ness of it, change the brightness, the contrast. I did a lot of stuff too, and y'all are seeing all of that with that blurry image. I need y'all's glasses. Y'all got bifocals, or what's happening with y'all can see all this in that blurry. Yeah, I think that y'all are really just, I don't know. Now it does look like somebody is there and this and that, but I don't think at that angle that was actually a good spot to actually shoot him. We already see footage of someone actually on the rooftop. That was the better. And at the same time, he was shot. So, I mean, come on, y'all are just reaching a little bit here.
Very blurry image, but you can clearly make out that this is not just a bush. This is a human skin tone right here. And this correlates with a human head and hair and a rifle in the exact kind of crucifix shape of an AR-15 with an optic on it.
I can see what y'all are saying, but I don't know.
Mounted up.
So what I can say, and I'm looking at my minute-to-minute text messages because I sent somebody there on the ground to get me pictures of that bush today, and I agree with you. In the smaller, in the photos that I'm looking at today, the bush, you can kind of see through it. And in the image that you have, granted, it is grainy. It doesn't seem like you can see through it. So
nah, if you can see through it, another way to look at it is, if you're looking through it from a certain angle, look at the color of the building. The color of the building is this like cream color, like this color. So that can look like someone's skin color if you're actually looking at it, because it will show like what's behind it far off. What's on the opposite side of the bush that is going to be shown through from a distance.
I am interested in that, and I am prodding that narrative, and I will let you know what I come up with. Anyways, again, the point of me doing that was just to help further direct your theories. Everybody is coming out with ideas, and I think that's great. Until the feds answer our questions, until we see more footage of what took place that day, all of us need to stay on top of it, because we all sense that something is very wrong. We are not getting the truth. One more thing that I'd like to share with you guys. You will recall yesterday during the comment section, we got a tip. A young woman that said that doorbell footage was intentionally presented to the public only partially, and that the reality is that there was more footage which showed the person that they allege is Tyler Robertson walking with a woman who they don't know who that is, and that he changes clothes. So I'm not sure if there was more footage on the side of the house. There's another angle, but there was allegedly footage of Tyler changing clothes, and he is with an unidentified woman. What I will say is I have established connection with that individual, and it's a solid lead. And it's only going to get more interesting in terms of who is involved in that cover-up. locally, like a Utah person involved in that cover up, which is another piece of this puzzle that I find to be fascinating. I will have more for you guys next week as we continue this. I always want to make sure that we give people an opportunity to respond and to answer what it is that we are putting out there and making sure that our reports are accurate. And I will have more for you on that next week. I do also want to address people who are inundating me speaking about Erika Kirk. And I think the reason why this was catalyzed was because of a fundraising email and text messages went out and people found it to be distasteful and fundraising off of his death. Okay, first and foremost, the reason why I said, and I meant it genuinely, was to pray for Erika a couple of days ago. And I said she is stepping into a role as CEO and the chairman of a company that got bigger than Charlie, by everything that I'm understanding and just having been there, I saw it happening, and a company that she's going to have to learn in 4 seconds how this whole thing's, it is a machine, okay? Those emails that you saw, that was not written by Erika Kirk. That will be an entire department, and these are emails when you fundraise. I've had fundraising emails go out with my face and my name on them. They are not authored by Erika Kirk, and I want you guys to know that, right? I just think it's like, I don't know, it just feels so unfair to me to assign the amount of pressure that is on her right now. She has not come out and said anything to me that makes her suspicious, because I understand how that organ works. And I understand how people, when they are motivated by money, how they don't even think about these things. It can be so gross. I mean, I have really gotten into arguments with people when I felt that they were using my face and representing things, and I was getting pushback from the public. And I'm like, I would have never done this. I would have never made that decision. And yet I'm going to be the person that gets all the flack for the decision that you made. I've had those arguments. And so when I see this go out, irrespective of how you feel, you should know that those decisions are not made by Erika. That's what it means to step into a company of that size and that scale. Okay. Their focus is going to be something different. And she has had, I think, a tremendous amount of grace in the speech that she gave, which I thought was very inspiring. And we should similarly have grace, give her time to get her, first and foremost, the adjustment in her life. She's a mother, first and foremost, right? This is what she was doing. She was a mom, and Charlie was on the road, and these were Charlie's concerns. You know, men carry the weight of the world on their shoulders, and they were following that. This was a faithful couple. This is a woman who consulted a priest and prayed when she felt that somebody had put a hex on her husband. And
okay, so that's pretty much it I'm going to cover today. Again, I appreciate everyone for being here. So what I want to actually say is, ultimately, I believe that the actual suspect, the individual lone wolf shooter, is actually Tyler Robertson. And he is someone that, you know, obviously is into weapons, has experience with weapons, physically able and capable of committing this crime, trained enough since a child to be able to carry out this crime, has certain things based on his identity that could possibly, you know, lead to him feeling like Charlie Kirk is full of hate. And there's a slew of evidence actually pointing towards him being the actual shooter. Okay. Candace wants us to believe there's a grand cover-up, Israel's lead, Benjamin Netanyahu, you know, pressure, that there is donors fighting, there is financial corruption, and bushes with guns, and people seeing things, child, that's a bush, and whatever is, you know, seen through it, through the bush, is actually what's on the opposite side, which I believe is the actual building itself. But she pretty much takes away all the facts and the evidence that actually links Robinson. She does not connect the dots from Turning Point USA, Benjamin Netanyahu, Ackman, Dylan, or anybody. She does not connect anybody to the actual crime. Now, one person that Candace connects to the crime is, guess what? Surprise, surprise. One person that throughout this whole life, she has connected only one person to the crime scene. In her actual IG post, Candace herself, she actually posted this. She says, I would like to again stress that he has never been to UVU campus, and that's because he actually went to Utah State University for one semester, not UVU. And she says, and I need to confirm this later. She says, I believe he was around the campus on that day. So she believes that he was around UVU campus, even though he was never a student there, just at the other one, Utah State University. She actually placed him at the crime scene that day. of the unaliving of Charlie Kirk, right? So she places Tyler Robinson there, but why? Why, right? Another thing that she does is she posts this, because we have to be listening to both sides and how they are proving. So yeah, social construct was pioneered by anthropologist Franz Boas, or Bold. Can't pronounce the name. I don't know. I might have butchered it, but that's who actually came up with that. So if I were to quote that, I will actually go and quote that person. Okay. Yeah. Hold on. So let me actually pull up the last statement, the other statement from Candace. So the only thing that she's really doing is proving that more and more it is Tyler Robinson. But then she also posts this one where she says, the federal government is lying about absolutely everything other than the fact that it is Tyler's gun. So Candace, shout out to you. You're pretty much saying he was near the campus that day, or well, he was on the campus that day of UVU. That places him at the crime scene. Secondly, you say that's Tyler's gun. So what do you call someone that's his gun and he was at the crime scene, but he didn't do it? Yeah. If that's your gun, you're at the crime scene and you have shoes, I can go down the line. Another thing is, let me go to the last thing. She said that she was sent exclusive footage showing that Tyler Robinson was at a Dairy Queen. Hold on. Now, I will have to look into it myself unless someone has already done the research. What Dairy Queen was he actually at? Okay. Was it near the school or not? Like which location he was at, should I say? Hold on.
Except sometimes things don't go as planned. Because before people realize they have anything, or maybe when they're trying to reach out to the feds, they're texting a friend who texts a friend. And the next thing you know, the whole neighborhood in all of Orem has something. And this is what happened. Something made its way around the entire town and into my tips line repeatedly. It is a very clear image of Tyler Robinson, allegedly taken, I'll say allegedly for safety here, but it's looking right according to my timeline, allegedly taken at 6:38 p.m. at a nearby Dairy Queen. Here is that photo that we can show you. Just take a look at this photo.
So you're trying to say that he was at a nearby Dairy Queen wearing a hat and glasses on that day. Now she's saying allegedly. Some people are thinking the photo is fake and some people are thinking it's real. However, it's still showing him, it says nearby. So you're saying that one, he was on campus, then he was later seen nearby. That's what you're saying, right, Candace?
What is wrong with this picture? A lot is wrong with this picture. First and foremost, 6:38 p.m. You just shot someone. You have gone through great pains to hide your face, to change your outfit. But wait, you didn't fully change your outfit, did you? I'm looking at this photo and you're wearing jeans and you're wearing the maroon shirt. Now we have a 50-50 combo of the outfits. And now you're showing your eyes and you're not fearful at all that you might be recognized. Also,
but wait a minute, red shirt. He was actually, when he was actually going up the stairs to that rooftop, he was wearing a hat, glasses, and then he was wearing a long sleeve black shirt with American flag with the bald eagle or eagle in the center of that red American flag, and then blue jeans. Okay, so that's not what he had on in the surveillance as far as at the school.
So wow, you must have quite.
Yeah, I know the FBI said he changed clothes. I'm aware that the FBI said he changed clothes, but I'm saying that she's saying, I guess, I don't know if she's trying to say, but that's not the actual surveillance footage. He changed clothes later. I need to actually go and see what they said he changed it to. I actually have the actual charging document, but I have to see. Hold on.
Stomach. You don't have a record. Next thing you know, you shoot someone and you're like, I'm just going to go have a meal. You don't seem to be too shaken or too upset.
If he said that he's full of hate and he felt justified in doing so, it's not going to stop. People will have unalive people went out to eat, unalive people went home. They don't care. That's not going to be unusual. And so who knows, he might have been even trying to give himself an alibi, like, oh, I was at Dairy Queen. Who knows? But the point is, that's not going to be unusual for someone to actually, go out to eat or go about their life.
Something problematic is the location, by the way. We mapped this out. It's about 15 minutes away from the campus at a time when we're told that he's idling by, babysitting the rifle. So you can see, we're showing you, it's about a 17-minute drive away from the campus. So there should be a lot of footage then of this Dodge Challenger driving back in.
And here's the thing. See, you are thinking that the feds are going to release every bit of evidence and every piece of evidence. Obviously, there is going to be cameras everywhere, tracking him from location to the next. You cannot think it's suspicious because you have not received the information. Anyone online thinking that the feds are going to give you every piece of evidence they have, you're mistaken, sadly mistaken. Imagine if during every investigation, the police release every piece of evidence to the public at every turn. That can impact and mess up an investigation. That's ridiculous. As someone that requests police footage, reports, and different things, a lot of times police and law enforcement are not going to release anything to the public until the investigation is done. Only if it's imperative or if they feel like it won't jeopardize the actual investigation. Okay.
And forth, okay. And like I said, the biggest thing that jumps at me is he looks kind of content there. So he's got to be a full-blown psychopath wearing half of what the feds told us he was wearing in the morning and half of what the feds told us that he was wearing during the shooting. Okay, so why did he text in this exchange at all and say that he changed outfits? Wouldn't you have just said, I changed my t-shirt? If that's the reality, you just changed your t-shirt and that was enough? Was it just a t-shirt that he changed? The outfit, again, as I sensed yesterday, has always been problematic. I feel the outfit was the Fed mistake. We can now plot this change, this alleged Dairy Queen stop, onto our timeline. We said the first correspondence that allegedly took place between these two had to have taken place between Tyler and Lance after 6:00 p.m. Well, there we go. 6:38 p.m. We get an alleged photo of Tyler Robertson buying food at Dairy Queen off campus on the other side of town. My suspicion, I maintain, is that there are multiple people that are involved.
She said, please, can you just convince him to let me go? She said, I'll do anything. Just please, just let me go.
Oh, hold on a second.
She even offered oral. I had her give me oral. She gave me oral.
What the hell? Hold on.
I ejaculated.
The homeowner who captured the suspect on surveillance camera is speaking out today. ABC4's Bayan Wang spoke exclusively to him today, breaking down exactly what his camera caught both before and after the shooting.
Yeah, Facebook turned stuff on. So Facebook did an automatic I keep on saying I have to turn that off, but they will automatically play the next video. So there's another video that started to play by itself, and I try to hurry up. I'm like, let me turn this off because I have no idea what they're about to say, but please stop, okay?
When we captured the surveillance footage tells me that for the last several days, the fatal shooting of Charlie Kirk is all his community has been talking about, as it's been a complete shock that this happened right in their backyard.
We believe that right before
the shooting happened is this is how we entered the college.
Before Charlie Kirk's suspected shooter was captured on Utah Valley University security cameras Wednesday, a homeowner who asked to remain anonymous noticed him on his home surveillance system walking through his neighborhood towards campus.
I looked at my camera and I first had seen the guy limping. I thought, oh, there's something wrong with that guy's leg. I didn't think nothing of it. Then when my son went through our camera, he noticed it and he picked up on it right away, and that's when I notified ATF.
And after the shooting, school surveillance footage captures the suspected shooter running along this roof, jumping off, landing in grass. He then runs towards this direction, runs out of the frame of the camera. We know the probable cause statement says that authorities found a weapon in a wooded area near campus. Across the street here, we see a hill with tall trees and dry brush. And 10 yards up that hill, we still see police crime scene tape on scene and multiple cones along the grass and along the brush here. About 10-15 feet away is another neighborhood.
I believe he come through here.
The homeowner checked his footage the next day after hearing about the shooting. The suspected shooter, who authorities believe is 22-year-old Tyler Robertson, shows back up in his neighborhood after the shooting.
It shows him in that field because I believe he probably popped up over there, come up the hill from where we feel that the gun was dropped. He run up there, run over the hill, and then run down that path, that dirt path, and that's where we see him right here, is in the field.
Kirk's broad daylight fatal shooting, a complete shock for neighbors here.
It's affected everybody.
How so?
It's just a shock. You know, it's different. I like it. This is a quiet neighborhood, and for something to happen that goes worldwide, it's just, we're just old town people, you know, and it's just different.
FBI Director Kash Patel posted on X saying that they went against all law enforcement recommendations to release the video footage and enhance stills of the suspect, ultimately leading to Robinson's father recognizing his son in the video and turning him into authorities. Reporting in Orem, I'm Bayan Wang, ABC4 News.
Okay, so hold on 1 second. Okay, so that's pretty much going to be it that I wanted to cover today. And yeah, so make sure you smash that. Hold on. Okay, so make sure you smash that like button or double tap the like button. So like I said, all in all, again, Candace, you saying number one that there is an actual that's actually the gun that belongs to him. The gun, you know, a rifle was shoot, you know. So you actually are admitting that the gun actually belongs to Tyler Robinson. You actually admit that he was on campus at that UVU that day. You also admit that he was within a short, you know, 15, 17 minutes from at a Dairy Queen, author in a change of clothes, partially changed the clothes. So you're actually, to be honest, you're placing him with the gun as the owner of the gun. You're also placing him at the campus, the crime scene. You're also placing him within 15 minutes at a Dairy Queen near the actual crime scene. He's not even like living in that area. He's living in a different area. So why is he at, you know, in that area? So right after the shooting. So all the stuff you're saying is pointing to none other than Tyler Robinson. Now, that's who you're actually linking to the crime. Everyone else, you have not linked to the actual crime scene or the actual weapon or anything like that. So the more you talk, the more you're actually incriminating Tyler Robinson. In fact, if you were Tyler Robinson's lawyer, you would be fired. You're saying it's his gun. He was on campus at UVU, even though that wasn't the school he went to previously. That his school was Utah State University for one semester, not UVU. So why is he at UVU? And then that's his weapon. And then after that, you say that he was at a nearby Dairy Queen, so he's still in the area right after that time period, right? So yeah, so you're actually connecting to, you have not connected Ackman to the weapon or any of the proximity to this area. You have not connected Benjamin Netanyahu to the area or the weapon. You have not connected Turning Point USA to the weapon, but you have said, okay, well, they had the guy moved the camera. But why would Turning Point USA set up a camera to videotape or record an assassination? Wouldn't that be stupid to record an assassination? Wouldn't you want all cameras to be taken away? Wouldn't you try to make sure there's less security or there's less chances of being recorded? All these cameras and everything, and you're also going to add new and more cameras to somewhere where you're planning to assassinate someone, doesn't make sense logically. Could there be issues that he had with Benjamin Netanyahu, Israel? Could there be issues he has with Turning Point financial corruption or internal issues with the finances? Yes. Could there be issues that he had with a disagreement or, differing opinions with Ackman and Dillon? Yes. Could there be internal company issues? Yes. But have you linked any of those people to the weapon? Or you linked Tyler Robertson to the weapon? Have you linked any of those people to the crime scene? Besides to say there's a camera there, but you haven't linked any, not really, not sufficiently. Have you linked them to a nearby area? Not really, or to the weapon. So, so far, all you're saying and all you're doing is still linking Tyler Robinson to it. So, there has been immediate action and arrest for this case, to be honest. Within, I think, 43 hours, they said. And by the way, it wasn't the FBI that, we found him. He actually, his family, recognized him, and then he surrendered. So he's tied to the actual weapon. There's, witnesses that he has confessed to. He's living with this transgender partner roommate, with Lance, and that place, of course, was raided, and that person, Lance, has confirmed that Tyler pretty much did it, and there's message exchanges between the two of this confession. So it's not just it's just it's actually a confession. Even people in the Discord was like, that looks like you. Is that you? And he was like, it's not just Discord messages. There's also a written note as well. And these also exchanges. Okay. There is actually, Candace is posting allegedly, Tyler is near the campus at a Dairy Queen, shortly after the gun, the unaliving. People have these doorbell ring cameras, and people are spotting someone similar in these different footages, wearing the same kind of clothing, walking in a certain way at certain times. There is the rooftop video of someone, running down and running across the rooftop, firing and things like that. There's surveillance footage of him walking up the stairs to go to the rooftop and down that hallway. Okay. There's also surveillance of him walking down the stairs. And what else? Rooftop footage of him perched up there, getting into place, and also dropping down from the actual building and heading in the direction where later people would have these into the surrounding neighborhood where people have these surveillance footage, right? The actual body composition and body makeup of how he actually dresses, looks, his body size, body composition and figure and body build, and how he moves, and his family recognizes these things, all match Tyler. The family identified him as well. And they recognize that he has this history of firearm usage. and the stuff from the actual rifle had his actual engravings, and he knew about these engravings before the media even knew about these engravings. He was already in communication with his actual roommate, lover about those messages. And people are always talking about this during law enforcement investigations, is that they are looking for someone that knew details that only the suspect would know before it was released to the public. Let's say the police don't release anything to the public about a rifle until maybe, let's say, 8 p.m. But they retrieve messages of Tyler talking about a weapon way before then, of dropping off a certain weapon or something. So then how would he be privy to information before it was released to the public? I'm not saying it specifically about the rifle. I'm saying there are some things he said that only the suspect would know. And he actually said this stuff to the roommate before it was released publicly by the feds, okay? People saw someone climbing. There's actual witnesses that saw someone climbing onto the roof and getting into that firing position, okay? And there's also certain engravements that he said, like memes that was engraved on those cartridges that he knew about. How would he know about what's engraved before the police release any what's on there, unless he's the actual suspect? So people are not pointing out that Tyler knew information that only a suspect should know, okay? What else? What other evidence? Oh yeah, DNA evidence on the rifle itself. Cannot dispute DNA evidence, right? And there could be also, they're looking at like a possible palm print as well. They're trying to see if there's any more DNA evidence they can collect from the actual building itself, with certain movements he made that he might have slipped and left other DNA evidence, right? No other shooter has been identified or spotted or anything else, okay? There's no arrest or looking into Benjamin Netanyahu, self-dealing admin, a bush that looks like a human. A bush that looks like a human, okay? Now, I would think that someone, at first I'm like, what is that? But the more I looked, I'm like, yeah, that's like a bush, maybe something here, like, I don't know. That would be someone with a small head. Someone would have to have normally small, peanut size, Beetlejuice like size, minimized head. Yeah. But ultimately they arrested Tyler. Oh yeah, there's also a confession, and him saying that there's a confession to the roommate and ultimately to his parents about his involvement, and there was it was coordinated effort to make him surrender safely to avoid being shot by police or anything negative. So, the Matthew Robertson guy, no relation to the family, former, cop or whatever they say he was, he actually drives him to the actual police department to surrender and turn himself in, okay? So ultimately, who do I believe is the most person or the main person that has been linked to this actual and don't forget, he goes to these gun ranges, gun events, gun shows. He knows how to use a variety of weapons, how to position himself, how to hold them. Even this type of weapon right here he has. So this is someone that has, experience with weapons. This is not about the left or the right. It's ultimately about a lone individual that felt like Charlie Kirk was full of hate, and his solution was to try to unalive, was to take him out. He said, I had the opportunity to take him out and I took it. I'm sorry. So he actually confessed, and not through Discord, actually a note, okay? So do some things look fishy or sketchy? Yes, but that could be covering up something else. Like Turning Point USA could actually be covering up some sort of financial corruption within the agency. But, it could be possible that Charlie Kirk was just having a regular company audit and is now being spawned into some financial corruption. Okay. And yeah, so with that being said, I would just say if you're looking at something, make sure you're looking at it completely. The guy taking down that camera from Turning Point, if that's his camera and his belonging, he's the one set it up and he's the one put it there, then that's his property. So he has a right to take his property. If he were removing someone else's property, then that would be sketchy, but not his own property, allegedly his own property. If he was taking down a school surveillance, that's one thing. His own property, anyone in media or anyone setting up their own equipment is most likely when they're ready to go or move, they're going to take their own equipment with them. So there's another way to look at it. Again, another way it could be fishy, but he also showed the footage that was there with Candace. Should he release it to the public? I'm sure everyone would love to see it, but that's not enough to actually accuse him of having something to do with the unaliving. So, and Candace actually mixed in real corrections and real information with a lot of speculation. Okay. And also, I believe that there's going to be conflict between her and actually Erika Kirk. And to be honest, Candace, you know, I know you're trying to just promote, you got to make money, you got to pay bills. But when there are sentimental moments where you're trying to express your feelings towards Charlie Kirk, I wouldn't schedule an infomercial at that point. Maybe schedule an infomercial at certain points in the conversation where it won't seem like, oh my gosh, like, did you literally just say something sentimental and then switch over to an infomercial? It makes it seem like, yeah, it's kind of like if I was talking about something, a serious topic, and I say, oh, and by the way, buy this. I'm like, make sure it's like a transition, so it won't look like you're money grabbing, which I believe you are, but at least play it off. Like, at least play it off like you're not, okay? But ultimately, like I said, I believe that Candace knows it's Tyler Robertson, but this is her new way of making money, just like she did with the Macron case, okay? So let me look at the poll, and then that will be it. Do you think, 51 votes, do you think that she believes in her Charlie Kirk theory? 45% says yes. They believe that Candace believes in her theory about Charlie Kirk. Now, to be honest, I actually should say what theory, because she has several, but obviously the main one is that she believes that Tyler Robinson is not the real shooter. So about 45%. 39% believes no, it's just for profit. She doesn't believe it. 6% says a little bit, and 10% says still thinking about it. I believe that it's just for profit, and I don't believe that she believes. I think that she knows that Tyler Robertson is a shooter, but this is a way for content. Just like she doesn't believe that Bridget Macron is a man. That was just for content with her Man of the Year. I gotta be able to say Man of the Year without laughing. Man of the Year shirt that she sold and sold out. So I believe it's all for content and profit. However, I do believe that she believes in her individual separate theories. Like, I do believe that she believes that Turning Point has something fishy going on with their actual like finances, that she wants that probed and looked into. I do believe that she thinks that Charlie Kirk was, thinking about different ideas and possibly thinking about different ideas or ways of doing things. And that he went, at this event with Ackman and Dylan, and that he had differing opinions on certain topics. That's not going to be unusual for some sort of meetup or conference or some sort of get together with the exchanging of minds. So, do I believe that there might be, something there as far as, issues with that? Yes, it's a possibility. I believe that she probably believes that. Do I believe that she thinks that, there's something with Benjamin Netanyahu that maybe Charlie Kirk wasn't that fond of Benjamin Netanyahu, and Benjamin was saying, like, Bibi was saying, oh, okay, well, Charlie Kirk, before he passed, was going to come visit me and this and that. And then, Candace is like, he really wasn't that fond of you, as wanting you. He felt like if he tweeted that you should retire, that he could lose funding. So with that being said, I believe that she is suspicious of different things in his life, as far as all those things are concerned. However, I don't believe that she believes that those people are involved. I believe that she's just using that. She's trying to conflate these issues. Okay, so I believe that she believes that all of this stuff is separate and no one has anything to do with it besides Tyler. But she wants to create this conspiracy and this web of calling out all these other people. And I believe that she has her own issues with these people, and she's using, she's weaponizing Charlie Kirk to attack the people she really does not like herself. If you know what I'm saying. So I believe that she's weaponizing his death against people that she has issues with, and people that she doesn't have issues with, she probably won't weaponize him. But I believe that that is a weaponization of Charlie Kirk's death against people that she has issues with herself and probably never got to say it or do anything about it, but now she can by using Charlie Kirk. Okay. But anyways, I love y'all, and I will see you on the next live. And make sure on the replay, smash that like or double tap. Bye.
I gotta go. I gotta go. Don't ask me why. I gotta go. I should have left a long time ago. I don't even know how I got here, but I gotta go. Things have to change. I can't stay this way anymore. Good thing for me. I'm tired of the same old thing. So I'm trying something new, exploring something new. I'm not afraid of starting over today. It's a new day, a new me is coming. You'll see. This isn't how it's supposed to be. This isn't